find like a clip that, if anyone in chat saw it and has like a streamable clip, you know, like a Twitch clip that kind of summarizes the vibes.
Let's see. There we go.
What happened? Well, the conversation eventually moved over. Oh God, we're talking slow today. My goodness. The conversation eventually moved over to whether or not seeing some kind of political paraphernalia in a person's house would justify calling Child Protective Services if there are kids being raised in that house. So we were talking about, like, if you, like, looking through a door frame and they've got, like, Nazi imagery all over the place, is that, like, sufficient in and of itself to think, like, if there's, like, a kid that lives there, like, could you call Child Protective Services, you know? And I said, you know, I mean, I think that a lot of this is very contextual.
Boop. There we go.
Because if the Child Protective Services sucks, it's underfunded and not. I don't know. It seems like it sucks in this country, but I think you can make a really, really strong case for people growing up in that environment probably being abusive to their kids. At least it warrants, like, looking into, right? I mean, like, maybe that's not a guarantee the kids get taken away, but I feel like if there was ever a red flag that a kid is being abused, having Nazi memorabilia all over the place is probably like a decent one, right? It's probably like an okay one. But anyway, and then somebody else brought up the Confederate flag. You know, would you hold them to the same standard? And I said, like, well, if you can see some kid, like, if you find out some kids, like, being, like, grown up taught, like, about, yeah, slavery is great, and yeah, wear Klan hoods, and yeah, South's gonna rise so we can enslave black people, whatever, like, something like that, then yeah. But I don't think that you could justify calling Child Protective Services on someone if they have, like, a Confederate flag on their pickup truck. And then I said, I don't think having the Confederate flag, like, iconography on your stuff says as much about you as having Nazi shit, like Nazi iconography. And there were people who are like, well, defending the Confederacy is like as bad as defending Nazi Germany. I'm like, okay, well, if you're defending the ideology, then yeah, but there were a lot of people in America who genuinely believe this, like, Southern pride shit, and that's a product of propaganda, mind you, okay? The Confederate flag is a flag celebrating a treasonous rebellion, which was created only to facilitate the ownership of slaves. There's not much ambiguity here. But because we've had 150 years of propaganda on this, people do think of the Confederate flag as a little bit more of an innocuous symbol. So I don't think that it necessarily says the same thing about the people who necessarily have it. And then the next hour and a half was me getting yelled at by two black guys and one very woke white guy accusing me of engaging in Confederate apologia for saying that flying the Confederate flag doesn't say the same thing about you as flying the Nazi flag. And I kept saying, like, no, I know the societies are both monstrous, but in America, like, if you see a person with, like, a Confederate flag in their pickup truck, I don't think there's a 100% chance they literally support slavery. Maybe like a 10% chance. They're probably, like, racist, but I don't think it's like a guarantee that they're literally fully on board with the entire program. But then if you have, like, somebody with a Nazi flag on their car, yeah, I think there's like a 100% chance they completely support the Nazi party, you know? So like that to me, because there's never been any, like, ambiguity to the meaning of the Nazi flag here in America the way there has been with the Confederate flag. There hasn't been a propaganda effort to reclaim the Nazi flag. The Nazi flag is solely associated with Nazi ideology, and the Confederate flag, people have memes where they post Confederate flags and then there's like a skeleton with two revolvers right in front of it, and they're like, mess with me, libtard, and I'll shit in your shoes. Like, does that have the same vibes as, like, somebody sending you, like, Nazi imagery. Not to me. I mean, I'm not saying it's good. I just think that it's. I don't think it's the same. I think. I don't think it's the same. Yeah. What about kids with Soviet memorabilia? Well, same thing, right? Stalin killed a lot of people. But if you're flying around the red flag, you're probably not trying to announce to the world, hey, I'm in favor of the kulaks being killed and gulags for gay people and starvation and blah blah. It's kind of like a generic pro-communism flag, you know? But again, what we're talking about here isn't what the societies the flags represent did. What we're talking about is what are you trying to say by repping that flag? People with Confederate shit are usually trying to say like Southern pride, not I'm pro-slavery. People with USSR flags are usually trying to say I'm communist, not I'm a Stalinist who supports everything that he did and everyone he killed. But people with Nazi iconography are absolutely indicating a support of the Nazi regime, like 99% of the time, with very little like blurriness on the edge. It's just, you've got the 99% that mean it, and the 1% that say they're being edgy and actually mean it when they say that. Because there are some people who will do the I'm being edgy shit and mean it, but I don't think they're the majority. I think the vast majority of people who are like, oh, it's an edgy Nazi meme, or like, you know, in the, you know, they're in the ballpark. And then we ended up talking about whether or not there was a difference between being, what, you're okay with the Confederate flag? No, but I don't think it's the same as flying the Nazi flag. And then we started arguing the difference between repeating Confederate apologia talking points and being pro-Confederate, because they didn't think there was a difference. So when I was like 14 years old, I thought the Civil War was about states' rights because I heard it a bunch. You Zoomers don't understand. Right now, we've pushed back against that narrative a bunch in most circles in this country. But back then, back in like 2010 or whatever, their YouTube videos were like, yeah, dude, it was a states' rights thing, you know, whatever. Like, slavery is bad, yeah, but it was states' rights. Because they were trying to, like, yes, if you're in the South, this is still taught, like, broadly. But I thought that when I was 14, you know? Now, I was never pro-Confederacy in any way. I just thought, like, oh, it was about states' rights, you know? And I would repeat that sometimes. And the guy in the panel, no shit, said that that made me a supporter of the Confederacy. And I was like, well, there's a difference between repeating disseminated pieces of propaganda meant to engage in apologia and actively apologizing for the regime. There's a huge difference between those things, like a massive, massive difference, right? Like, here's another example, okay? Back when I was in high school, here's something that I used to do this all the time, okay? Because, again, my only goal when I was a high schooler was being an edgy contrarian, okay? I was a high schooler, for Christ's sake, okay? So guess what I believed, you know? Oh, yeah, Hitler was a monster, and that part I did sincerely believe, but he did fix up Germany's economy. And why did I say that? Well, it's meant to indicate, like, some sort of bleak, this bleak, there are no moral blacks and whites, there are only moral grays, and I'm so much more enlightened and edgy than everyone else by being willing to recognize this dark truth that everyone else is. Yeah, it's a kind of stupid cynicism. You all know that, like, people in their teens often engage in that behavior, right? I think that's pretty common. Maybe not that specific point, but I think that tendency tends to be pretty common. Anyway, I said that there, and I think I also believe, and I did sincerely believe this, by the way. You know, yeah, what Nazis did were monstrous, but we got a lot of good medical info out of it. That's a common myth, by the way. In reality, we didn't. The Nazis were horrible scientists. Miserably bad scientists. They didn't have control groups, they barely wrote things down, they were arbitrary, and they would destroy info that didn't agree with their ideological... They were literally just torching people, and sometimes they would write down info, you know? Like, this was science the same way that, like, let's do a test, okay? We're going to bonk Jewish people with hammers ranging in size from here to here. Okay, we're just gonna write down like, I don't know, like how fucking like that was the degree of science we're dealing with right now. Okay, this is the extent to which you know, yeah. Unit 731 from Japan too. We forgave war crimes for human experiment data and all turned out to be useless. Yeah, exactly. Horrible scientists, okay? Horrible scientists. The only good German scientists work in the rocketry program, and then we yoinked them after the... and we yoinked them, okay? And then we made rockets, okay? So, you know, good yoinking. Anyway, but the person I was talking to actually said that believing that when I was a kid made me like a Nazi apologist. And I said, like, that's irresponsible, because to conflate an apologist for Nazism with believing talking points that have been culturally normalized that do enact apologia, but, like, to do so unwillingly, like, these are very, very different things, you know? It'd be like saying that a person is, like, an American native genocide apologist if they said, oh, well, you know, most of the work was done by disease. Like, by the time we really took over the continent, most of the natives weren't even around or anything. Because that also is a kind of apologia. Like, oh, we didn't genocide the natives, you know, it was just like plagues being transferred from continent to continent, right? But a lot of people believe that. I don't think they're all fucking pro-native genocide. I just think that it's a piece of information that probably was created as apologia and since then has cycled to, you know, by actors both good and bad faith. Now, Pigeon, right out there, is losing her shit, and I'm gonna see if I open the door, will she run in or just scream even louder? Okay, let's just... Pigeon! Pigeon, you didn't scream for the past 4 hours. What now? Oh, you go. Wow! Wait, where did... Oh. You're so sneaky. No, she just wanted to be on my computer. It's warm up there. It's a cold day here in Seattle. Not that we don't have heaters on elsewhere, but... Alright. Holy shit, you were right, they didn't give us much. No. Nazis were horrible scientists. They were very, very, very dumb. They're extremely dumb, okay? Wait, she's actually sitting on your computer? Yeah. On the tower, which I have on the ground. Are you gonna go over the Bad Mouse follow-up vid? It's so good. Wait, there's a Bad Mouse follow-up vid? Oh god, excuse me, sorry. Must we be locked in interminable battle with all of these? It's so bad. Is it so bad? Wait, how bad is it? It's unwatchable? Wait, what makes it unwatchable? What, is it just him being super mad? What elements? They literally just screenshotted YouTube responses from random viewers of Vosh. Wait, wait, is he just shadowboxing with my audience? Is that... I gotta wonder how it's got so many dislikes, too. You'd think Bad Mouse's audience would, like, really... Oh, that's right. I should click the button that makes it possible to see things. There we go. There we go. There we go. That does help. Oh, by the way, what I just turned on was the 1984 chat, which actually censors you. You can't say swears in it, which I'll be using at the beginning of segments from now on. See that? Which I'll be using at the beginning of segments from now on, because it'll save my editors the effort of blurring chat to prevent YouTube's auto-detect from finding any issues. This is actually, believe it or not, an anti-1984 stance, because doing this means that they don't have to block out chat entirely. You can still keep chat, you see. It only has to be for the first few minutes, so... Anyhow, what makes this so unwatchable?
I'm going to review some of the responses to the last video about Vosh and go over some of the stuff that was cut from the original. I didn't...
Oh, by the way, I was, like, very drunk when I first watched this, so I'm not going to lie. I remember about 1/3 of the original video, even though I saw it, like, 5 days ago. So, yeah.
I think I'd have to go over this, but just to clarify 2 main points.
Speed up.
You can't really be racist towards whites. That's not really a thing, at least here in the West. Racism as it stands is really about power. This is precisely the reason why when Ian says that there might be systemic differences, but even if you take all that away, the end result is still the same. It's not the same.
Now, I know the difference there, and it's that trans people are systemically oppressed and white people really aren't. But even if you take away the systemic oppression element, you still have the exclusionary.
You can't take away the systemic oppression element.
I mean,
If my grandmother had wheels, she would have been a bike. You know what? You know, what the hell? It doesn't make any sense.
What is?
Things are different. Different things are different.
I can have people yell.
Right. Anyway, I don't know. Right. Yeah. Okay. So I've gone over this before, but I'll say it again. Okay. We'll say it just in case anyone doesn't understand fully or disagrees. This is so dumb. Okay. So there's this effort to say that racism equals prejudice plus power, which is something I used to repeat as well, and that without systemic oppression or power, racism is just prejudice. So black people can be prejudiced against white people, but they can't be racist. I think this is really, really dumb because essentially all it does is transpose the logic that I use, except it uses terminology that is less accurate and less applicable. The real difference is between racism and systemic racism. Racism can be employed against any group by any group, and systemic racism is when that racism is reinforced by or reinforces some broader social narrative. And obviously there are blurry lines there, but if a black person's racist against a white person, like, it sucks and it's not good, but it doesn't really contribute to like this huge like social pressure on white people by black people. Whereas if the reverse takes place, then obviously, of course, we have centuries and centuries of history of racism against black people from white people in America, not just being interpersonal, but also, well, it goes a little further than that, doesn't it? So anyway, I think that's a perfectly defensible argument. We're literally talking about the terminology being used, and the issue that I have is that I feel like by using the term prejudice rather than racism, when we're talking about racial prejudice, being enacted against white people, groups like that, I don't say Bad Empanada, but I guess them too, Bad Mouse Productions, they're essentially doing it to, yeah, they're anti-white. They're doing it because they want to delegitimize any accusations that they might be racially biased. I don't think everyone who pushes the racism equals prejudice plus power thing is anti-white, not even close. But I do think that when it's done in this way, it's usually being done because that way you can sort of smoothly go, oh, that's not racism when we're racist against white people. You know what I mean? It's very silly to me. Racism, systemic racism. Phenomenal difference between these two things, but both are bad, so we should keep that in mind.
Yelling racist chants towards me. You Yorkie. You honky piece of shit.
Oh no.
You Peckerwood Oaky trash hole. You lino porridge eating Anglo. You.
This comes off as a little pick-me, doesn't it? Hey guys, I'm white. I'm not offended. Guys. Hey guys.
You whitey,
White.
cracker mouth,
White.
Okay, look, I'm still going to be more favorably viewed on job descriptions. I've still got a country that teaches my history in schools. I'm still far less likely to go to prison or be stopped and searched, aren't I? That's the reality of oppression. Secondly, nation isn't just a synonym.
Wait, why did he just follow that up by pointing out the difference between racism and systemic racism, when that's a difference that I've always... He's like, well, when racism is done against white people, it's not systemic. Damn, dude, that's crazy.
In the country, in the way that people like Marx used it, the historical way, the historical definition of the word, Nation refers to a people in an area with a shared identity, culture, heritage, language, etc. So, you know, Basque Nation, Navajo Nation, these
What are
are
we talking
specific people groups. I think the crux of all this is, and the thing that I'm really trying to get at, is
I
that a
don't know
lot
what
of the
that was.
time folks can feel as though they're really doing good. They're really adamant that they're doing good for people, when in reality, they're actually being very inconsiderate and naive without noticing. As an example from my life, I was once talking to my self-proclaimed centrist friend about feminism. And by the end of it, he said something along the lines of, you know what, you're right, and I guess it's up to us as men to give women a helping hand. Now, at the time I went along with that, but the more I've really thought about it, it's actually very reductive. I know that over the past few years,
Doesn't race, like, not exist sociologically? You've got it mixed up. Race only exists sociologically. Race doesn't exist biologically. But as a social concept, yeah, race is very, very real. Talking about actual, like, genealogy? Not so much.
we've all tried to sort of combat toxic maleness by saying, oh, you know, this isn't feminism, this is feminism. But I think we've reached a point now where we have to actually start saying, yeah, it's a little bit more complicated than just that.
What are we...
And when you're saying, you know, lending
What are we
helping hand,
talking about?
what you're actually saying is it's coming from the presumed subtext that you are the one who's going to be doing all the heavy lifting. That you intend to take charge, as it were. If you ask me, you know, with the history of feminism and all that, the actual way I personally think about helping is largely one of stepping out of the way. You might think that's regressive, or that's segregational, you know.
I'm so... What... Okay, this is just a video editing kit, but if you're going to go on a long rant about something like this that's totally tangential, you should probably, before doing that, provide something that ties it to what I've said if you're responding to me. If this is just some sideline tangent, I guess that's fine. Maybe this is like avant-garde YouTube video essay construction.
It's splitting the working class apart, but women are at a lesser point in society, and you have to, you know, allow more space by removing some of yours. Otherwise, it's very akin to the white man must liberate the slaves.
So this is a thing that I believed when I was younger and a little bit stupider, but in reality, the whole like what privileged people need to do is move aside thing is actually an incredibly reductive, simplistic, and ineffective way of dealing with any kind of major like civil rights issue. What you actually need is people with privilege to use their privilege to amplify the needs of that group. That's the thing you really, really need. If men just stepped out of the way to allow women... What do you think that means for you exactly? Are you a big business executive in Hollywood? Are you a Fortune 500 CEO? Where are you stepping out of? Are you leaving space on YouTube for a female, bad, tanky YouTuber? Like, what? The stepping out of the way thing really doesn't mean anything. It's just kind of a fancy aphorism that people like to say before jerking themselves off to the thought of how woke they are. What you should actually do is actively and aggressively advocate for moral and policy positions that you think benefit you know, groups who are unfairly maligned. That's really the best that you can do. Now, of course, you should listen, but listening is not the same thing as blindly accepting dogma either. I've heard plenty of trans people with really bad takes on trans issues. I've debated a few of them too. Likewise for any minority group about their own minority. People are people, and some people have bad takes, no matter where they come from and what they do. So I like how people in chat said Gammy before Blair White. It's very impressive to me how much ire Gammy has drawn, in spite of the fact that Blair White is very obviously the person that I was referring to there. But that is funny. Either way, this really does all further play into my my belief that this is like pick-me shit right here. Doesn't this feel like that a little bit? You know, woker than thou. Look at me, I can take mean words for white people. Look at them. I believe in stepping out of the way. Well, how are you doing that exactly? I step out of the way for no one. I'll step into other people's spaces, tell them that they're wrong in the way they advocate for their rights. Absolutely, I will. I love. That's my favorite thing to do. Absolutely. I've done that shit with. Give me a group of black separatists, okay? I will be the loudest motherfucker. You have not seen manspreading like what I am about to do on the bus full of misandrist women advocating for women's rights, okay? You will not believe, okay? It's like I'll be doing the splits. My feet will be pointed out in opposite directions so hard that if I spun, it would kick up a fucking tornado inside of the space, okay? Absolutely I will. And you know what? It'll be a good thing.
The enslaver must free the enslaved. It's just coming from this man's burden trope. It's not actually...
Also, white people did free the slaves in America. That did happen. That is what happened. Would you have just stepped out of the way back during slavery? How would that have worked exactly? Well, as a real abolitionist, I think it's my job to step out of the way and allow this fight to be taken by black... Oh, really? Oh. Well, I'm sure they would really appreciate that. What? John Brown, you're taking up a lot of space, Sweaty. Yeah, it's just... There are a lot of people who are under the impression that allowing privileged people to take a role in liberation for non-privileged people is somehow like an insult, or it's just not. It's good, actually. It's actually good for as many people as possible to help free slaves, regardless of their race, you know? Not all white people, of course. You know, tens of thousands of black volunteers, and Lord knows there were plenty of slave revolts. The slaves would join the Union Army, and just a lot of shit like that, you know? It's great. Maybe we should all work together on that.
actually helping. That's called wanting to be a martyr. And at first, of course, it's very annoying.
What?
You know, you've been told your entire life in the media that it's your job as a dude to change the world. And now, even though you've become left, and you're like, yeah, I know it all now, I'm a feminist, blah, blah, blah. Only to be told, well, no, I think you got a bit more work to do. Of course it's frustrating.
What does this
It's always
have to
frustrating
do with
being wrong. But that doesn't mean that your annoyance is valid. Chris Hedges actually spoke about that. I don't really care what you think about Chris Hedges. It's the point that matters. He called this accepting the blindness. And when you do that, when you accept that blindness, you can then actually...
Fuck, he did this in the first video too. He projected really fucking hard. He was like, I know what it's like to feel insecure after minority groups tell you you're not woke enough. I used to get really angry when POC would tell me that I was racist, and I steamed on it for days and days and days. But eventually I realized that I was wrong, and now I've shut up. Well, don't project your issues onto me. I'm not going to shut up. Jesus.
actually go on to help people in a genuine, real manner that actually makes proper change. On this same point, I'm all for internationalism. Let me make that clear, but you can't just get to internationalism by just proclaiming it.
I don't know what
because
we're
it's very
talking
much,
about.
we should work towards internationalism, and I'll be the one at the front.
What?
Okay, that's how it comes across. Oh, how could I possibly be supporting chauvinism if I oppose chauvinism?
What does this have
that
to
makes
do
me
with
the
me?
goodest
What-
boy.
you have
it's
to
much harder
insert
for someone who is
quotes
higher up
of
the pecking
mine.
order to really empathize with those who are lower. Those who are being pecked know what it feels like on a daily basis. People who are more privileged don't have that constant feedback loop, and we engage in unnoticed aggressions and beliefs of grandeur.
You have to
the
put
world's
in
biggest
quotes.
gambit.
What does this have
Again,
to
you
do
might not
with
think
me?
you're saying that, but that's how it comes across. That's the text.
Are you sure this isn't Sargon just attacking from another persona? Oh god. We can't tell the fucking British voices apart. It's like from some fucking Naruto shadow clone jutsu of Sargons all over YouTube. The ANCAP Sargon, the tanky Sargon, you know, the lib-left Sargon, the turf Sargon, all fucking martial artsing at me in unison.
That's the end result of this. Actual problem solving requires letting go of your ego, letting go of your fire hose, so to speak, and letting someone else have a go. And just an added point, that friend that I told you about, it would appear, based on what I told you, that he'd come around, right? He hadn't. He just said that to give off the impression of change. In reality, further on a few days more later in life, he would say stuff like, oh, women are crazy, aren't they? You know, he just continued his very misogynistic, passive-aggressive jabs whenever a woman dared to have an opinion. It's one of the reasons why I don't trust Ian whenever he claims, you know, to have learned these things, because he gives off that same exact...
Wait, hold on. I think my name just got mentioned for the first time in like 3 minutes.
Don't trust Ian whenever he claims, you know, to have learned these things, because he gives off that same exact narcissistic energy that friend...
You shouldn't trust me, because I've actually never learned anything. I've yet to meet a single other person who ever possessed even a mote of knowledge I didn't already possess. Sorry, you're right, you shouldn't trust me. I am lying. I say it to make other people feel better. I actually knew everything. Thank you.
Had, just learning how to hide it a bit better for next time. The topic of South
What-
Africa is
like,
one.
what is he even saying that I moved over? The only thing that I've changed my mind on with regards to this whole issue was just, oh, black nationalism doesn't mean the opposite version of white nationalism. Black separatism means the opposite version of white nationalism. And black nationalism means some other stuff. That's the only thing that I've learned, and that was like a year and a half ago. I mean, I guess.
One that I left out of the original video, but it's a very interesting one. In America, people might be able to worm their way out of responsibility by saying, oh, you know, I was Irish, I'm Italian, I wasn't a wasp, whatever. But in
What?
South Africa, there's really no excuse. The land was literally trampled on by whites and enforced much harder than any Jim Crow. Somewhere around 70 to 80% of the land is held by whites, who make up literally less than 10% of the population. They still maintain the power over that land. So if I went up and said, well, not me, but if someone went up and said, we are poor because you have all the power over the land, the white man would really not have any excuse. No?
Well, it really depends on the white man, doesn't it? Because if you walk up to some random, like, 16-year-old white kid... Well, again, there are, like, 6 million white people in South Africa. Do you think that every single one of them is arm in arm, like, locked in, deliberately reinforced? Like, again, this is the racial essentialism thing, once again. Guys, I hate to do this comparison over and over and over again, but this is literally the This is literally the shit Nazis do with the JQ here in America. Dude, look at this. Look at all these powerful corporate and political positions. Dude, don't you know? Dude, look at the... Dude. You think this is like... You know what they're doing, dude. It's like... No, actually, I don't. I don't actually know what they're doing. I think there are big differences between how different groups of people achieve and hold power, and I'd be willing to bet that a majority of white South Africans are probably pretty fucking reactionary. But I don't think that means that all of them are equivalent to historical colonizers. Remember in the previous video when Badmouse asked, like, but how can we tell if they're colonizers, while showing a video of British soldiers gunning down native Africans? Again, I can tell. When you're wearing the red outfit with the little white cross and, like, the hat, and you have the rifle and you're shooting, yes, then I can tell. But if I just... Hold on. Let me try to illustrate... Let me just try to illustrate my point a little bit with a lot of aerial photos here. In hold on. You know, I'm trying to find like photos of white South Africans, but they're like such a I don't know. Can I just get like South Africa crowd? No, the crowd is too big now. I don't know. Oh, here we go. Here's Johannesburg. Okay, it's some young people dancing. Can you point out the colonizers? Just can you point them out for me, would you? What's your opinion on mixed race people? Where do they settle? You know, I guess it really depends on who the mother was, right? Which family they're born into. Are they fully black? They're probably a little bit of Dutch in them. I don't know. Nah. Like the point, like this is a meaningless exercise. If you have an issue with power relations in South Africa, you don't fix that by saying all the white people there are colonizers. You fix it by targeting the specific systems that reinforce differences in power along racial lines. And you break those down. But you can't... you can't... If you essentialize that process, you're engaging in the same mistake that, like, every single ethnic cleansing sort of follows through into. How many mixed-race people are in South Africa? I'm guessing a lot. Yeah, hold on. South Africa, how many mixed race? Would there be that many? Because they've had apartheid for so long. About 2.8 million mixed race people in South Africa. That's a pretty large number of people. I mean, I don't know, you know, where are they? I just don't feel comfortable trying to draw like racial boundaries on who's a colonizer or not. It just that makes me very uncomfortable, and I don't know if that would fix anything. Not to mention, guys, if you've ever like looked at history to see what happens after these sort of like power grabs, or like when you deport an entire ethnic group, which is again ethnic cleansing, do you think that would fix the problem for most South Africans, or do you just think there would be a new ruling elite caste of black South Africans that would fill the same power vacuum? Because race was only ever, co-aligned with the issue, but not the issue itself. The real issue is power, of course, but if you just think that you can exile a okay, actually, here's my take, and I'll finish it on this, okay? Bad Mouse is a lib, because saying that if you just get rid of the white people in South Africa, that would make things better, is like saying that if you could just, like, have the drone pilots being piloted by, like, trans people, that it would fix our foreign policy issues. That's my hot take, okay? Like, oh, dude, we just, if we have all these superstructures that encourage inequality, if we just have the black people in those systems that encourage inequality, at least it would be intra-racial discrimination, right? Well, I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, no, I only have it because my father had it. I shouldn't be held
Wait,
responsible.
hold on. Seriously, Bosch, there are massively segregated areas in South Africa still? I have no idea what you think that has to do with my point. I'm actually baffled that you could possibly believe that has anything to do with what I said. There are here in America, you know?
I spoke to Google. Well, why does he have it? Okay, this is in literal living memory. This isn't something that happened 150 years ago. It's literally less than 30 years ago. How else can it be? It was enforced through racism. So in order for that wrong to be undone, it has to be decolonized. That requires taking the land, giving the power and autonomy back to black people. Otherwise, in this, communistic South African utopia, there will be enormous oversight by white people who've experienced decades of top pecking order privilege. What do I really mean when I say oversight? Well, it might be...
Couldn't that just be an economic thing? If the problem is that white people have first of all, the majority of the land you're referring to is not owned by all the white South Africans. It's probably owned by like the top 1% of white South Africans. Couldn't we just seize land based on like economic divides? That way we wouldn't have to like deport anyone or do any genocides. We could just assign economic reallocation, which would invariably address like the huge, like the vast majority of white South Africans are not participatory in this huge economic disparity through the enforcement of some direct policy they have control over. They just happen to be born in the neighborhood that have the money, you know? As were you, Bad Mouse, British person. No, this isn't class reductionism. Racism needs to be tackled too, but you probably shouldn't deport 6 million white people. That would be bad, you know? That would kind of suck a little bit, I think, in my opinion.
difficult for you to understand if you don't live outside of America, but a lot of people have this highly Americanized outlook on things. He's not, necessarily in support of exceptionalism or anything, but he still definitely harbors that certain integral American-centric outlook. I remember when he was so avidly defending, this vote blue no matter who, he was literally saying stuff like, stop talking about American politics when you don't even live here. You don't get to speak for issues that don't affect you. And I was like, wow. America, you are not Vietnam or Costa Rica. You are the single most powerful country for nearly 100 years.
It's funny that he's saying this when the people I was arguing with were the ones enabling the idea that Trump should get another term because they were too edgy and cool to say that Biden would be preferable to Trump. This photo that you're representing America with right here is much more representative of the Republican platform, both domestically and foreign, than the Democrat platform, that's for sure. Though this does look more like Biden than Trump, so I guess that's 50-50, right? This is about Sean. Yeah, Sean was getting called out from a lot of people about this too. Sean's like horrible takes on Twitter. The funny thing is that Sean on Twitter was a Bernie or Buster. He was a cunt about it too. He was like, well, I'm not voting anyway, am I? Because I'm British, aren't I? Aye. But then he made a YouTube video after Biden won, about how bad it would have been if Trump could have continued his patriotic education policies if he had gotten a second term. And it's like, well, thank you, Sean. I agree. It would have been really fucking bad if he could have gotten to do that and educate an entire generation of young Americans using even more propagandistic information than what we do now. Thank you. I agree. Thank you very much. You're welcome, by the way.
The world answers to you. The world is changed by you. You are not some little nation somewhere with a unique identity that bigger nations like to fetishize and demonize. You are the identity of the world. So when you
Sounds
scold
like this guy's pretty
people for
America-centric.
talking about American issues, even though they live outside, this is the kind of centric thinking I'm talking about. You're literally number one, and yet you act like you're
Let's
any other
go!
country. Now think about that's the Americanized part of your identity.
Let's
now
go.
think about how the white part of your identity might overlook the experiences of BME people. And of course, yes, before anyone says anything, there are some people who go too far with this and just make another dogma out of it. You know, festering their opinion in America, not based on its history, but just on the fact that it is America. And then,
Ah, come on, man. You can't talk down on Max Blumenthal. Two birds with the same feather. Are you really? I got you two in a room, but you really disagree on that much. Come on, man. I'd love to see these guys talk. I would love to see like tanky types argue with gray zone types. That's the fraction, you know, that's the fracturing that I want to see. All right, what we're doing?
end up just hating or liking something based on America's stance. And that's just a really flawed outlook. You are not going to just use that as a cover to ignore the true reality of American chauvinism. That is very much a current in leftist circles as well.
Are we doing that?
Just in case anyone's, wondering, I think the same for Britain as well. Okay, we like to hide ourselves by saying, oh, America's worse and all that, but the reality is, we're pretty much just as bad. We're just, runner-up.
I think it's very psychologically interesting how consistently he's interested in apologizing. You know what I mean? Like, nothing about this video is about, it's always this, like, apologism implicit. Like, he's very, very afraid of being called out, I think, for being reactionary or not woke enough or whatever. It's very strange.
Just on a similar topic, yeah, Welsh independence, go for it. All right, if that's what you want, if that's what you people want, go for it. The whole thing about, the Welsh-English Union is that, yes, it is a union.
I don't
a
care
union
about
that has
the
only
Welsh.
been
I
for
don't
the
care
benefits
about
of one. Very on
England.
topic, eh? I don't really know too much about the Cornish. I would have figured as far as homogeneity went, they're basically English at this point.
I don't...
but I'm happy to be proved wrong.
I do
Obviously,
not...
let me reiterate, you could have a debate about reactionary practices within your group or your movement, okay?
Why are you responding
right,
to
but you first and
YouTube
foremost
comments?
have to have that baseline that each nation has its own right to self-determination.
They're YouTube
That's your
comments.
starting point. Then you can go further into it. Nobody's going to cancel you for criticising aspects of Plaid Cymru or the SNP. Just stop having a crass take on that fundamental point. I noticed that some people were a little bit confused about the tribe analogy.
Stop!
It's explaining basically
tweets.
why we can say North Americans sleep on stolen land,
They're
but
tweets.
British people do not. In the land back discussion, some like to bring up, as Ian partly did, well, all people fought against one another in the past. American Indians fought against one another. They enslaved each other. What do we do? Do we just go back to the very first people and then give them the land? How are we?
So here's a question, guys. Do you think that he has an answer to this question? I like that he's throwing up the Stone Toss comic to associate me with a Nazi, but in unironic Stone Toss, well, he's associating me with Stone Toss, as if the only person who could point out that the whole, like, this land was stolen argument could sort of cyclically recede back an infinite number of tribes until eventually you land up at, like, primordial humans clubbing each other with rocks. But let's see if he has an answer. Let's go.
Going to do that? Why don't we just give reparations to the Babylonians? And that's true. It wasn't just all peaceful, it was violent. I'm very sure it was. We can't change the past, but we can change what is happening today. What are the antagonisms of today? And Indian nations still exist. They're still dispossessed. The injustice is still alive in our historical continuity. There aren't colonial antagonisms in Britain like there are in America. There's no similar dynamic. They're a national question.
The funny thing is that with this logic, the logical extension of this is that empires should finish the job when they displace colonized people. That is the logic he's using, If you half-ass it, and there are still some of them around by the time people get woke to their causes, then you have an issue. But if they're all gone, yeah, then you can resign them to the dustbin of history. Which is an interesting take for a lefty to take, I suppose. The argument here isn't really being addressed, though. The only point that I'm making is that the idea that, like, America belongs to the natives is at once incredibly reductive and outright offensive, I think, to native groups. America was split up among hundreds of tribes. The idea that, like, oh, well, you're all, I don't know, dude, you're all, like, kind of native looking to me, whatever, dude, it's all yours, I guess, would be as offensive as, like, saying that an African-American here in America has, like, a shared cultural history in all of Africa. That's basically what you're doing. You could, like, walk like, hey, dude, are you, like, connected to your African heritage? And this guy, whose family has been in America for 250 years, not of their own volition, but still, looks at you and says, what? You're like, yeah, dude, like, Africa, like, do you, like, know much about your African heritage? Like, we would feel very comfortable calling that kind of racist, right? So I don't know why we do this essentialization with the native groups.
Questions, like I just said, and go for it. All right, but there's no real colonial dynamic. This is Britain, by the way. Those questions ended many centuries ago. That's why Indian land back is a thing, but Iceni land back is not a thing.
But I'm
That's why the plantation of
back.
Ulster is still a very touchy subject, but the Donnonii question is not. One thing I did do wrong in my video was I incorrectly made out that Native Americans are all of one nation. My bad, I should have said nations. Of course, I know that American Indians are all of different tribes. What this graphic is trying to showcase is, when it comes to effect, when it comes to how the dominant power views them, they're treated as Indian. Is there not a shared experience felt by all Indian nations?
You know, when people like Badmouth say "my bad" and just like move on from it, this is why I don't really trust them. You know, they make these mistakes and they give the impression that they've moved on from it, but I mean, in reality, I don't think they've really reflected on it.
There cannot be an indigenous camp unless there is a colonizer. I don't say that I'm indigenous to England, do I? You see how weird that sounds? Some far-right people like to say stuff like decolonize Europe from all these, migrants and whatnot. Can you not see how this is just so obviously false compared with...
You could do that if you wanted to. Yeah. If your family could have been born in England like 2,000 years ago or something, right? Wait, how long ago did the... Okay, so there were the Saxons and the Romans, right? Well, it's possible that your lineage has been in England for like a really, really long time. If you want to say you're indigenous to England, I think that's totally fine. First it was the Celts. Okay, gotcha. But like, you could trace that back to England an incredibly long time, right? Same with a ton of places, right? What we consider to be indigeneity is kind of like a blend between the indigenous colonizer relationship and also an actual description of how far back you can trace your lineage in a culture. I don't know if there's like a right answer to that necessarily. Most people use the term indigenous exclusively in reference to groups that are being oppressed by colonizer groups, usually because we tend to think of it as, how would I say it? I guess, sort of like a contrast against the like colonial rule, more so than anything else. But you could agree that people are indigenous before there are colonizers, right? Or to put it another way, chat, if we were to move back in time 500 years and address native peoples in America in general, we would still call them indigenous, wouldn't we? Before there was any European colonization? Probably, right? I mean, I think I would. That makes sense to me, at least. Even before there was a direct, like, colonizer relationship. So it seems to me like it's kind of a blend of these ideas. Or maybe we're ascribing modern distinctions historically. I don't really know. I don't think there's a... Yeah, I think it's kind of... Is it incredibly conceited of me to feel like just these tiny dalliances that I engage in with chat demonstrate a much more nuanced understanding of these issues than I ever get in these videos? I feel like it's very conceited, but I also think that it's completely true. Because I feel like every time we have these conversations or look at these videos, it's like they're very smugly demonstrating 101 stuff, you know? Like very smugly. Like, yeah, well, when people are racist against you and you're white, there's not, like, a system backing it up, man. It's like, yeah, thank you. Appreciate that.
Of America. The funny thing about this is, you know, from some of the things I've seen over the past few days, some people get the impression that I'm some kind of white knight for black people, and the general point is I'm not obsessed with him, like many folks come across as. This same obsession that I see, I can only really compare it to back when anti-feminists in the day were obsessed with this archetype of the angry misandrist. Now, when you go back and look at a lot of that stuff and all the points made by Sarkeesian and Watanabe and Watson, they're fairly tame. Because all this was just a load of pedantic nitpickery at the time. It was spurred on by greater profits and clout. You know, there was a TikTok some time ago.
I like his defense, to get this right, is that he's Big Red and I'm Sargon, and that makes me dumb. I guess that's where we are now. We've got the reversal. Now I'm Sargon.
Where some teenager was literally like,
right?
you know, white people, just so you're aware, you enslaved my people. And then there was some hard squatty guy who responded by going, oh, just so you know, my family's from Scandinavia, I never lived in America, I didn't enslave anyone. Then why are you so angry then? Why are you so obsessed? Are people of color coming to kill you?
Well, wait, hold on. It is kind of weird, champ, to yell at a white person, you enslaved my people. Isn't that a little weird? I don't know. I feel like well, it is semantically and technically incorrect. Unless that's a very old white person you're yelling at, or there's some kind of human structure, and your family... you know what? You can say that when you're the guy from Taken, and you meet the bad guy who stole your daughter, right? Right? Wasn't she being, like, slave kidnapped or whatever? It's like, you enslaved my family. And it happened like 6 days ago. I guess, sure. So you've got that, I guess.
Get a grip. Same thing with this no-names woke segregationism. It's not. Segregation was literally, you are nothing. You're an underclass. You're not even fully human. You're a slave with extra privileges. No-name's literally just saying, stop being Steve Buscemi. You know, how do you do, fellow blacks? Actually sort yourself out. Work in your group.
Glad we've learned that you can't say something is segregationist unless there's literally an apartheid. This is a deliberately bad faith reading, I think. When I say woke segregation, I'm saying that you're engaging in the same logic as segregationists, just from a progressive perspective, not you have literally built a system of apartheid and manufactured reverse Jim Crow laws. A bit different there. What is he complaining about? It's kind of hard to tell, but I'm enjoying the ride.
Get rid of the racism inherent to your groups, and there is a lot of racism. Believe me, this isn't a controversial opinion.
No.
It's only controversial because you've accepted a very diluted, superficial view of racism that suits your interests.
Keep in mind, that's not exactly what they said, though. What the no-name tweet said was, don't try... What was it? Like, don't talk about racism with black people till you've, like, dealt with it in white communities, or something like that. Essentially, it was like, stick to your own kind. Which is kind of a weird... It's kind of a weird thing to say, I think. I don't know if that advances any cause outside of... No Name is the person who stopped a concert because... Or stopped doing concerts because she didn't like there were too many white people in the audience, right? That is what No Name did, right? I'm not misremembering that. Yeah, something tells me that she might... there might be something going on under the surface that is not just a highly principled... you know, advocacy for dealing with racism. Wait, I'm not misremembering that, right? Hold on, wait. No Name cancel concert white people. This did happen, right? Oh, yeah. Jesus. No Name may quit music, says she won't perform for mostly white audiences. Okay. I refuse to keep making music and putting it online for free for people who won't support me. Now, how does she know that they won't support her because of their skin color? See, this is, again, this is reactionary thinking right here. This isn't progressivism in like an antagonistic, sort yourself out kind of way. It's just reactionary from the other side. Also, if they're showing up to the concerts, they're paying you with their money, which supports you, right? Little odd. In November 28, No Name tweeted a picture of a woman in clown makeup. The caption read, "Me consistently creating content that is primarily consumed by a white audience who would rather shit on me than challenge their liberalism because somehow liking Lizzo's music absolves them of racist tendencies." This is very strange to me, you know? Like, have you done polling on your audience, or did you just get annoyed by white people on Twitter and then just decided your audience was at fault? I guarantee you that's what happened, by the way. She doesn't have polling data on her audience's political beliefs. She saw a couple of, like, people who maybe are in her community and are white being, like, weird, and she was like, tired of these whiteys. It's like, okay. A little weird. A little strange. When I go to work, thousands of white people scream the N-word at me. Are these the people supporting you? What, like, do people pay money for the tickets for the concerts to go and shout the N-word? If that's the case, that's an extremely dedicated... What, do we mean thousands of people on Twitter? I don't know what this means. Anyway, I just think she's being a little sussy, okay? Does she have the N-word in her songs? Oh no, what if they're just singing along? Oh no, they're just singing along! Oh my god. She's talking about them singing lyrics, that's pretty obvious. Dude, if you're going to quit performing for white people because white people are singing along and your songs have the N-word so they say the... Alright, okay, whatever. You can have fun. Okay. Have fun. You know what? If it offends you that much, then don't say the N-word in your songs. Honest to God, if performing concerts and singing along and seeing your audience sing along, you're like, wait, did any white people in the audience say it? Wait, hold on. Like you're scanning people's like mouth. Do you know they said it? What if they just mouthed it? Does that count? Like, you're scanning? That's a little weird. You can cut it out. You can get over yourself. Holy shit. All right. Come on, let's move it along.
Of course, a lot of us don't really want to talk about this stuff because we're scared of being ostracized. Like I've said, the stuff I've seen over the past few days, oh, you're
Hold on. So we as black people are responsible for white people saying the word humbosh? No. But if you're a black musician and you're offended by people saying the N-word, and by saying the N-word, I mean potentially mouthing it along from the audience while you sing it, I just feel like that's a very silly thing to get upset over. Don't get me started on that fucking clip. What was that musician who brought the white woman up on stage? Does anyone have a clip? Oh, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. 1 second. Oh, God. This shit is so fucking funny. Hold on. Give me the clip. I need the clip. I need it. Where is it? Your original tweet on Twitter. Please. Wait. That's not the original tweet. Where's the... Chat? YouTube video? Oh, chat. Chat coming in clutch. TOS? It's not TOS. Shut up.
Like the whole city. What's up?
Oh no.
Am I not cool enough for you? What's up, bro?
Oh no!
What's up?
My boy Roland kind of knew the rules a little bit.
Will's just really cool, bro. You have to work.
You gotta bleep one single word, though.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I do it?
Yeah, you did it.
I'm so sorry. Oh my god.
Should she stay up here, y'all?
No, please keep me up here. I got you. I'll try my hardest. I'm used to singing it like you wrote it, bro.
You sure?
I swear.
You got it?
I promise. Sorry about that.
Clips all got along. They probably got me down by the end of the song.
In the DMC arena. God, that's funny every time. Holy shit! This is why, folks, once you... Listen, The Office is not enough, okay? When you get real cringe comedies in the real world, okay? Vashi put emphasis on. Yeah, I feel like this girl's like a daredevil because she was probably thinking they want me to mutter the word, but I'm gonna prove to them how hood I am by screaming the N-word louder than every other word in the fucking song. I will prove to them how fierce I am. God damn. I lost it. What, am I not cool enough for you? Yeah. God damn, that's so fucking funny. Holy shit. Did she have to say it so loud? It was the leap of faith, right? And turns out there was nothing there. So it kind of fell into a canyon. This is further complicated by other rappers bringing fans on stage and explicitly encouraging them to rap the N-word. True, it does get a little complicated, right? Because there are black people who find it fucking hilarious when white people awkwardly stammer out the N-word while trying to like sing or whatever. There are rappers and fucking Samuel L. Jacksons who feel that way. So so there's some ambiguity there. Yeah. But it's Kendrick. I don't know Kendrick's specific positions on this or whatever. Listen, okay, let's not forget what the power dynamic here is, okay? The power dynamic is in favor of Kendrick Lamar, okay? It's literally his stage. It does feel a bit weird that he would bring a white person on for that song. Like, are you like baiting? Like, you like fishing? You're like throwing the reel into the audience and being like, yeah, we're gonna have a good time with you. Listen, what I'm saying is, this is exactly like Squid Game. That's what I'm saying. Just move along. What are we even talking about?
White knight for the black man. Oh, you'll be the most enlightened on the masquerade? Wow.
Sure.
Wow, okay, this is coming from so-called leftists. Okay, here's the big one. Nation of Islam.
Wait, you can't respond to that. Wait, you need to respond to that. Hold on. Okay, he doesn't want to, so whatever. Yeah.
From so-called leftists. Okay, here's the big one. Nation of Islam. What more shall I say?
Oh,
Sexist, homophobic, conspiratorial, opportunistic, anti-Semitic, occult? Yep, all true. All true.
He didn't know that.
I denounce all of
he didn't know that before this, did he? He just knew all he'd seen was a big Twitter master post on how the Nation of Islam is better than white liberals or whatever. And he never he heard they're problematic. Did he know? Is he gonna address the murder of Malcolm X?
All of that. Okay? You can have that discussion from that standpoint. Go for it. You're probably right. And I'd agree with you. It is a problem. All these things are problems. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter what I say, does it? The worst reactionary black nationalism serves black people's self-determination. The best reactionary white nationalism serves white supremacy. Is that...
Huh. So he's going to paint the Nation of Islam that killed Malcolm X, that believes Jews control the world, as serves black self-determination. Wow, that's crazy. This is borderline Nazi apologia. The worst reactionary black nationalism serves black No, they do a lot more than that. If you want to define what the Nation of Islam does as black determination, then you could just as easily define what the Ku Klux Klan does as serves white self-determination. If you want to be that, dishonest... I mean, hey, if we want to engage in apologia for, extremist far-right groups, then sure. But this only affirms my position that he is, well, I guess, very determined to not look like a reactionary white liberal. And secondly, that he just... literally does not care about anything other than signaling opposition to white people. Also, the Nation of Islam doesn't even serve black self-determination. They're terrible at that. They're horrible at that. Because they're essentially a Nazi org. Why would they... How do they serve black self-determination? They don't do it. They can't do it. They worked with the KKK. They've never done that.
Too difficult for people to understand. But no, of course, Nation of Islam bad. Haha, own next. I urge you.
I genuinely do think this should be considered morally equivalent to Nazi apology. If all he has to say about Nation of Islam is that the worst Nation of Islam is it serving black self-determination? I mean, if we really want, we can go over Luis Farrakhan, the head of Nation of Islam. Oh, here. Oh, thank you.
The satanic Jews.
This is guys. Just can we hold on? Wait, I need to juxtapose this with the text that there we go. Serves black self-determination. There we go. This is so this is in Bad Mouse's words.
They control everything and mostly everybody.
Very good. Very good for black
The
self-determination.
chosen of God.
This is great.
You are the chosen of Satan.
Thank you,
I'm
Bad Mouse.
talking about the wicked ones in the Jewish community that run America, run the government, run the world.
I can feel
own the bank,
black people
own
being made freer by the second.
means of communication. They are my enemy.
Help us fight hate. And by hate, of course, what the ADL means is people who don't like Luis Farrakhan. Thank you, Bad Mouse. If we wanted to, I could just bring this segment to a screeching halt and spend the next 2 hours going over everything from the Nation of Islam. But I feel like the point is pretty obvious. So
White nationalism serves white supremacy. Is that too difficult for people to understand? But no, of course, Nation of Islam bad. Haha, own next.
true.
I urge you.
That is my
Go
argument.
back
Thank
to
you.
that video. Show me any time where I actually defended the Nation of Islam.
Oh my
On
god.
the same point, this one. Ooh,
Oh my god, he's actually doing the alt-right thing. He's literally doing it right now. Dude, I didn't say anything good about the Nation of Islam. I just described it summarily as... This would be like summarily describing Nazi Germany as like an economic, like, boon to the... Be like, oh, the Nazi party? Well, for whatever you can say about them, haha, whatever, dude, the economy went up. Like, it's... You're... Well, feels like you're defending them a little bit, you know?
this one is very familiar to me. The he was bad until his final gear argument. Yeah, I can't say that I'm not guilty of that one. Tell me again, really, when we go through all this, tell me again that we're not just taking on black people and black people's fought once it just becomes ever so slightly placable to white audiences. Okay, Malcolm X is one. Don't even get me started.
He's actually invalidating the positions Malcolm X held when he died because it's woker for him to defend him in his Nation of Islam phase. He said, he's like, I don't know, dude. You're the one invalidating the last beliefs that he held. The position he held at the end of his life when he had the most time to reflect on everything that he believed in.
On the Black Panther Party. Anybody can say that they love the Black Panther Party these days.
I love the Black Panther
Anybody. It has gone from being the, you know, vanguard of the black nation for socialism into the party of Rainbow Coalition and Free Breakfast. That's literally. What a bastardization of such a great movement for black people, you know?
What?
Noise.
I don't even know what point he's trying to make.
Rainbow Coalition and Free Breakfast. Walter Jr. would be proud. Now, this is a good comment, because of course black people are not indigenous either, right? Well, within colonial discourse, I believe that they fit into the category of arrivals. That's people who are forced to come because of sanctions by that country, war by that country, being brought against their will by that country, you know, those sort of things. So black, Latin, Iraqi, etc.
Latin.
Although, you know, there's some debate, you can look into that. But that is something that is overlooked in this common settler indigenous binary. And some people might say, oh, well, you know, not all black people came against their will. It doesn't matter. How does African culture in America manifest itself in comparison to white culture? Manifest itself in comparison to white culture. How does African culture in America...
I'm glad he added this. Really glad he added this. That really saved him there. African culture. One of the billion people, like 50 trillion fucking countries. Yeah, Omo, he's a crafty one. He saved himself from that one, you know?
Manifest itself in comparison to white culture. Why is that? Does centuries of oppression have something to do with it? I don't...
Do Irish and Italians count as arrivants? Well, the funny thing is that even the original colonial groups would have also kind of fit into arrivants sometimes. You guys do know that a lot of like early colonial like types were farmers who came over either on like draft There were people who brought over in indentured servitude, soldiers serving tours of duty they had no control over, and sometimes poverty forced people into, like, abstract land plots that were just sort of vaguely promised to them in colonial territories. They didn't go over there to, like, reinforce the will of the European or whatever. It's like, if the definition of arriving only applies to, like, people who were literally kidnapped and brought over, then I guess that wouldn't really, then it wouldn't really apply. But if it's a little broader than that, yeah, I don't know.
I think I'd have to go over this one either, but apparently so. Vought isn't a pedophile or a defender.
thank you.
I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt on that, alright? Here's the thing.
I do think you're a Nazi apologist, though. You've sold me on that one. You're making an argument. You're making it hard to see past that now.
You're overlooking. If your argument ends up with you having to reach that far, with all the very obvious other differences involved, then maybe you should rethink your stance and how literally leaning on this Sonic meme all the time just absolves you of any further discussion. You can't really affect the distributors of what you consume, sure, but you can affect the content of what you consume, and that does make a real-world tangible difference.
The funny thing is that right now he's literally arguing my point. He's actually arguing my point right now, but he doesn't... All the pedophile memes were a way of baiting people into making the argument that you have a moral obligation to avoid consuming products that were made using unethical labor abroad. My argument was literally, yeah, we should avoid those. Not only should we avoid them, we should have laws enacted to punish people who go around standard supply chains to get those products. This is my position. The argument that I was making of this radical, there is no ethical consumption point, was trying to bait people into distinguishing something in a way that would lead them to agree that the global economy is unethical. Time to be vegan? Nope.
You can watch the rest of his discussion there. You know, he just reaches and literally equivocates on any possible rung, not just that one, many other interviews. You know, oh, if someone was on the pavement homeless, would you impugn yourself for not giving them money? Owned. Next. This is one.
What?
Milestone
That's not
reached.
even the same
the
argument.
molecular
That's a
analysis
different...
machine, referred to as the MAM, will allow R&D to provide new technologies, items, and buildings based on samples collected in the field.
What happens when you're doing consistency for consistency's sake? Stop doing it. You're literally giving nothing of value. So
is this anti-intellectualism? I feel like it is. He's like rather than asking the question, he's like, well, this is dumb. Like, okay.
I'm not interested in debating Bosch. No, I'm not. Look, if people are interested in having discussions, I'm going to have them. I'm not just going to not bother, you know, talking about this to anyone and say, no, case closed, I'm right, whatever. Okay, but I'm not going to waste my time with somebody who argues like this. Now, what about that James Baldwin?
Wait, argues like this, he says as he puts up a philosophical quandary and then says, and then crosses it out and deletes it from the screen. Yeah. Ah, yes, you're truly an intellectual titan, getting ready to engage in very good faith with my arguments.
Jeez.
In debate, so to speak, because I knew that I would get people saying this. Okay, I was actually tempted to put words over the top of the speech, but I just felt it would ruin the whole flow of it. If your takeaway is, oh, it's a debate, Dave said debate is stupid, haha, oh, he said we need each other, Dave said we don't need each other, haha, you are proving the point. The speech is so much more than just a, oh, well, I guess the answer is an abstract, we need each other. Next! Go and watch it a few times. It took me quite a while to fully understand it. You know, James...
How many times is he going to keep doing this? I'm a white boy, but I tried really hard to listen to oppressed people. How many times is he going to do it? He's done it like 4 times this video. He did it so many times in the last video, too. He keeps doing this over and over. Guys, I'm so sorry for being white. Let me remind you at every possible juncture that I am extremely sorry for being white. Please don't be mad at me for being white.
Baldwin has this very sort of Shakespearean way of speaking, you know, and can be a little bit, you know, difficult to understand at first, but when you get it, it is poetry in motion. Is this a debate? Well, it might well be a debate. Oddly, though, hardly anyone seems to care who Baldwin's opponent is in this debate. They barely even remember him. They barely even listen to his side of it. Okay, it's mostly just James Baldwin. If anything, it's very...
Okay, if you haven't seen the first video, he cited a quote from Baldwin to argue that like white and black people should stay out of each other's business or something like that. And then we looked up Baldwin, and not only was that quote and him in general in favor of working together across racial lines, but everything about his life was advocating for it. So I don't know what he's trying to do right now. This is like scrambling backwards, I think, but like, yeah, he was based, and he was pro-intersectionality, and he was very, very, very much in favor of working together to build a better world. But he like cited him as an example of the opposite? I don't know.
Very much a speech made 50 years ago prior to, as I said, this modern obsession with internet debate culture.
What?
But heavens no, you know, of course it's a debate. These two things are ontologically the exact same thing as each other. Haha, owned.
What?
Next. When someone's trying to make a point, right, stop immediately scanning around for some cherry-picked gotcha all of the time. Because when you do that...
It wasn't a cherry-picked gotcha, it was his entire history. And I like how you're saying, I don't know who Baldwin is, when you cited him as an example for a position that he held the opposite of. We're not nitpicking for a gotcha, his whole life is the gotcha. I could have shown a picture of his face and it would have been a gotcha. You were so antithetical, you were so directly opposite of everything that he believed. The argument you were making was so antithetical to what he stood for that I probably could have picked any random paragraph out of any book he's ever written, read it out loud, and it would have been a gotcha. You don't have to nitpick for that. I could have thrown darts at the board blind. And I was like, Ian doesn't know who Baldwin is, while he pulled this shit, you know?
The meat of your analysis is really no better than a Thunderfoot video.
Oh my god. Dude, you're just like Thunderfoot when I use a guy to support an argument and then you point out that every single thing he ever did, said, and believed was opposite to that argument. I don't know. Hey, doesn't it sound like Badmouth just ignores the words of people of color as soon as they stop aligning with whatever preconceived biases he has? When Malcolm X leaves the org that later ends up killing him, oh, well, invalid, even though those are the last things that he believed, so he would have had time to reflect on all the stuff he believed beforehand. Baldwin's entire life is dedicated to fighting against the ideas that Badmouth believes in. Oh, well, nah, that doesn't count, actually. For some reason. You're like Thunderfoot for pointing that out.
Recently, Double Dragon Neon in 2012 reintroduced new gamers to this regressive crap yet again, this time in full HD.
Without mentioning that the game Double Dragon Neon ends like this.
One day to antagonize you, Billy and Jimmy!
What?
Oh, right in the balls.
The pattern of presenting women as fundamentally weak, ineffective, or ultimately incapable.
This is the video I made.
Feminism debunked, people. Now, finally, I got...
Thank you. That is exactly like what I did. Thank you.
A lot of these comments. VDS, which if you don't know stands for Vorsch Derangement Syndrome. Basically, what people say to folks who have a dislike of Vorsch, petty...
Demon Mama watched this video and said Badmouth is stuck
More complex assembly of parts can now be
Dude,
automated.
that's true.
Project
Why are
assembly
all of
parts can now be
Badmouth's
constructed and
references
sent
so
up
out of
via the
date?
space elevator.
He keeps bringing up
Note,
2016
project
era
parts are too complex to produce by
I don't
hand.
think about Thunderfoot. Why? Yeah, Big Red got brought up as well.
Or steel. Now, look, if you were to say that you found someone who was apparently always correct, who's basically infallible, whose detractors are always uncharitable, I would say you were lying. You'd expect someone to make errors, okay, to be wrong sometimes. But in the Vorschverse, everything is forgivable, except the people he's talking to. They're always wrong. If
Nothing
you are
to
accusing
forgive.
all those who dislike Vosh many times very validly, and just throw them into this pathology, that you can just write them off, then you are literally engaging in cult behavior. I'm not gonna lie. And frankly, you could easily argue that the responses that I've seen to all this discussion, you know,
He doesn't know my community is literally constantly criticizing every single thing out of my mouth, and anytime I express any position on this stream more controversial than trans rights,
I'll be right back.
chat
Go
fucking dogpiles
grab
me, and I have to fight
water
against them.
and-
I feel like the fucking Doom guy on the cover of Doom. Every time I express my opinion on something, I have to fucking wade my way through a demonic horde of chatters trying to club me over the head with their stupid fucking arguments. That's... Oh, God.
you could consider this minoritized derangement syndrome.
MD?
Because it's literally the same sanctimonious pearl clutching at any possible criticism that you claim. If you throw the ball at me, or Lua, or John the Duncan, with genocide supporter or defender of the Nation of Islam.
True.
You are literally just engaging in that bile.
You literally, come on, really? You're in this video, this video defended the Nation of Islam far more than the first video. This video was the previous video was like a 4 out of 10 on defending Nation of Islam. This one's like a solid like 8.5, describing them as nothing more than a pro-black rights group. That's all right.
For which you criticize others of doing to you and your sacred cows. Now, for all those not so great comments that I got, I did get this comment by Jack Neeson, and this is an essay by Lorenzo Irwin called The Progressive Plantation. He's an ex-Panther, by the way, and I must say, when I was reading this, I wish I'd been shown this before because it is damning. It is damning. I honestly think that every white socialist needs to read this.
It's so fucking embarrassing listening to him. Holy shit, dude. Dude, where's that photo of those white people who went to the plantation to pick cotton while black people whipped them? And MLK is smiling off in the skybox. Does anyone have that photo? Can we do a crowdfund so that Bad Mouse can finally get all of his insecurities and pathologies worked out in one of these? He is every chance he gets, he is obsessed with apologizing for being white. Holy fuck! I think every white person should. Here we go. There we go. Bad Mouse? Listen up, Bad Mouse. I know that you might be uncomfortable with this on first hearing, but that's just your white fragility showing, okay? What you need to do, alright, is look past that and think of this probably black guy. I don't know, okay? He seems to be okay with what's going on. You wouldn't want to invalidate his feelings, would you? So go on over there, have a good time. You know, I'm sure they don't do it that hard because it's like kind of a tourist experience, you know? Yeah, you could always, yeah, just apologize the whole time, you know, like, where was that? Hold on, I'm sorry for being white. Isn't there were those people with the sandwich boards? Here we go. Good enough. Bad Mouse, I've got a content suggestion for you. Okay? Boy, do I have an idea for you. Okay? You'll have to come to the States, though. Do you live in the States? I feel like everyone lives in the States, okay? What you need to do, okay, we need to bring your ass over to Oakland, like those fucking people from the Channel 5 video, and we need to find you some black people to apologize to, okay? And then when they act really weird about it and say you have nothing to apologize for, accuse them of being pick-me's and find them. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be a real good one. Oh, and then when they say you're being weird, show them the Baldwin video, and when they act confused, tell them that they're Thunderfoot and then run away. This, all right.
I cannot recommend this enough. Literally everything I've been thinking about, I've been talking about Ian, it's here. If you've any misunderstandings, if you still don't get the point at hand after going over this, if you still deny it, if you still think it's bad optics, I don't know what to say. But honestly,
what
give it a read.
position does
The
this
Progressive
book
Plantation
advocate
by
for?
Lorenzo Camboa Irvin. That's all for now, folks. I don't really want to take any more time.
Wait, sorry. What position is this book supposed to illuminate? Does he think I don't think racism exists inside of white radical social change groups? I'm arguing against it right now in the form of Bad Mouse making this shitty video. What do you want from me? Come on.
More space up on this topic. See ya.
Nice. Great content as always. Hey, that's my video. What's up? Flash's response really exposed how non-sincere he is to the matter. I did show up drunk, so I guess I can. Simple and quicker response to Vosh. A white person who's unapologetic and proud of saying the N-word should not scold black people. So, wait, what did I say? I was when have I ever employed these terms to describe my use of the N-word? Oh, okay, I did it one time. That's right. Sorry, I forget the whole tactical name is more of a big deal to other people. See, to you guys, it was a big deal. To me, it was just another Tuesday of saying the N-word to fight against racism. Just a non-stop thing for me. Thank you. Good stuff. Oh, let's turn off the 1984 chat. Very handy feature right there. Nice, nice, nice. Did you react to that John the Duncan video too? No, I didn't. We honestly need to do a bit of a moratorium on responding to lefty criticism, because after Professor Flowers, I feel like we've actually been ignoring the right for a while. Don't get me wrong, I love arguing with lefties too. I love spraying in all directions, okay? I love fucking spinning around. I absolutely, you know, I'm a huge fan. Cut the segment, because I'm gonna ramble. Stop.
Reached.
Hey?
Biofuel will ensure maximum efficiency of biomass burners. To aid in biofuel production, you are now capable of removing foliage that consists primarily of wood. Additionally, R&D inflated your pocket dimension.
Hold on, I just want to see. I think this is the contents of that book. Real quick. I just want to get a vibe for it. That didn't take you very long, did it? That's good. That's very good. Oh, and in case anyone's curious, I don't think there's anything wrong at all with advocating that people read books like this. However, I read this book, and I'm so glad I did. I would recommend any white person read this book. That's pick-me shit. If it's a good book, everyone should read it, right? What, should black people not read this book? What, Bad Mouse? Do you think they're not smart enough to understand the words? That's pretty fucking racist of you. Alright. Is there like a way I can vibe check this super quick? For years now, it's been made apparent to me that the idea of white people creating and leading anti-racist movements of other whites is total nonsense. Okay. Wait, didn't No Name say that white people should do this? That white people should work within their own... I don't know why I would ever expect there to be any consistency across the board with, like, the ideas that are being promoted here. Racism is a lived experience by peoples of color, not something easily given to textbook study. To be an outcast, an object of derision and violence merely because of pigment, race, or custom is not something most white people can grasp. White radicals may claim to understand it intellectually, but it's not the same. Yet to me, the very idea that white people profess to know more about racism than people of color themselves is really a peculiar type of arrogance. That's why white radicals are so disliked and distrusted in the black community. Many times they disrespect you all while claiming to be allied with you or opposed to racial chauvinism. That is unacceptable. This is probably pretty cringe. There are probably parts of this that are legit, but there's probably a lot of cringe in here too, you know? I've argued with way too many racist black people to ever take any of that shit seriously, you know? Okay, we close this, we close that, we close this. We, saturate my face a little bit. Thank you. Oh, guys, by the way, guess what? I don't know if I mentioned this before, but I'm wearing a large shirt. Isn't that crazy? We're down to large now for the for the shirt that I'm wearing. It's wild. I wonder if he read Candace Owens' book about escaping from the Democratic plantation, if he'd be telling white people to read it. Maybe. Okay, buddy, segment when? We're almost there, don't worry, okay? Is it possible to do a custom date range search looking for top posts on Reddit so that we can include since the last time we did it, even if it's a couple days over the month? He legit defended the tactical N-word thing. Vosh, we've been making excuses for you and you still defended it. Talk about not giving a shit about optics. Well, wait, hold on. There's a difference between defending something optically and something conceptually, right? It was bad optically, but, like, in terms of whether or not it was racist, the answer objectively is that it wasn't. I'm sorry. Stay mad forever, okay? It wasn't a non-racist... You might as well call a person racist for reading, like, Huckleberry Finn or something. In fact, reading Huckleberry Finn out loud is just a neutral context. You're reciting something. I was using it in an anti-racist context by arguing in favor of minority rights against Nazis. The way in which I used it was explicitly one which reaffirms progressive positions, or at the very least doesn't detract from them. Now, was it optically a bad move? Maybe. Yes. And that's why I don't defend it anymore, because it was optically a bad move, because you motherfuckers couldn't stop whining about it. But no, I will never kowtow to the whining horde of dipshits who unironically argue that, like, the N-word is magic, where whenever it's uttered out loud, it is a spell that increases the amount of racism in the world. It's a very, one might call, deontological, also known as cringe. Very dumb, very dumb. Small brain. Super dumb. Yeah, Nation of Islam is mega fucked. Yeah, super mega fucked. Yeah, I'll never yield to the woke mob. I'll never surrender to the woke mob. I'll hold off on that, you know. Regular mob, I'll set my gun down. Woke mob, oh baby. Hope I brought an extra mag. We're talking rhetorically here, okay? Obviously. We all know that in real life, people who call me reactionary would never have the balls to physically attack me. That's what conservatives have on woke types, you know? Conservatives, they'll fucking kill you. They're crazy. They've got nothing, okay? But like the woke, you know, oh, Vosh is a transphobe. You people aren't going to attack me in person. Come on. Come on. John the Duncan said he would shove you in a locker. Did he? Can we get photos of the lad, huh? I want height and weight. I also want fighting experience, okay? A lot of people posture really fucking hard, and listen, I'll be honest with you guys, okay? If I got in a fight right now, I would probably lose against Pigeon, okay? Like I said, calorie deficit. I've been 700 calories per day under basal metabolic rate. Leaves a man weak. Can barely do an angled pull-up, okay? Once we get back into it, though, get back into the, you know, the real into it, maybe I should start taking some of these guys up on their offers, you know? We gotta go to... Where is the TwitchCon Thunderdome? The TwitchCon Thunderdome. Seriously, there's so much bad blood there. What you have the regular venue, and then you have, like, the Thunderdome. You have the boxing ring, the kendo match. You know, you've got the grappling. Vosh, you should finally fight Infrared. He's like, what, 5'5"? Dude's got big arms, but reach makes a big difference, you know? I heard, is it true, by the way, that Jackson Honkel is actually shorter than Infrared? Wait, this is the guy who said he was going to shove me in a locker? Oh, come on. Come on. Come on, man. Come on. Come on. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on. Alright. Whatever makes people feel good, okay? Yeah, it's just shriveled. You got shredded and you've got shriveled, okay? It's two very, very different, yeah. He's gonna ask you politely if you can enter a locker. With my shoulders? Ooh, no chance. No chance, baby. You know, honest to God, though, the truth about fighting, honestly, is that unless both of the people are well trained, strength really isn't the big thing. It's honestly how well you can take a hit, you know? If you take a look at street fights, again, not if both people are trained fighters. If neither are trained fighters, or they're both, like, okay, like they have some athletic prowess, it really comes down to how well they can take a hit. Because your average person, like an average human being, even a decent, let's say a guy like my size, right? With no fighting experience, the first time you get punched in the face is an almost impossible experience to describe. I don't know how many of you have been punched in the face before, like as hard as the person can punch you in the face, but the first time it happens, like, it is an astonishing experience because it is so, because in your head, you know, you've seen movies or whatever, in your head you think, like, it's gonna hurt a lot, but like, okay, you know, I'll fall back a bit, like, whatever. It's very difficult to anticipate the actual, in real life experience of being stunned. Literally stunned, you know? That's not something, you never think about that, like, you know? But it's a very real thing, and you have to train yourself to overcome that. And I haven't boxed in, like, 8 years, so it's probably a reflex that I've unlearned at this point.
New recipe unlocked.
Yeah, I'll see you shortly, Blablato. Yeah. Got jumped by 10 dudes once was like a wavy in and out experience. Yeah, you're very much out of your skin sometimes. Oh, I'll talk about the fucking hippy dippy championship thing in a sec.
New object added to the object scanner.
Who here's gotten a fight? You know what I mean, right? The first fight that I got in was in 8th grade, and it was the stupidest fucking fight in the world. It was so dumb. So, I think it was like, in 7th grade, like, the stereotypical thing happened, where it was like, some dude didn't like me, and he was like, I want to fight you after school. And I was like, yeah, let's fight after school. And, like, word spread around the middle school classrooms, and then school finally ended, and he didn't show up. You know? And we're like 7th graders, so we're all like stanced up, like, or whatever, like that. But the 7th grade, I mean, fuck, I must have been like 12 or 11. Oh, hold on, I'm getting a call. One second. I will be with you shortly. Alright, I thought there was a chance of me having to do this. Just a sec, folks. I'm afraid that for the first time in a long time, we're actually going to have a stream hiatus. I have to go quickly pick someone up. Just a little... No, nothing out of the ordinary. It was... I anticipated this. It's gonna be okay. No CIA involvement whatsoever. Now... Kent, do I leave you with a video, or do I bring someone on call and just have them talk to you idly? Probably a video, because I don't know if there's anyone I trust to not end my career. You know, if they wanted to. No, I don't trust you. No, not even slightly. Shu is a shitposter. No, sorry, Shu. Okay, actually, wait, Shu. Okay. Jesus Christ. Shu. Shu? You know why I can't, right? It's because you're fucking cringe. And you're gonna start arguing with Chad about nationalism. Let me find a video. We're not doing it. We're not doing it. Okay, hold on. What's a good video? We don't want a content steal. We want to watch the Anarch video. No. It's got to be a little more fun. Hold on. Okay, hold on. A good video that I've watched recently. Good. Loner Box. Loner Box has been killing it lately. Loner Box. It needs to be a good length because I'm going to be gone for at least 20 minutes. Loner Box has been just absolutely taking it to town lately. Here we go. Lauren Southern and the Boats. Okay? So this is a video taking down... Well, I mean, it's about Lauren Southern and the Boats, isn't it? Alright, I'm sure Lonerbox won't mind me playing this, but obviously, Lonerbox is one of those channels that I strongly recommend you go and subscribe to yourself. Okay, I'm going to watch this. I'll be right back. The sooner I leave, the sooner I get back, okay? You all take care. Good volume, and...
Hey there, fellow leftists. Remember that time when Lauren Southern went out into the Mediterranean and shot flares at refugee boats? I don't. That never happened. Plenty of people might have said it happened. Fuck, back when I was a 60-sub seaman, I said that happened. And then by contrast, get yourself detained in Italy for shooting flares at refugee boats. What a blockhead. But consider this my personal growth video, because I'm here to set things straight. Lauren Southern did not go out into the sea with nets and hooks trying to drown refugees like some kind of Dora the Nazi explorer, and she absolutely did not shoot any flares at the boats. But so you might be wondering, Why am I talking about the boats? That was 4 years ago. Why am I arguing with a version of Lawrence Southern that no longer exists? Do leftists not believe in rehabilitation and grumble, grumble, grumble? Well, yes, I do, and don't worry, because I'm only bringing up Lawrence Southern's past after hearing what she's had to say about it today. She's had the question of the boats brought up to her quite a few times since she came back to YouTube. I've listened to her explanations, and if I thought this was a version of Lauren that no longer exists, I probably wouldn't be making this video. But before we get into that, let's talk about what happened. Part 1. The boats. In the early 2010s, the first waves of an unprecedented refugee crisis started to appear in Europe. The aftermath of the Arab Spring had led to the collapse of several regimes in northern Africa, Syria had plunged into a civil war, and conditions in neighboring countries were quickly deteriorating. The result was millions of displaced people, the vast majority of whom decided to go to Europe. Okay, that's not true, most of them actually went to these countries, but Europe did take a good few. Out of all the main entry points to Europe, the most deadly was the central Mediterranean route from Libya to Italy. From 2012 to 2013, the number of crossings along this route had almost quadrupled. The people crossing were typically doing so on cheap, overcrowded boats provided by human smugglers. And as the crossings increased, so too did the number of deaths. On October the 3rd, 2013, the crisis made headlines after more than 360 people drowned in a shipwreck that was within sight of the Italian island of Lampedusa. The Italian president called the event a slaughter of innocents, and later that month, the Italian government launched a rescue mission called Mare Nostrum. Mare Nostrum was what we'll describe as the Chad operation. They had 900 staff, an amphibious assault carrier, 2 frigates, 2 submarines, helicopters, and drones. In its first year, they rescued over 150,000 people, arrested 350 smugglers, and confiscated 9 ships. However, the operation was also expensive, and in typical EU fashion, none of the other member states were willing to support it. Along with that, EU arrangements made it difficult for asylum seekers to move past Italy, meaning they were becoming quickly concentrated in the southern coast. The backlash was a rise of anti-immigrant sentiment and the idea that Mare Nostrum was serving as a pull factor, encouraging illegitimate migrants to make the journey over when they otherwise wouldn't have. The operation was terminated at the end of 2014 and then replaced by a smaller body that covered a lot less space. The idea was that this would reduce people's willingness to make the dangerous journey over. And then, in the early months of 2015, this happened. You see those big spikes there? That's the death rate in 2015, just after Mare Nostrum was ended. In April of that year, a breaking point was reached when 2 boats capsized and over 1,000 people drowned. As a response to the rising death rate, the gap in search and rescue was filled by non-government organizations who sent out 4 vessels in May. By 2017, they were the biggest rescue actors in the Mediterranean. But the NGOs were immediately viewed with suspicion. Unlike Mare Nostrum, they didn't have the power to arrest smugglers or to confiscate boats. All they could do was rescue people, to which increasingly right-wing governments in southern Europe said, "F that." NGOs were branded as sea taxis and vice smugglers. They were accused of encouraging human trafficking and even in some cases of directly colluding with smugglers. Several criminal investigations were launched, ships were frequently impounded, and the Italian government in particular started using policy initiatives to restrict the movement of rescue missions. For some people on the right, this wasn't enough. Enter Lawrence Southern. In 2017, a French anti-immigrant youth group called Generation Identity decided to play their own role in policing the Mediterranean. They set up a project called Defend Europe. They had a website which had a mission statement describing the migrant wave as an invasion, and they set up a fundraiser for travel costs, ships, and research. Wait, is that the 4chan logo? Okay. Their goal was to protest NGO boats trying to enter Europe and ultimately to start a rescue mission of their own. By rescue, I mean they wanted to take anyone they found back to Libya, and more on that later. In the summer of 2017, a group of GI members took a small boat out to the Mediterranean where they tried to obstruct an NGO vessel called the Aquarius. The group was joined by a young Lawrence Southern who live-streamed the event whilst holding up a hand flare and chanting the words, "No more illegal immigration."
So this is a boat called the Aquarius that has been illegally bringing in migrants from the Libyan Ocean for the last while. And they're just heading out again to bring in more illegal migrants, and we are going to stop them. No way they're coming in here. No way they're bringing in more illegals.
No more! No more! Illegal immigration! No more! No more! Illegal immigration!
After the event, they celebrated on a live stream and even asked 4chan to help them in the future.
What we want to do, we want to defend Europe from this invasion of migrants and illegals. And we need now, in fact, help the 4chan, all the people on the seas. You on the internet and we on the sea. Together we can stop this.
Absolutely. So, Paul, we're going to need your help now.
So at first glance, this is pretty fucked up, right? Running around like some kind of self-appointed border patrol officer, trying to obstruct a boat that had rescued over 10,000 people. Of all the things Lauren could have to regret about her past, I'd imagine this would come out on top. But that isn't where the story ended. A year later, the Italian Interior Minister Matteo Salvini refused entrance to the Aquarius. Pay attention to him, by the way, he's important. The vessel, which had over 600 people on board, was temporarily stranded before it was finally accepted by the Prime Minister of Spain. Although no one had been formally charged at this point, the NGO was repeatedly accused of colluding with human traffickers, and now that they weren't allowed to dock in Italy, they were in a grey zone. Then, with a series of contradictory statements from various parties, the Aquarius had its registration removed and would no longer operate as a rescue vessel. At the end of 2018, the Italian authorities went one step further and called for the Aquarius to be impounded, stating that 24 of the ship's crew members, including their captain, were put under investigation for trafficking and illegal management of waste. Naturally, the NGO's head of emergencies described these allegations as defamatory and unfounded, so don't worry, we will find out which one of these sides is lying. But first, we should see what Lauren had to say about it. In 2018, she made a video celebrating the deflagging of the Aquarius, and her reasoning was more or less the same as it is now. In a very recent conversation with a streamer called Booksmarts, she gave off quite a few explanations, so there's plenty to work with here. Part 2. Trafficking.
So why the Aquarius was under investigation and why it was ultimately shut down and impounded for illegal actions is, first of all, they were under investigation by the Italians for going on the coast and working as a trafficking service, not a rescue service.
Back in the summer of 2017, a group called Generation Identity held a campaign to protest NGO boats colluding with traffickers and sneaking illegal immigrants into Sicily and all over the world.
This is one of the most common accusations made against NGOs, and here's how it works. Typically, people in Northern Africa would pay smugglers for a boat to take them across the Mediterranean. Most of these boats are little more than rubber dinghies, which aren't considered safe for the open sea. Once they were at sea, the migrants would then make a distress call which has to be answered by a vessel in the area. The people in the dinghy are then taken on board the vessel where they can continue their journey safely. This is how a standard rescue mission works, and from the perspective of the rescuers, all of this is perfectly legal. What isn't legal is if NGO workers are caught directly communicating or colluding with smugglers. Even when they are seen, the NGO workers are instructed not to interact with them and definitely not to confront them. It turns out smugglers can be kind of aggressive. Now, Lauren is correct that the Aquarius crew members were accused of colluding with smugglers. Salvini made a fairly direct reference to this when he closed Italy's ports to them. But what she doesn't say is, this was never proven. And while I have you there, every single investigation into criminal activity by NGOs in the Central Mediterranean has so far ended with an acquittal. 5 investigations were closed without any formal charges, and so far there has only been one that will go to trial. No, not the Aquarius, a German vessel called Jugendrette, and they aren't even being accused of helping smugglers. Their charge is that on one of their missions they potentially rescued migrants who were not in a situation of distress. That's it. The closest they've come to a conviction was against a captain who was found guilty of registration issues and then later acquitted in the appeal trial. And wait, there's more. It turns out that a couple of the investigations weren't even opened because of criminality. In at least 2 cases, Italian prosecutors impounded vessels which had been stranded after Salvini refused to let them dock. One of them had been at sea for 19 days, and according to the prosecutors, Italy had been breaking international law by leaving people stranded for so long. They chose to impound the ships just so they could get the migrants to shore. Wait. So that's it? The accusations are completely baseless? They're just a tool used by right-wing politicians so they can impound ships, smear the rescuers, and hinder their fundraising, all just to stop refugees from arriving? Well, yeah. Except, there is in fact one person who does claim to have definitive evidence against NGOs. Incidentally, that one person is none other than Lauren Southern. What? Yep. Lauren Southern has a video on her channel called Undercover, exposing NGO smugglers in Greece. Now that is huge. Because if that's true, it would mean that she managed to find something that all the authorities missed. Let's investigate this. Part 2.5. Lauren Southern is a lying hack who lies about things and calls it journalist. Sorry, that's poisoning the well. Okay. Part 2.5. A review of Lauren Southern's journalism. So this video is a couple of years old, but it's extremely relevant to the topic, and it's also a teaser segment from her Borderless documentary, which Lauren wants more people to see.
So that was the project I spent the most money on, which was very humanizing of migrants, but the thing is, none of my critics watch it, and that was 3 years ago.
You're welcome, Lauren. The story being covered is about a Greek NGO founder called Panos Moraitis, who is accused of helping people smugglers as well as money laundering, espionage, and forgery. Before giving himself up to the police in Lesbos, Panos was away from the island and considered to be in hiding. But before the police got to him, Lauren wanted to get a hold of him for an interview. Look, this is impressive, isn't it? There's an evidence board, there's Panos in hiding, and these two are going to find him before he's taken into custody.
And they're linked to Doctors Without Borders. I mean, they're hugely connected, but it all leads back to Panos.
So how are we going to get him?
I'm going to reach out to the rest of the RCR members who haven't been arrested, who are still active, see if we can get a connection to him, and then we can maybe arrange a call, maybe a meeting, but I think that's so unlikely given that he's in hiding from the police.
Well, we can try. I mean, the police have already found a few of their other high-profile members. Can't be nowhere.
Then it goes to 1 week later. They still haven't found him yet, but now they might have a lead.
All volunteers have resigned in fear of being arrested. There are very limited people that have represented, and these operate off the record as well as they are trying.
Right. Here's the problem. The date on that laptop is the 10th of October. The first scene was 1 week earlier, so the 3rd, which is weird because the guy they're looking for turned himself in on the 19th of September. So they're talking about trying to find him 3 weeks after he was already found. What? None of this is real. Everything they're apparently trying to figure out was already available in the press when they recorded this. This isn't investigative journalism. This is a film set with two wallopers pretending to be investigative journalists. I feel like we should watch a bit more of this just so we can enjoy Lauren's acting.
Okay, so contact them right away and let's see where we can go from this. That would be amazing.
Even if we don't get this former person, we've still got the press person. So we can probably...
We've got someone that is in contact with Panos.
Maybe you can have Panos. Okay, let's do it. Good morning.
That's right.
Yeah, no, this is worth it, I promise. So, ERCI have WhatsApp me, I've been talking to them the past few hours. They've said that we can actually get an interview directly with Panos, not even on Skype, on the phone, in person. Yep, the guy who's behind all of this. So, he's arriving in Gmail, which is basically the shipping app, which they've given me an update to. So, is here. Ship here. Which is going to come around.
Right. Here's the problem. Kalen, that's his name, is waking Lauren up just after midnight, presumably an hour after that laptop scene, to say that the guy who turned himself in 3 weeks ago was going to turn himself in the next 2 hours. Are we following? So, it's midnight, sometime after October the 10th, and Panos is arriving in Lesbos at 3 in the morning.
Is security up?
Yeah, he said he can do it. He said actually we should probably leave like now because we want to get there really early, speak to the lawyer, and just figure out like a route onto the ship.
Okay, so we have to leave now. So why is it broad daylight when they arrive at the boat? And why is this definitely real text exchange happening at 8 in the morning? The strangest thing is, they did interview this guy. It's just that the lead up to that interview completely changes in her Borderless documentary. Instead of happening in Charlie's detective bunker, it just happens over the phone.
Apparently there's going to be a passenger ship docking in Lesbos this morning with the leader of the ERCI on it, this Panos Morales guy.
Yeah, he's the one that's in hiding from police for the last little bit.
Fucking... Why would you do that? The interview itself is pretty underwhelming. He just says what his charges are and that he denies them, but here comes the expose. After this interview, when the cameras went off, they claimed, and I emphasize the word claimed here, to have met with Panos' lawyer where they secretly recorded this.
They said that we were actually money laundering unknown sums of money. And the press in Greece said like 500 million. And in reality it was 500,000 euro.
Oh, right, power. That's what I was doing.
If you engage with NGOs, no, it's a small amount of money.
Alright, I needed to go. I got totally lost.
We were London.
So, I've just gone back to watch some of the footage, the interview we did with Panos, the head of ERCI, and I'm listening to the undercover recording we have now. Panos denied all of these allegations to the police, and he said they were partaking in no money laundering at all, and I'm pretty sure I just heard his lawyers say to us on tape they laundered $500,000. I mean, we have to send this to police. This could actually impact the court case.
That is so convincing. Okay, here's the problem with alternative media. People like Lauren, people like me even, are not accountable to anyone. We can just say whatever the fuck we want. People in mainstream journalism, whatever you think about them, can get fired for like making up quotes. Boris Johnson, guy who gets away with everything, was fired for making up a quote. I, on the other hand, can just waltz in here and say that I spoke to a refugee in Paris and he said, "Yes, I am a refugee. I met with Laurence Hazel in 2018. She told me to go back to my country and then proceeded to shoot me in the balls with the, how you say it, flare gun." I can't believe what I'm hearing. This is huge. This could really impact the hell, Lauren. Even if this really is Panos' lawyer, the lack of verification is still stunning. We're never told what the lawyer's name is. We don't know if the phrase "we were laundering it" is him admitting to something or just describing the charges. There's no clarifying question from the interviewer, and the wider context of the conversation is completely absent. Panos and his colleagues were released on bail in December 2018, so no, he wasn't still in custody when Borderless came out. In 2020, Amnesty International published a breakdown of the investigation against Panos and his colleagues. Look, they even addressed the money laundering charge, which apparently relates to a fundraiser done by 2 of Panos' volunteers. Hey, it looks like they haven't uncovered any wrongdoing so far. I guess they never received that definitely real confession that Lauren is definitely sincerely reacting to here. Hey, Lauren? Hey? Honestly, I think it would be in Lauren's interest to just concede the point about trafficking, especially since one of the groups that was investigated for trafficking was none other than Generation Identity. Really, in July 2017, barely 2 months after Lauren's stunt, a group of Defend Europe activists were deported from Cyprus after they arrived on a vessel with 21 Sri Lankans. 5 of whom ended up claiming asylum. The GI activists were accused of giving out false documents, but were released for a lack of evidence. Who says The Guardian doesn't do both sides, eh? Coming back to the Aquarius, they were already acquitted of a €200,000 fine that the Italian government tried to seize from their NGO. As for their ongoing investigation, let's look at that. Part 3. 10 tons of HIV. So it looks like we're clear on smuggling charges, but that still leaves the primary accusation against the Aquarius: the mismanagement of toxic waste.
The whole ship and operation was just operating illegally, which is why it was shut down. They were dropping toxic waste in the Mediterranean. I think it had like HIV on it. I think it was like tons of it, 10 tons of it. It was crazy.
10 tons of HIV.
So these were
that's crazy.
HIV infected like poison and stuff.
I'm messing
with it. You can look this up. This is all, yeah.
Well, don't mind if I do. I do wonder why she brought this up, because there was no mention of toxic waste before 2018, which kind of suggests she was looking for a post hoc justification, but oh well. In any case, Lauren is being conservative here. It was actually 24 tons. This was another one of Salvini's claims against the Aquarius, and where do you start? First of all, I'm not sure why she thinks it was dumped in the sea. As far as I've been able to find, the waste was handed over to local authorities in containers labeled as special waste, which would just be standard procedure. The problem was that apparently some of the contents should have been labeled as toxic waste. The toxic waste they were referring to was the discarded clothes of refugees who had been rescued. According to Salvini and the prosecutors, the clothing had been contaminated not just with HIV, but also with meningitis and tuberculosis. Despite the fact that none of these diseases can be transmitted. You can't get HIV from clothes, or from phones, toilet seats, spoons, or cups, in case anyone needed to know. Tuberculosis is spread from the air and can't be transmitted through clothes, and meningitis is transferred directly from the nose and throat and can't be carried on clothes. This is the investigation that the Italian authorities persisted with, by the way. So not only did Lauren try to use this to justify her actions after the fact, she also seems to have been putting a strange amount of trust in someone who invented AIDS burqas. And Lauren definitely knows who Salvini is. She follows him on Twitter, and then she also mentioned him in her Vindicated video.
Italy's Interior Minister, Matteo Salvini, blocked the ship from docking at its ports, saying, "From today, Italy will start to say no to human trafficking and no to the business of illegal immigration." I didn't even stop the boat. GI didn't stop the boat. We didn't touch it. And the Italian government is doing exactly that. But what are you guys going to do? Are you going to call the government that enforces these laws terrorists?
Well, terrorist, that's a bit strong, but remember I told you about migrants being stranded after the port closures and how some prosecutors thought that might be illegal? Well, it turns out Salvini went on trial this month because leaving people stranded at sea for 2.5 weeks could potentially be classed as kidnapping. And that's not even the first time he's been in trouble with the law, so yeah, that guy. Part 4, illegal immigration. Okay, so I think it's safe to assume that Lauren and definitely Generation Identity did not try to stop the boat because of some deep-seated concern for trafficking or tuberculosis trousers. The real thing she emphasized both back then and now was illegal immigration. That was the thing they were chanting, after all.
No more! No more! Illegal immigration! No more! No more! Illegal immigration!
But in a lot of cases, even the reasonable lefties, their problem with me is something that I'm not going to be able to apologize for, because they think the problem inherently, like, f all the context with the boat and shit, they think the problem is that I'm against illegal immigration, and I still am.
Now, it is technically true that turning up to a country unannounced on a dinghy boat or a rescue vessel is illegal. The problem is, the framing here is very misleading. Because if this isn't a proper channel, the question becomes, what else is a refugee supposed to do? Like, if you're having to flee war or persecution or a failed state, you can't really be expected to just grab a visa and fly over. Given that the death rate in the central Mediterranean is 1 in 50 on a good year, this journey is mostly a last resort. That's kind of the point of being a refugee. After watching quite a bit of Lauren's content, I noticed she makes legal arguments quite a lot, but she never mentions international laws on immigration, probably because it would completely contradict her position. For example, the UN Convention on Refugees specifically makes an exception, stating that refugees are allowed to enter the country illegally and that the contracting state is obligated to hear their case. In case you noticed it, I should also explain what they mean by coming directly there. The wording here often gets misunderstood, but directly is only a reference to whether or not they settled in a previous state. And contrary to popular belief, refugees have no obligation to claim asylum in the first safe country they arrived in. I know that fact might be upsetting to some people, but really it makes sense. As the UN put it themselves, forcing people to stay in the first safe country puts an arbitrary and disproportionate burden on whatever country happens to be next door. For example, if a civil war breaks out in Scotland, then I'm sorry, but you can't just expect me and 3 million other wankers to go and live in fucking England. That's just not fair in any way. The only possible exception to this rule is the Dublin Agreement for EU member states, which doesn't really force people to stay in the first safe country, but it can sometimes undermine their asylum claim if they don't. So the people arriving in Europe are acting within their rights. But I know there are some tentacles that Lauren can grow for this argument. Part 4.3, Economic Migrants. I mean, this one is basically mainstream at this point. They're not refugees, they're economic migrants. In her older video, Lauren even claimed to have pretty strong backing for that position.
These ships had been portrayed in the media as helping and saving drowning refugees. And of course, the media completely neglected the research by both the UN and the EU, which confirmed Generation Identity's position that these were economic illegal migrants from non-refugee nations that were being trafficked and not saved.
So I don't know if this was what the UN or the EU said. She hasn't put any sources, and the closest I could find to it was an article from UN Dispatch, which said, some of the migrants aboard the Aquarius are certainly economic migrants, but initial processing in both France and Spain revealed that many were likely legitimate asylum seekers who have the legal right to seek asylum. And then it goes on to attack the politicians who make all the same arguments Lauren does. So, not much of an endorsement there, really. Now, you might have noticed I've been using the words refugee and migrant kind of interchangeably. And that's because the people arriving on the boats are really a bit of both. It is absolutely true that not everyone arriving in Europe gets their claim accepted. In 2020, about 40% of the claims were accepted first time, and then a further 29% of appeals and reviews were accepted. Still, that's quite a lot of people with unsuccessful claims. We'll get into some of the reasons for that in a minute. But the real question is, what exactly is an NGO supposed to do about this? If some of the people they rescue have legitimate asylum claims and others don't, how are they supposed to know that? Well, they're not, because that isn't their job. Even if they wanted to, they have neither the means nor the right to assess people's immigration status. All they can do is rescue people and help them complete their journey. And Lauren has some questions about that too. Part 4. Safe ports.
Maritime laws are that if anyone is near a boat that is drowning, any ships out in the Mediterranean, you have to go and save them. NGO or not, you have to go and help them. And then when you follow maritime law, you have to take them to the closest port of safety.
Right, so she is at least correct that states and NGOs are obligated to rescue people in distress. Awesome. she's almost correct about them having to go to the nearest safe port, but not quite. The term used in UN guidelines is the next port of call, and as they say themselves, there are a number of possibilities here. It can often be the nearest safe port, but as they say, the safety and dignity of those rescued and the crew must be the overriding consideration. This is where it gets a bit difficult because not every country has the same opinion on what counts as a safe port. The EU couldn't even agree on whether or not Mali was a safe country despite them having an FGM rate of 91%. Ugh. Hungary has a list that seems to exclude US states that still carry the death penalty, which is funny. In 2018, Germany was trying to declare Tunisia, Morocco, and Algeria as safe countries, whilst the EU rejected this idea, which was probably the right call given that Tunisia still doesn't even have asylum legislation, and Algeria just recently expelled over 3,000 migrants to Niger without due process. Spain does consider Morocco a safe port, but that doesn't really matter here because Moroccan waters were further away from the Aquarius. No law was being broken here. What I find really weird is that she also suggested Libya as a safe port.
And working as a trafficking service, not a rescue service, so instead of bringing them to the closest port in Libya and Morocco, they were accused of bringing them to Spain, which is clearly what was happening, or Spain or Italy.
Hey, Lauren, I don't expect you to know this. You only went and made a documentary about the whole thing. But there might be a couple of problems with sending rescued people to Libya. You know, Libya, the country that's only gone and had 2 civil wars in the last 10 years. Incidentally, one of the only countries for which the UN had to write a standalone press release emphatically saying it couldn't be considered a safe port. Look, they even stress the point. Commercial vessels must not be directed to bring rescued passengers back to Libya. Now, she did say this in a free-flowing conversation, but it wasn't an accident. Sending rescuees to Libya was also the intention of Generation Identity. She was told this was their plan.
And we also say if we, for example, see migrants who are actually in danger, we'll of course rescue and save them, but we will bring them back to the Libyan coast.
And hey, it turns out they weren't even alone in thinking this. There's also at least one prominent politician who thinks Libya has safe ports and can be seen as a trustworthy country. Oh look, it's this guy again. You know, maybe this is why so many people were struggling with their asylum claims. Maybe the threshold for refugee status is being set a little too high if countries in civil war are being described as safe ports. Maybe.
And if you want more, you'll have to go to Loner Box. To the channel. Go to the Loner Box channel. Well, I've lost enough weight that even with the cord around these shorts drawn to the tightest possible knot, they still fall off my ass. So, now both of the shorts that I bought for stream don't fit me. Alright. Nice. Buy more clothes, lazy? Yeah. Hey, I better see more subs here when I refresh, okay?
Milestone
you motherfuckers
you
are
have
being
been given
free
early
riders,
access to
watching
the
without
anti-waste
subbing,
effort
I'm
for
going
stress
to be
testing of materials on Exoplanet's bonus program.
disappointed in you.
Funneling
You
parts
understand?
into the awesome resource sink, depending on their amount and complexity, will grant you coupons in the awesome store, which can be exchanged for bonus rewards.
It's something.
Examples of
It's a
bonus
good channel.
content are parts, walls, factory
I'm already
attachments,
subbed.
and
Yeah,
cosmetics.
well, life is hard.
Fixit is working
Shit,
hard
we've
to
got a
develop
panel
additional
for you.
options, which will be added to the awesome store in the future.
Do we just read donos or do we do fun segments?
Go that extra kilometer. Go awesome.
Fun segments. That seems fair. 1 second. So who here remembers 1984 chat activated? Who here remembers the Lincoln Project? There we go. Do you guys remember that? it was like those principled Republicans who were opposed to Trump, and it turns out they didn't do anything and they sucked and nobody cares, right? Well, they had a little Joker moment, it seems, and I do think it's incredibly funny, I won't lie. The Lincoln Project sent a group posing as white supremacists with tiki torches to a GOP campaign event in Virginia ahead of the state's gubernatorial election. Which, I mean, the title kind of sums up the content of the article, doesn't it? But, yeah. A group of people carrying tiki torches turned up to an event for Republican gubernatorial candidate Glenn Youngkin. Glenn Youngkin. Youngkin? Okay. In Charlottesville, Virginia. Posing in front of his tour bus. Turns out they were sent by the Lincoln Project, an anti-Trump Republican group. And of course, yes, the tiki torches are, you know, sort of a reference to the 2017 Charlottesville protest. Yeah. Local NBC reporter Elizabeth Holmes shared a photo of the group on Twitter, reporting they said something that sounded like, "We're all in for Glenn," which is fantastic stuff, you know. And people online quickly began to suspect there was something strange about it. Really? You think? Okay, I know that Lincoln Project is basically like the poster child for political, you know, obliviousness, but folks, first of all, the tiki torch thing was an embarrassment. The white supremacists in Charlottesville wanted regular torches. They only had tiki torches because that's all that was available in the area. Torches are not like an easy thing to come by normally. We don't use torches. We have flashlights. But they had tiki torches at like the Walmart. But that wasn't their first choice. That wasn't like the first thing they wanted there, you know? So it's like, yeah, dude, we're totally... This is like an actual false flag. Yeah, dude, we're totally white supremacists. And they all dress up, you know, with the white shirt and the brown shirt, you know. And you have a black guy there. Which is really good. I always wonder why they didn't just, like, break them in half to regular-sized torches. That's not really how torches work. First of all, tiki torches have bamboo stabs, which don't light great. And second of all, you can't just light a stick on fire. If you want a torch to go for hours, you need them to be built in a certain way. These tiki torches, as you can see, have a... I mean, they have, like, basically like a little lantern at the top. And proper torches, they have fuel and, like, appropriate... It's like a whole thing, you know? Not easy to just construct one. If you do a bad job, you'll torch yourself. Blah, blah. Anyway, the point I'm laboriously getting at, apart from the fact that Shu posted really the only relevant information pertaining to all of this, that feel when no curvy false flag fed GF. Thank you as always, Shu, for really cutting through the bullshit and delivering the information that we actually care about. Thank you very, very much. Filling out those pants. So, to move past mocking this, the Lincoln Project essentially did a false flag in order to implicate Glenn, the gubernatorial candidate, who, to be fair, is extremely cringe, as I understand it. And this is really bad. This is extremely bad. If you want to, we can look at, like, Glenn's policy position. Yes, young cringe, exactly. Here, here. Glenn Youngkin. Bring it up. What do we got for my man, Youngkin for governor? Youngkin. I can't say that name, Youngkin. Youngkin. Glenn Youngkin. Youngkin. Glenn Youngkin. Go. I can't do it, I'm sorry. Political positions. An opponent of abortion, spoke out against gun laws, NRA, opposes mask and vaccine mandate. It's a Republican. Why am I breathing? If they're running as a Republican, we probably don't like them. Look, the point is, okay, it really delegitimizes sincere accusations of racism against Republicans when you are so desperate to find evidence of their racism that you are sending people out there to fake affiliation while LARPing as a white supremacist. I think that's extremely stupid. Bosch, that's the point. The Lincoln Project is a bunch of Republicans. Yeah, they're anti-Trump Republicans. Look, there are two angles that you can take from this, okay? One of them is that the Lincoln Project, which is internally, I'm sure, a complete clusterfuck, wanted to prove racism, blah, blah, so they sent guys over there and it got found out. The other possible narrative is that the Lincoln Project deliberately opted this false flag thing in order to delegitimize accusations of racism against Republicans. But if that was the case, why was it so easy to tie to them? I think I actually have a really consistent, solid, and bulletproof explanation for this whole thing. They're fucking idiots. I really do. Honest to God, I think that's the most that you can draw from this. Some dumb fuck at the Lincoln Project had a thought, and then, you know, went back to his daily slamming the refrigerator door on his head ritual. And after doing that for just a few hours, tried to recall what he had thought before the ritual. And they went with that, okay? They went with that. How do you know it's a false flag and not a joke? Well, posited as a joke. It seemed like a pretty deliberate effort to frame this guy, but yeah, it's an odd joke. Whatever the case may be, I think behavior like this is pretty goddamn bad. Here's the thing, folks, and I've seen other people talk about this too, like, why doesn't the left, like, you know, do to them what they do to us? Because we know what they do to us, right? At BLM rallies, we know there are far-right types who infiltrated. Cops do this. They'll pose as protesters and then incite violence from the protesters' side to give cops legitimacy when they engage in a crackdown. We know they engage in behavior like this. The thing is, I think our opponents, especially with regards to racism, are bad enough that we don't ever need to fake anything anyway, right? I mean, we can sidestep this entire, like, discussion. Should we engage in... We don't need to. Why would we need to? There's plenty of evidence of it anyway. We don't... It's like, well, is it morally right or wrong? It doesn't matter because we don't need to. It's like asking whether or not it'd be morally right or wrong to, like, save the left by blowing up this bridge. You don't need to. It's a normal bridge. What does the bridge have to do with anything? What? Did you just want to blow up a bridge, like, for fun? No. You don't need to. Why? You don't even need to have this conversation. The problem is nobody cares about how bad they actually are. Well, some people do. But we do need to be more effective in getting the majority of the population to understand our concerns. Republicans are great at that. Tucker Carlson is a great vehicle for instilling in your average Republican what is essentially Nazi ideology. At the very least, white nationalism, you know? But we don't really have apparatuses like that on the left in the same way. The closest that I would say we have is John Oliver. Imperfect, but I do believe that he touts a lot of leftist causes in ways that do get, like, widespread liberal support. And, you know, I don't agree with everything he's done and said, but I think that's no doubt a net benefit. I think we need to be good at doing stuff like that too. I feel like we have a lot that we can learn from the Black Lives Matter protests as well, you know? What elements of the BLM protests registered really well with most Americans and which didn't? When you look at stuff like that and think about stuff like that, I think it becomes more clear which issues we need to focus on, not in terms of what's most important to overcome, but what's most important to frame in a way which is rhetorically effective. And none of this has anything to do with paying people or asking people to show up with the damn tiki torches, okay? This is just silly. But it's the Lincoln Project, so I don't know. Nice. And I also wanted to talk about the January 6th thing. I've already talked about this, but I had a bit of an issue with the segment, which is that I was basically falling asleep during it. 1 second, let me wash my hands real quick. They feel a bit grainy, I guess, from the steering wheel. Isn't the panel in 3 minutes? No, it's in 33 minutes. Right? Yeah, I think so. 1 second. Don't ask me if I wash my hands, because that's all I did. People in chat are asking me about Kraut's video on Noam Chomsky. I've watched it myself. I want to look more into it because, look, I try to be consistent. If Chomsky is in a fairly indefensible way, sort of, you know, whitewashing a genocide to suit his political biases, then I'm more than happy to impugn him for that. I can still celebrate a lot of the good that he's done, but I try not to have heroes, you know. We have to talk about this. The Yugoslav Wars was a depressing rabbit hole. Yeah, it seems complicated, for sure. But having done that once by mistake in over 50 years of politics does not seem bad. Well, it really depends on how severe it is, right? So if it was a mistake he made once but has moved past, then that's much more defensible than something that he continues to defend, which it seems that he does, but I need to look more into it. Thoughts on Michael Parenti? Michael Parenti's probably denied more genocides, right? If we're tallying up the genocide denial chart, I feel like Parenti's probably got to be higher up than that, right? Will you ever do live events just for your fans? Probably not. You know? Hippy Dippy? What about Hippy Dippy? Look, we got to talk about the thing. Meme clip? What? Stop! Shh! Honestly, you people. My God. Have you seen the Hinkle clip? You know, if you click on it on Twitter and you look at people who have replied, you might find an answer to that question. Hold on. I've talked about the January 6th Capitol riot a few times, and for that reason, I really do not want to belabor the point. Recently, information came out indicating that GOP lawmakers were, quote, intimately involved in January 6th protest planning, a report found. Now, we had all suspected this was the case for a long time. This isn't surprising to me. But it is something we should talk about, and to reframe and contextualize a few arguments we've had in the past. Let's just listen to a little bit. We'll see how we feel, huh?
Where's the next closest node?
An alarming new report from Rolling Stone alleges direct coordination among planners of the January 6th insurrection and high-profile Trump allies in an attempt to overturn the 2020 presidential election results. Yamiche Alcindor explains.
The Rolling Stone article cites anonymous organizers who claim they coordinated with White House officials and Republican lawmakers multiple times in the weeks leading up to January 6th. I'm now joined by the author, Hunter Walker. Thanks so much, Hunter, for being here. Now, you were at the Capitol on January 6th. You also talked to two of these individuals who were involved in planning the events that happened on January 6th. What was the most important thing you learned about the former President Trump's his efforts to try to overturn the election that he lost, as well as his possible involvement in January 6th after talking to these individuals?
I mean, I think the mere fact that these individuals...
Haven't we watched this? Yes, but when we covered it before, I was almost catatonically tired. I'm going to correct that this time.
Who I confirmed were involved in planning and organizing the main rally on the Ellipse, as well as multiple of the protests against the election that happened in the weeks leading up to that day. I think the fact that they spoke to the press and the fact that they're communicating with the committee is pretty notable in and of itself, because it means that, you know, with this aggressive investigation heating up, people are starting to turn and cooperate with the government here.
And you're, of course, talking about the House Select Committee investigating the January 6th attack. And I want to ask you about the multiple lawmakers that you write about in your article. Who were the lawmakers talking to organizers, and what were they saying?
Get them up.
So both of my sources said they participated in quote-unquote dozens of briefings with Republican members of Congress and their staff. That included Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, Paul Gosar, Mo Brooks, Madison Cawthorn, and Louis Gohmert. And we've already had some indications that these members were involved in the efforts to overturn the election. They spoke at the events at the Ellipse. They were billed as speakers at this wild protest. Gosar headlined a Stop the Steal rally in Arizona. But what they specifically described was these members sort of strategizing to help them pick state locations for protests that would target persuadable senators to join the objection. And they were also going back and forth trading quote-unquote evidence of supposed election fraud. Obviously, any of that would have been baseless, but they described them as intimately involved in kind of plotting a grand show that day, both at the Ellipse and on the House floor.
Nice. All right, let's talk about this. So, essentially, as far as we can tell, some people are turning and giving info, and there are Republican lawmakers who directly coordinated with January 6th organizers in an attempt to plan out the attack on the Capitol, not directly the attack, but the event in ways to maximize the likelihood of them, quote, stopping and them preventing the verification of the election results. Now, this went as far as Gosar, that's the one who's friends with Nick Fuentes, right? He said that he would try to get, or that he would assure a blanket pardon in case anyone got in trouble. So, if you're assuring a blanket pardon beforehand, you're essentially admitting that you believe that other people are going to engage in activity that will get them arrested. They knew very well what would happen. They knew it would be an attack on the Capitol. There's no other reason why you would ever need to talk about a blanket pardon. So I want to talk about the implications of this. There are a lot of people on the left, unfortunately, and mostly on the right, who argue that we overplay January 6th. So I'm happy to say here, I really don't care about what happened to January 6th on its own. On its own, it was an attack and few people died. Many people die every day from insulin, deficiencies, and car accidents. The deaths immediately, in that one instance, that scenario, are infinitesimally small in significance compared to the real issue at hand here. The real issue at hand with January 6th is that it is an inarguable piece of evidence that Republicans are willing to throw their weight behind direct attacks on our democracy. I've used this example before, but if you were to imagine that Republican politicians, lawmakers, pundits were to continue fueling the flames of partisan divide, Democrats are trying to kill all Americans, whatever, they say anything and everything. Do you think it is at all unlikely that one day in the near future, Democratic senators or congresspeople might be shot by some Republican gunmen? Seems fairly likely to me. There are efforts at doing this caught from time to time. If one succeeded, might we imagine what the Republican Party's response would be? 20 years ago, the response of the Republican Party would be to unequivocally condemn the behavior of the shooter. But now, I don't think they would. I think first they would say it's a false flag, and second they would say it's Antifa. Third, they would eventually, after all the evidence came out, they would say, okay. But maybe we should consider how drastic the behavior of the Democrats to drive ordinary Americans to engage in behavior like that. That's what they would say. Oh, it's a tragedy. But you have to wonder, what are the Democrats doing to get people so riled up? Maybe the Democrats should reconsider what they're doing if it's leading to behavior like this. It would be essentially an endorsement. This is what will happen, by the way. I am not speculating. I have peered into the future. I have torn through the veil of time. This is what they will do. If they're willing to do it to January 6th, how many Republicans were claiming it was Antifa? The mainline Republican narrative right now is either to downplay the Capitol riot or to basically endorse it. That's the main line. This isn't like some tiny fringe. That's the mainline perspective right now. And the ones who don't have that perspective keep quiet because they know that to speak out and denounce the other Republicans would mean they don't win re-election. They'll be denounced as a Russian. Trump will make a blog post about that. So the Republican Party is essentially down for acts of terrorism to destabilize the democracy in ways that can get much worse. January 6th on its own was not that big of a deal, after all. No lawmakers were killed, non-lawmakers were killed, but ultimately they failed. They did not interrupt the democratic process. But they can try again. They can try again and again and again. And every time they try, they whittle away at our processes just a little bit more. Every judge they appoint, every law put forward, every attack is statistically an increase to the likelihood that they will eventually succeed. That is what 1 in a million shots are. And that's to assume, by the way, that this was a 1 in a million shot. I think January 6th was maybe like a 1 in 20, to be honest with you. But if you repeat a small, you know, an unlikely dice roll over and over and over, eventually you're going to get it. Because they only need to win once. We need to win every time to preserve the democracy. Every single time they make an attempt at it, we need to be the one who prevails. But they only need to do it once. Because as soon as they succeed, we no longer have a democracy in which we have the opportunity to mount a defense. That's that. We lost. Like murder attempts, really. You know, maybe somebody takes a shot at your life and they fail hilariously. Okay. But if they keep trying and trying and trying, they'll get better at it with time too. They'll be a better shot. They'll learn your patterns and your movement a little bit better, and eventually they will succeed. Now, how do we keep attempted murderers from eventually succeeding in their mission? How do we do if they just keep trying and trying, eventually they're going to succeed? How do we what interrupts them from eventually reaching this statistical inevitability? We put them in prison. We put them in prison. Really? That's an option? Oh, well, that's not applicable here. We're talking about a murderer here. But in the example that I'm kind of, you know, relaying this to, I'm only talking about something as essential as the future of the democracy in this country. Can you tell me why the folks tied to the January 6th insurrection have not been locked up for sedition? Sedition, it's a conspiracy. In the truest legal sense, they collaborated with people they acknowledged would get into legal trouble in an effort to prevent or at least delay the enactment of a United States law. That is the definition of sedition. They meet it flawlessly. But yet nothing's going to be done, will it? In any reasonable country, all of those people would be in jail right now. This is a distinctly anti-authoritarian perspective. I'm not asking for a violation of free speech or whatever else. This is, I mean, they violated existing laws. We have laws against sedition. I can read, hold on. U.S. definition, sedition. I mean, this isn't, we're not making anything up here. Hold on. 18 U.S. Code 2384. Now, please tell me if this sounds at all familiar. If two or more persons in any state or territory, or any place subject to the jurisdiction of the U.S., conspire to overthrow, put down, or by force, to destroy by force the government of the U.S., to levy war against them, to oppose by force the authority thereof, or by force, listen, to prevent, hinder, or delay the execution of any law of the United States, or by force to seize, take, or possess any property of the U.S., sedition. They attack the Capitol to stop the ratification of the votes. This is clean. This is 1-to-1. Now, I'm going to make a broader argument here. Now, I don't have, you know, magic voodoo powers. I can't just make these people get arrested. I will say, however, that if we do not find a way to punish behavior like this, this country is already dead. And I mean that very, very sincerely. This country is already gone. in its current state, with no deterrent to a party which is essentially admitted they're comfortable supporting terrorism to destroy our democracy, with no deterrent against that behavior, it is a mathematical certainty that eventually they will prevail. And they have been stacking the deck in their favor for a long time, too. From gerrymandering the existence of the Senate, of the Electoral College, the fact that they essentially broke gentlemen's agreements to deny Obama a Supreme Court pick, but then rushed in some while Trump was in. They are doing everything they can to stack the deck, and they're not going to stop trying to stack the deck because it's working in their favor. Democrats are weak. Democrats have no in-party cohesion. They are incapable of getting anything done culturally. Every once in a while you can pass a policy and, great, but Democrats aren't really that good at changing the fabric of our society. Republicans, despite being a minority in government and in their actual party constituency, are much better at doing that. They lead the charge. They set the standards. They control the discourse. And why? Well, they don't have a majority of media control. Hollywood generally produces progressive media by American standards. If you combine all the major news apparatuses, I mean, it's basically like Fox News, OAN, Newsmax. These are outliers. Large outliers, but nonetheless. We seem to have a majority in every meaningful way, and yet somehow they are still the ones continuously stacking the deck in their favor. Because if they hadn't, there would have been no chance for us. If we don't find a way to reverse that process, a way to overcome our apparent inability to deal with them, this country is already dead, and we will die with it. Unless you don't live in America, in which case you'll die shortly afterwards, because a fascist United States is probably bad for your part of the world, too. Also, hold on one second. Yeah, hold on. Alright, back. Oh, wait. Let's turn off 1984 chat. Are we all feeling nice and doomer? There we go. There we go. Nice, 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 nice. Well, we have the panel in 15 minutes. So I guess we should run through some donations. Oh, here's what we're doing for the panel, by the way. Stardust's panels are goofy as fuck. They're goofy, goofy, goofy. I wouldn't expect nothing serious. I was just gonna play some Diablo wall on it. It's just gonna be a show. It's a goofy panel. Goofy, goofy. What can we do to affect this? The goofy panel or the decline of our civilization? Don't you think fascism dies essentially with the boomer and Gen X generation? No, I don't think so. This is one of the false hopes that liberals cling to, the idea that the death of the elderly will change things. The death of the elderly does make us more socially progressive on average, but it doesn't fix the stark political divide, nor the radicalization towards fascism. Young people are perfectly susceptible to fascism. In fact, they might be more so than Gen X or boomer types are. Depending on what type of Gen X boomer.
Oh, I need to build
a lot
rotors.
of people out there. The whole world is going down the road of fascism. There are fewer democracies in the world right now than there were 20 years ago. Bosh, how do we change it, though? Look, there are three answers to this. Okay?
Building rotor time.
One is you vote and you pray. Not a huge fan of that one on its own. Two is that you do everything you can to push for a cultural revitalization of leftist values in such a way as to form a bulwark against fascism. And the third thing I can't say on Twitch or YouTube for TOS reasons. So, it's really up to you. As long as you don't do any violence, of course. That would be
what do I need for
very morally wrong to prevent fascism.
8 reinforced plates. All right. I need to. Those other 2 iron nodes are probably going to be switched to reinforced iron plate.
I don't want to read donos right now. Can we read donos after the panel? The panel will be a good long while. But I'll be here after it. Join the SRA, maybe. I've said this before, but if you all don't have a particular moral or mental health related aversion to firearms, it really would not be a bad idea to stock up on some. Just a few. Like I've said before, it's not about self-defense if some burglar breaks in. That ain't gonna do it. Mathematically, that just does not work out. Okay? That is not why you do it. However, and I've said this before, if society ever just stops working, and that can happen. Don't buy into this liberal end of history bullshit like, oh yeah, dude, my suburban neighborhood will be perfectly safe forever. There's no chance of any major social upheaval changing things. If things get destabilized, you know, there will be far-right militia gangs roaming around. That is a thing that will absolutely happen. That is an objective fact that you cannot argue against, because it happens even before society has collapsed, okay? And if that happens, I would like it if relatively progressive parts of the country had firearms there too, instead of all of them being owned by far-right militia types that live out in the rural areas or that stockpile in like suburbs. That is my opinion on it, okay? You don't have to run around learning sick gun tricks around. I'm not asking you to go to the range every day. I haven't been to the range in 2 months. I've been lazy. Also, I hate going to the range with mask mandates. God. Too many things in my face. You have the glasses, the mask, earbuds, the noise dampeners. It's too many things in my face, you know.
I think I can use those leaves.
I'll wait for the mask mandates to be gone. Go to an outdoor range. Yeah, it's just not a... I'm a Britbonger, so I can't do the guns. Yeah, well, I'm talking about Americans here, because in America, everyone, even if you live in California or New York, you can get guns, okay? And again, you don't have to be crazy, LARP, whatever. It's just... I think you should try to treat guns the same way that you treat your fire extinguisher, your emergency rations and water, and a med kit that all of you should have. An earthquake preparation kit, you know, in your house. This isn't something you bust out every day. You probably just keep it in a box and forget about it for years. But if you feel an earthquake happening, you think, oh, that's right. In the hallway closet, underneath all the extra blankets, I have this earthquake preparedness kit. You have the flashlight, the this and that, okay? And if you're ever wake up and you look at the news and you see some shit about a presidential assassination and this and that and the city's on fire, whatever, you think, oh, that's right. I do have that Glock in the little you know, shoebox that I have underneath, like the bottom part of like the sink, under the sink cabinet, you know, something like that. You don't have to freak out about it. Ideally, you'd want a safe. You should always have a safe, of course. Do you think 3D printing... I don't know anything about 3D printing firearms, I'm sorry. I don't know the... I just don't know about it. Going through? Okay, hold on. One mo. Do. And we're back. No, later. Alright, Vermin was at a... Oh, close the door. Vermin was at a taxidermy class for funsies. And Demon Mama was there, apparently. Not at the taxidermy class. Yes. So now we have a taxidermy. I'll show you all later. We're going.
This is boring. This is just pressing buttons.
Yeah. You remember when Reed Richards created a plastic firearm to take out Magneto? I don't remember when that happened in real life, but I get the concept. You know, I understand the logic. Wait, no, it wasn't a wooden gun. I imagine you can make, as long as you don't care about using it that many times, I'm pretty sure that you can make a gun out of pretty much any material that's like harder than balsa wood. Maybe you could even make it out of balsa wood. I wouldn't expect it to survive more than one shot though. Yeah, be like a one-use gun. Someone was you for Halloween, posted the photo in Vosh chat in the Discord. Me for Halloween? God, that's a wild feeling. Oh my god.
This take needs 30. This
Jesus Christ. Dude,
right,
that slaps.
We're gonna scale this up.
If I could be known, like if the burgundy coat could be my outfit, like that's what I'm associated with, it would make me very happy. This slaps. I can't believe I'm a Halloween costume. Holy shit, that's so cool. I feel fucking actualized. You need a professional photo of yourself? Don't say that. Tempest has been telling me that for 6 months. Don't embolden him. The burgundy jacket and the black turtleneck drips pretty hard. Yeah, I'll probably wear that when I'm at the Jubilee debate as well.
Oh shit, he's going on Jubilee. Fucking dislike those panels. Just the production type.
How many times do I have to mention the Jubilee thing? People keep. I guess it is pretty cool. Yeah. It's better Vosh's red jacket or Destiny's legendary blue trench coat. It would work out like that, wouldn't it? It would work out like that. When are you going to Jubilee? In 6 days, I'm pretty sure. I'll be out for a few days in LA. Anyway, what was I saying? Hey, Lamal, Hassan's probably going to react to your Jubilee. Well, I'll take the content boost, thank you. What's the Jubilee debate about? QAnon versus anti-QAnon. I was recommended by a former victim of QAnon who responded with me when asked who they think would be a good advocate for arguing against QAnon. I'll need to familiarize myself with a few talking points beforehand, but I think, will they actually have QAnon people there? I imagine so. You know?
These are overfilling.
Unless they want us to just like talk into the camera, which I'll do as well. How long do you think it's going to take to publish? Probably a while. The larger and more established a production studio is, the longer it takes to take to get it out. No, Jenny, no, it's not good. Anyway, what the fuck was I talking about? Shit. I forgot. QAnon research stream? We might do something a little bit like that. Isn't QAnon listed as a terror org? No, I don't believe so. Yeah, we'll enjoy it. We'll enjoy it. No, yeah, I don't think it will. Donuts walk the we only have Oh yeah, we have to go over this. I'm sorry. I did see the debate between Infrared and Destiny last night because I'm always looking for, you know, good memes. And
should people vote for the Democratic Party?
So to begin, hold on, wait, someone did the door.
Okay, Destiny. I can't press my case.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello.
How you guys doing?
Doing good.
Doing great. What's the question?
Should people vote for Democrats?
Definitely not. Definitely not.
Okay, if that's the intro, Destiny, now you can start with yours.
That's the intro. My intro. It'll be my intro.
should not vote for Democrats because at the end of the day, Democrats are all of the corporate oligarchy. They're furthering the imperialist wars. They are rippling more Americans
We can't
into
hear anything you're saying.
Oh no, John Humble. What a fucking nightmare. Jesus Christ. I'm pretty sure the microphone he's talking into is more expensive than the one I use. I have no idea how you produce audio like that from that. I don't know what gain setting you need to have on. Jesus Christ. Sure, mic's around $560. Yeah, my mic is like $300. That's just how his voice sounds. What if he actually did just sound like that? Like if he opened his mouth at you in person, like he would just sound like that? Who says this? This is Jackson Hinkle. This is the guy who I debated and he thought that saran gas would go up through the windows or whatever. Chlorine, I forget. And yeah, that dude. Anyway, he wanted to debate Destiny 2. Destiny said no, so I guess he had a little Sam Cedar moment. Is he shorter? I don't know. Who's shorter than who? That's the real question. Looking good. Looking good, man. Who is the original guy? The original guy is Infrared. At least Infrared does look, you know. He looks a little bit like Leonidas, doesn't he?
Alright.
You've got to give Destiny credit for making it as awkward as possible. Look, I don't have the highest opinion of the guy, but I will say this. He does have a skill that I absolutely do not. And it's letting it hang. When another person is hanging themselves, like setting up their own rope to hang themselves from, he has the ability to just sit there silently. And I don't. I've never had that ability. But it is a very powerful tool. And it's something we could all stand to, you know, we could all stand aloof from. Like, picture of them next to each other. I guess they're like the same height. Is Haas okay? What's going on, man? In this picture, doesn't he look like a Dark Souls NPC? Like you know, like you had a template and then you like tweaked a couple of the modifiers or something. He has the determined stare of the unkindled, the chosen one too. Ashen one. Ashen one. Very similar. Oh shit. God damn, it's true. What's up? It's right now. What's up? What kind of shit do you think Haas is into? Because we know he hates women. Like, he was bragging about not making women come. What do you think, Oh, we can turn the side check back on. Scat. You know, there's a particular type of video that's always haunted me. There's a company that does these videos. I only remember this name, I think, because it's so disgusting for a fucking porn company name. I think it's called, like, Dog Fart or something. If anyone's ever seen that logo, I think they do, like, throat fucking until someone throws up videos. And I have a vivid memory of when I was younger, because I think, like, if a person's really talented at deep throating, I think that's cool, right? But there's a huge difference. There are, like, two kinds of deep throating videos, and one of them is, like, the chick, because I was mostly watching straight porn back then. The chick is, like, super good at it, and it's just, like, talent, you know? I respect that shit, okay? If there's a big dick, and the girl, like, puts the hair up in a ponytail and just, like that, fuck yeah, I couldn't do that. I know I can't do that. I've had dick in my mouth. I can't do that. Congratulations, you know? That slaps. But then there's the ones where it's like, like, the girl can't deep throat. She just kind of has her gag reflex, like, slammed against until she, like, you know? And that, I think, those videos sometimes look the same from the thumbnail and title. Anyway, yeah, panel, yep, panel, yep.
This could be a little bit. Now I need shitload of concrete, and my concrete is slow as fuck.
I hope my audio doesn't sound like shit. I'm trying to fix my Discord audio. I'm in the lobby.
Yep, not even. I guess I can,
My name is Vouch.
I can do the rest of it. Alright. Let's start out with,
Not the camera. Why do I have 4 vMix video camera files? What the fuck is that? Okay.
Do I go for reinforced plating or rotors?
Wait for the audio to come in on Stardust server.
Alright. Let's start.
No, he's lagging for me.
Okay.
He sounds like a robot, yeah.
Howdy.
Hello, Vosh.
Okay. Yo, Vosh.
Howdy.
Howdy do. We're waiting on one more person, so
go.
we're
I'm
just
not
chilling.
Hurry. Nothing to worry about.
Okay. Cool. I guess we could start with the
uh,
first question. Oh, here she is. Hello.
Hi. Oh,
Hi.
Twitch.
How's it going?
Well, I'm good. Wait, what is? I feel like such a boomer right now. I've never used this before. How exciting.
Whereby?
I'm gonna fix this.
Sorry, I'm just getting my video sorted.
Oh, no problem. We're just, chilling like we do on a regular basis because I'm totally friends with all of these people and I'm cool enough to be friends.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, we hang out like this all the time, right, guys?
Yep.
I've dropped by your stream a few times and had
I was here the other day.
Hangout.
That's true. Very true.
This is my first time.
I consider myself somewhat of a regular.
This is my first time too.
I'll be gentle. Don't worry.
I'll be gentle. Please go easy on me.
Yeah. So basically, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Okay, this is Chaos Cast Crown Halloween edition. So I will be asking you, I hope you came here knowing that I'm going to ask you some fucked up questions as well as some normal ones. Yes, this is the Halloween edition. And as always, we'll start with introductions. So why don't we go in order? Dylan, did you want to go first?
Yeah, so I'm Dylan, I guess. Basically, I'm like a Marxist revisionist type, although here we're going to be a little silly. So, for now, my politics are anarcho-Beastie Boyism. It's the politics of being an anarchist who listens to the Beastie Boys and the Beastie Boys exclusively. Thank you.
Alright, so I need
Very
to get
cool. Very cool.
60
IRI?
screws.
I go by I'm Really Important. I talk politics on my stream. We focus on Capitol Hill. We watch a lot of Senate hearings, House floor debates, stuff like that. We're very excited about next week. We've got a Virginia governor's race. We got these infrastructure bills coming down to the wire. So a lot of good stuff happening. I'm excited to be here. I had a lot of fun last week on the Chaos Cast Royale. So thanks for inviting me back.
Thanks for coming back. And Pixel, how do you want me to address you?
Oh, Pixel is fine.
Okay.
It's all good. As long as it's not Pixie, then I'm good.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Hi. I'm Pixel.
Hi.
Two left for some, not left enough for others. And I cover the news at Insomniac American hours. So this is like real early. There is daylight coming through my window, which is not my thing. But yeah. I'm looking forward to having some fun on a Sunday morning.
Oh yeah.
Is it too early for a wine or no?
It's 5 o'clock somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Have a wine, please.
Nick?
Hi, my name's Nicholas Diorio. I would love to tell you what I am politically. I have no idea. I'm a YouTube commentary drama channel. I'm not very political, so I'm probably going to be garbage in every one of those topics tonight, but I'll do my best. And yeah, you can find me on YouTube and Twitch.
Vivosh.
Yeah, well, I'm a professional Bloodborne streamer. I dabble. You know, I don't really have any real political beliefs. I just debate whatever's fun at the time, and I'm just super happy to be here. You know, I heard that you know, Stardust is an ally to people on the right and the left, so I felt like I could really fit in here.
Cool. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. And I just like to be friends with everybody. Chud?
Oh.
Chud Logic? Are you there? We can't hear you. He might be having internet problems. Did you want to go, Fawn?
It's already over.
Yeah, sure. Hi, I'm Fawn. I'm from New Zealand, and I am at the moment incredibly mentally unstable.
Hello,
no relation
I'm not
to
in the
being.
Discord call. Someone put me back in, please. I'm trapped.
What's
I'm
going
trapped
on?
outside.
Oh, you're trapped outside. Oh, I'm sorry. That's why you couldn't speak. Sorry about that. Hello.
I was so confused.
Hey,
Sorry about that.
Am I still roboting or not?
No. Well, we were just doing Fawn's introduction before you interrupted us, so.
I'm really.
I was talking about my deep personal issues.
Oh, Fawn, I'm so sorry. That's the British for you, I guess.
40. God damn! I need my calculator.
Patriarchy everywhere.
I'm here to attempt to forget.
Calculator
you know,
for all the numbers. I'm too dumb.
Sadness and pressure from consuming me whole, so that's why
30
I'm here.
times 0.4.
Okay, and Chud.
Well.
Logic.
Hey.
Oh,
hey, how's it going, everyone? I'm Chod Logic. I'm a Britbonger. I'm cursed twice. I'm a Twitch streamer and I'm a Britbonger, so that's unfortunate. But yeah, I talk about politics and drama on my channel. Yeah, come and check me out sometime. It's all good fun and memes on the Chod Logic channel, and that's it.
Cool.
All right. So it's 20 plates.
So, everybody in the audience, welcome to the Chaos Cast Crown. As I said, I ask some normal questions here. I also ask some really fucked up questions, so I hope you're ready for it. This is not really a political show, though sometimes it can get political, but I try to ask questions that kind of throw people off. Anyways, as you all know, we do like a battle royale kind of style, so I will ask a question, and then anybody can jump in and say what they want, and you all will just, you know, duke it out. So, and then chat decides who's the winner for that round. And the very first question that I have for you all is, how dare you, and who gave you the right?
Rob
Your
did.
mom.
Okay.
I was
that
young.
was just a joke.
Oh, okay. I was
I
young
mean, if
and
you
I
want
needed the
to, if you want to answer it. Yeah, okay, all right.
Rob Noor gave me that right when we were on the American Octagon together.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
So when
Now we
we're
have a
done
rule
with
for
race-
you.
Wait, we have a rule? You guys have a rule for me?
Yeah, it's called the Stardust Rule.
What is that?
It's basically if you use your cage match to just scream over the other person, then we only mute you, and then the other person gets a minute uninterrupted. And I got it with the CTV, and I read him the first page of the Communist Manifesto.
Nice. Very nice.
Why is that
Thanks.
called the Stardust Rule? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, that's not what Stardust does, is it?
She did it to
is
Rob
what I
Noor.
did.
She
I did it to Rob Noor. I was on the American Octagon, and I picked a cage match with him. And there were no rules at that time to the cage match, so I decided I'll just scream at this guy. So I started screaming that, you know, don't put fucking words in my mouth, don't put shit in my mouth, don't you dare shit in my mouth. So it just went full meme with the screaming, yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm sad that they had to make a rule for me. So,
Well, I'm
yeah.
happy I got to use it to my advantage so I could read Critically Thinking Veteran, the first page of the Communist Manifesto.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
How did he take that? Did he take anything on board? Did he agree with anything?
He read me the preamble to the Constitution, so I retaliated in true Marxist fashion with, you know, hitherto society.
Vosh loves horse.
How do I block this?
Wow.
Respond, reject.
Oh, there's some people horsing around. Jesus.
Yeah.
No pun intended.
Is that true?
So first of all, of course not. But second of all, even if it was, would it be that bad?
No.
Right, exactly. But it's not true, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Just like I don't harvest organs and sell them on the black market.
Of course, but if you did, you know.
I'd be doing a service because we have a shortage actually of organs, but you know, I don't do that, so. Okay. So, right. Okay, so first question, that was a mean question. I didn't mean it. The first question is, if vampires didn't suck blood, okay, this is a Halloween edition, okay? So you all have to argue about this, okay? So if vampires didn't suck blood and instead they like suck cock, would you let one suck your cock?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely not.
Why
not?
Do they still have the fucking teeth?
Is it gonna bite?
Yeah.
Those
even better.
Those
Even
teeth
better.
are up front. They're not like molar teeth. They're up front. They're right there.
But here's the thing: when the vampire sucks your cock, then you have like this insatiable need to suck cock like once a month.
Well, we already get that. Don't
I mean,
we?
that would be less than my usual, so.
Yeah.
Don't see that.
Yeah, you get
bad.
you get your dick sucked to be like, oh, thank God, a reprieve. At last.
Exactly. I'd be like, oh, okay, only once. Only once.
Question:
Yeah.
do they have like Vampires Dick Suckers Anonymous, where you like sit there and you go like, hi, I'm Drac, I'm a dick suckaholic, and
name
I
is
just
Drac.
Dracula, vampire.
Like Dracula, yeah.
They already have a whole website for that. It's Twitter.
It's the gay version of Dracula, Drac, right?
Yeah.
I thought it was just like the American, like Chad version. Like, hey, I'm Drac.
You know, like I'm Dracula. I suck cock.
I don't think they have a support group for that. I just figured like it would be interesting. Like, what if like vampires? I don't know. Like, do you think like vampires, the traditional vampires that suck blood, you think that they have like problems when they're trying to suck each other off? Because I feel like that would be like.
Yes, I'm actually reading a book right now that is a lot about vampires. I don't know why. This is apparently relevant. It's called Empire of the Vampire.
Ooh.
By Jay.
I muted myself in the call. I'm just telling you.
It
is
is
going to be 3 hours.
They have.
I love you guys. Okay,
They do
I need
have
a break.
vampires that have physiques, and during that, there's actually the main character basically almost like kills a girl because he's like going down on her and doesn't realize that he like needs blood, so he like
Fuck.
And
Oh my God.
yeah.
Well,
So that comes up quite a lot in this book, and it
wouldn't
is
there be
a
like
little
a
bit
conflict
weird.
of interest though? Because like if you're getting an erection, there's a lot of blood rushing to one area. What if the vampire just like loses control and just like?
Yeah,
I don't know.
also his wife, who is a vampire later, spoilers, and does also like be like, I'm gonna suck you off, but also bite your dick and then suck your blood. But it's like feels good. It like feels good because like vampire
kind of biting.
It like feels good for them because they're like obsessed. Like the way that vampires are is they like enthrall people. So you're like, yeah, like take my blood.
This just sounds like my average Wednesday afternoon. Like,
Would you have to live forever? Don't vampires live forever?
sorry.
They live a while.
Yeah.
At least. Look,
Yeah.
the thing is that on their own, at least, vampires aren't a particularly sexy monster to risk yourself fucking. If it's like a werewolf or something, I mean, if it's something like that, I think you could make you could make a risk argument. But what? So it's a regular person, but with the teeth? Or do they have the cape? I mean, what are we losing this for?
So they have eyeliner, they have the cape, because that's like the dress code.
Aren't
for
they like
vampires.
always forever young?
They look.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Twilight
They look like
vampires
that.
were kind of hot. Like,
Why is a
Not
werewolf
wrong.
hotter than a vampire?
I don't know how to
Because
answer
this man
that
takes
question.
horse cock.
Because that's
Wait,
we're getting
no,
into fairy territory there.
it's a werewolf. They're werewolves. What do you? A vampire? You can look identical to a vampire by putting on those fake plastic teeth. Okay, werewolves are full-on monsters. They have the whole thing going on aesthetically.
Yeah, so it's more.
You're just not attracted to monsters.
It's better to have a fetish for like goth-looking people than like dogs.
Werewolves are not dogs.
And into bestiality,
Wait,
Bosh.
this is
Into
like,
bestiality.
well, let's wait a minute. Let's be fair, because there is like furries, right? Are you a furry? Because that could make sense.
I don't even think it's a furry thing. I'm just saying that if we're talking about fucking monsters, which vampire does fit with it, we're talking about an increased risk to a person, right? I mean, they're all stronger than us. So if you're going to risk that, I would rather it be with some novel experience, like a fucking werewolf or I don't know, some cool shit like that, than like, oh, it's like a regular person, except they have eyeliner, you know?
It depends on the type of vampire.
Wait.
Yeah.
Because like some vampires are super strong and like super like beautiful and like different, you know?
Yeah,
Also, in literature,
can also
vampires.
be women.
Yeah, also in literature, vampires represent like intrigue and desire. They're like they can like seduce you. A werewolf just has like a giant furry crotch that needs to be shaved before you even have sex with it. Like that's just a.
I've had sex
that's
without
just a
shaving my
nightmare.
furry crotch.
And I really wouldn't want to experience that. Godspeed, comrade, but like that would be the worst fucking experience in my life.
Well,
I'm
people who
so
swipe
sorry.
right on me on Tinder probably. I mean, you know, there's a fair number of women out there into hairy guys. I feel like I've talked to so many girls who have at some point indicated that like getting gangbanged by 13 werewolves in a park during nighttime or something is like a dream come true for them. You know?
That's oddly specific.
You need to meet new people. You guys need to meet new people.
My chat is
just
full of
stand
people
and go
nodding right
straight.
now. My chat is like, yeah, that's me you're talking about. But I'm actually talking about like all of them, you know?
Wait, can like a werewolf consent?
No.
That depends on the
Okay,
werewolf.
but
rules.
Here's the thing. We're missing the main point here, right? Is that the vampires that I'm talking about are the dick-sucking vampires, which means they're really good at sucking dick. Okay? They've been doing that for thousands of years. Yeah. They're super good. It's like the best blowjob you're ever gonna get. Or if it's a woman, it's like the best head you're ever gonna get, right? But the one thing is that now you have this insatiable need to like, you know, suck dick.
I
or
only
whatever.
think this will make the world a better place. On
Yeah,
God.
I do not see. I do not see a downside.
So wait.
This sounds amazing.
Wait, okay, so hold on. If blood isn't the sustenance, but cum is, would they even have the sharp teeth? Shouldn't they have some kind of like undulating
Like
series of
DSLs?
sphincters inside of their mouth, like right past
They
their
have
lips?
like a.
Oh my god.
Shout out the soldiers who died in the service. I dive in her cervix.
Well, you
This
get what
is-
I mean, right? Their mouth
I'm
should
not
be like
gonna
some
lie.
kind of oscillating.
Are you saying
fuck
that they
switch.
shit through their mouth?
Well, if the
Don't
mouth
human
of a
centipede
regular
this, please. I know it's Halloween, please.
if the mouth of a regular
Yeah.
vampire has the pointy teeth to suck blood, then it makes sense that a blowjob vampire would have a mouth specifically designed to suck dick, right? And our mouths are not optimal for sucking dick, right? They wouldn't have teeth. They would just have
Speak
like
for yourself.
a bunch of rings, like right? Like maybe they have multiple lips, like different layers.
I ain't putting my dick in that, okay? That sounds
So,
fucked
but
up.
like,
It's
if it sucks
optimized.
my dick and then I become one, will my mouth like fucking like get deformed and shit?
Painfully, yes.
I feel like only if you're sucking dick. Like, you know, like it would turn into that when, you know, like vampires don't always have the sharp teeth necessarily. Like their fangs like come out when they're about to like you know, suck blood. So it's like the same
God.
thing. They're like your mouth like opens into like these many different shaped holes, and yeah.
They're about to go
like a
down. They're
vacuum
like, hold
turning
on, let
on.
me get ready. Yeah, and their
Maybe
whole fucking
the
like
risk
throat
of, like,
distends.
death is what makes it hot, though, right? Like maybe the high risk
yeah.
nature of this situation is like part of the hotness.
Question.
Absolutely.
I have a really important question. You know, like a nicotine patch where it like gets absorbed. What if the vampire just has a tongue that it puts on your like ball sack and it just absorbs the cum straight out? Like, is this like a form of evolution they would have?
It would be fun though.
Yeah.
No, it wouldn't. But they would evolve over time to find more. Yeah, but they would find more efficient ways to extract.
Right, yeah, it's not
semen,
about us,
to
right?
extract
It's
semen.
about their vampiric thirst. So our pleasure is really just sort of a means to an end.
I don't know. If I had to have semen, it would be
But
pretty
that's the
easy,
question, though. Like, the question
they might as well
is,
make like synthetic semen.
they just like they're so good at sucking dick, right? That's the thing, though. Like, they're really good at it.
But Stardust, you said that if they did it to you, you would have an insatiable need to suck dick as well. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Think it's a big drawback.
Yeah, I think
once a month.
That's not a big
You have a lot of
drawback.
friends.
Would you get like
you'd have a lot of
heroin
friends,
drawback
you know?
if you don't? Like, you know, I mean, like, would I
You
like
die.
need to?
You
or
die if you don't. You die if you don't.
It's like you die.
Okay, that's not that bad.
It's like a
That's not that
timer.
bad.
Like, I'll die if I don't
Whoa.
suck a dick.
That's not
Now
that bad.
that's interesting right there. I would probably
Like
be dead
Spark.
then. That's nuts.
I would be dead too.
Would they suck their own dick?
I'm gonna be honest with you.
No, they
could
can't
try
suck
that.
their own dicks. They can't.
Damn.
Like they
How
can't
do you
reach, or it wouldn't do anything for them.
No, it wouldn't do anything because it's like I don't.
Yeah,
I don't
vampire
know.
can't suck their own blood, can they? It doesn't fucking
Yeah.
work like that.
Well,
you know?
well,
Yeah, it
with
doesn't
that
work
though,
like
with that you're replenishing the same resource, right? But the resources that are used to make cum, like would they be drinking cum to make more cum in their balls? Would they suck your dick and then their balls would swell with the cum they have? Like, because they drink blood
Merging of the
for
cum.
food, right? For sustenance, but that's a one-to-one thing. But for us, it's like, where's that cum going? Is it being turned into their blood? If you shot one, would they like run to find the nearest dick they could and like suck it to heal or whatever?
You know what they
There
say?
could be like
It's their life force. Yeah.
You know
there
what they
could be
say?
glory holes that people just go to.
Okay, and when we say sucking dick, I'm assuming we just mean giving head in general.
Yeah.
They'd like play with the. Yeah.
Like
Somebody in chat says, even if it's the best blowjob of my life, I'm not sure it would be worth the lifetime commitment of having to suck dick or die. Well,
Yeah,
that's
I'm
just your
probably
opinion.
kind of there.
Well,
I'm kind of there. Like, I have arthritis in my face. Like, I don't know. Fuck, that could be fucked.
I mean, it would be better than sucking blood. You don't have the issue of like, you know, you're turning other people into. Well, sorry, you know, that's like a very intrusive thing, isn't it? Sucking someone's blood out. Sucking a dick. Not
Is
so
sucking
intrusive.
a dick not intrusive? I feel like
You can
that would be
normalize
very
it though,
intrusive
right?
as
Go,
well.
go to a
There's more
bathhouse,
demand for
right?
that.
I mean, yeah.
It's not as
demand
intrusive
for
as sucking blood. Sucking blood is way fucking worse than sucking a dick. Way more intrusive, surely.
Yeah, plus there's more
True.
demand for dick sucking. We all know this to be true.
People will
you
line
can
up
make
to
a
you.
lot
Yeah.
of friends.
People will be
Yeah,
like, we've got a neighborhood vampire, and they'll be like, oh, dude, you're so lucky. Do they really? And you'll be like, yeah, they do, like 6 times a day. Dude, no way. It'll be great.
What if we got to a point
Somebody
though?
book race?
Wait, what if we got to a point where there were so many vampires trying to suck dick that it went the other way, where it's just like you're trying to find somebody who wants their dick sucked, and then like the vampires all start dying because like I don't know, they have the monopoly over it.
Everyone's
like-
wearing like
True.
cod pieces to hide their dicks from the fucking. Yeah.
But wait, do they just need cum as a life force? Does it have to involve dick sucking, right? Can they like not like get a
Involve the
spoon?
dick.
Okay, so it
has
has
to,
to be
yeah.
dick sucking. Right.
So
This
it's
is
like, no,
not
I
about
thought this through.
Question:
Yes.
Is sickle cell anemia on the table?
For them or us?
Them.
I
Can you
don't
get that
know.
from sucking dick?
I don't think so.
No, but can they suck sickle cell anemia cum and survive on it?
Does
I think so.
Does that affect cum? I didn't.
Are they still dead? You know, like
That's how you
vampires
reject-
are
Like,
supposed to be dead.
is that like when you eat pineapple and it affects it?
Well, like, I mean, the thing is I don't know
Yeah, but
about you
what?
guys, but I get my scientific data from the movie Ted 2, and the rejected sickle cell anemia samples. I'm not sure if they're just less tasty or like.
Wait, did Did the movie Ted 2 really go
appreciate
there?
your contribution to the scientific method. Wait, yeah, aren't we literally describing like a succubus right now, or an incubus, like a creature that's optimized
Vampire.
A dick succubus.
But a succubus is like a cum vampire, basically, right?
It's more like a cum demon.
Yeah, but
Yeah, semen demon. Thank you, Dylan.
You guys are
Okay.
making this too easy.
Oh.
Too easy.
Okay, so but with the rampant spread of STIs, like that would be a problem, right?
if you're a vampire, you gotta be immune
It's
to
like
that.
Pokemon, you gotta catch them all.
If you have like HIV, that could be a real hindrance because then you'd have to find others with it.
Oh, this is
Are
so
vampires
dumb.
susceptible to STIs, or do they not have like?
Are they still like dead?
Strong,
So
hardened immune systems. Do you know what I mean?
Maybe. For all we know, this might cure AIDS. So.
Everybody gets AIDS. No one has AIDS.
Wait, hold on, wait. AIDS affects the blood and the cum. Do vampires get AIDS?
They
Like
get
regular
turbo AIDS in this situation.
Turbo AIDS.
Yeah, I feel like we're on the cusp of getting into talking about bug chasing, which is a conversation I'm fascinated with. So I'm just throwing it out there as an option, okay?
Bug chasing.
Bug chasing is basically.
Yeah, we could get a little bit more serious. We can talk about that.
Okay,
I have a question.
Bug chasing is when gay dudes want to get AIDS, so they go and they get fucked by other dudes with AIDS, and they're like, yeah, come in me,
I don't know that it's
give me
specifically
AIDS.
gay, though,
So this is like a chicken
Yeah,
pox
Dennis
party for
Prager
AIDS?
is a bug chaser.
Yeah, that is true. Dennis Prager is indeed a bug chaser. He came out as a bug chaser recently, so no kink shaming though, okay?
Yeah, so I think it's
I will
anybody who
shame
gets off on getting sick, right? Off of sex.
These days,
right?
I mean, there's getting sick and getting a cold, and there's getting AIDS. Like, it's another level.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Do you think that do you think that these days like bug chasers like have trouble coming or whatever? Because like AIDS is super survivable now. At this point, like
Yeah.
if, with proper treatment, if you've got the money for it, having AIDS is legit like not even a deal. So now, do you think it's like
You
take
can
the
also
fun out a
just
little
like
bit?
not pass it on.
Well,
pretty
I
sure.
mean, ideally. Oh, they all have COVID now. They're all like kissing and stuff.
Yeah, they've got COVID. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, COVID me up, bro. Fucking get your tongue in my fucking mouth. Let's go.
Question: do we like? Question: if they suck dick, right? And you know
I wanna
how
see if this
herpes you
works.
can get it on your
'Cause if
face
I-
too in
if
the form
I-
of cold sores. Do they get cold sores? I have to know.
Ah,
that.
I
The
knew
vampires,
this was gonna
The dick
happen.
succubus, the semen demon, whatever you want to call it. Does it get like mouth herpes from
I need to
sucking
go
herpes dick?
fix my power.
I don't think it should, because
I
eventually
think
it
they
always
have
get it.
cum hardened immune systems.
Where's my?
But I think we should be talking about the wider societal implications of like vampires overtaking like the sex work market. Like this will put a lot of sex workers out of a job, right? If like all the vampires are going around doing all of the dick sucking and everything. I mean,
But what if they only want to suck dick and they don't want to do the other stuff? So you have to. So there could
but it
be
was
a market.
both. It was all head, right? And I mean that's the best part.
True.
Wait.
But not necessarily like intercourse.
Okay, guys. You know how they, you know how capitalism breeds innovation. We all know this. It's totally true. What's gonna happen is sex workers are gonna have to find a way to innovate the dick sucking market. They're gonna like, before you know it, they're gonna be like teaching courses. They're like, all right, ladies, everybody get together now.
Why is it ladies?
Well, I think they're gonna have to like learn to code.
Free market dick sucking. This is free
Why is
market dick
it?
sucking.
Why is it all ladies who are the sex workers?
Fellas, you're not.
That's patriarchy.
Mic drop.
Fellas,
Listen,
you're
it's
not
2021. Come on, let's go. It's 2021. Let's get the
I
times,
used to watch
right?
a show called Gigolos. There's, you know, that was a big thing between 2006 and 2011.
Can we have Rob Schneider from Deuce Bigelow, Male Gigolo, like teach the classes on, like how the fellas get down too, like.
I'm triggered.
If
Why
they
you
have like
triggered?
hardened immune
Is Rob
systems.
Schneider still around?
I hope so. Rob Schneider, if you're watching this, send me a message on
Probably
Discord.
is.
I need to know you're okay.
If they have like hardened immune systems, wouldn't that corner the market on sex work? Because like I don't know, that seems like a
Yeah.
pretty big.
But keep in mind that if you go to them, you are consigning yourself to the permanent dick sucking thirst. Which, I mean, if you're a straight guy, maybe that's not like necessarily your thing. So I feel like there would still be a thriving market for sex workers for people who don't want any of the associated side effects.
Yeah, they become
not to mention
That's
anal,
flavor.
vaginal. I mean, there's plenty of
That's
other.
true.
Yeah, they
we
become
could
a
get
scarce
vaccinated
commodity,
against
guys.
it.
Wait, would this be vampire discrimination as well? Because like, what if people were like, you know, like you could be a vampire, or people could be, you know, pretending to be a vampire, and you could, you know, end up in a very, you know, unwanted situation with.
I think there would be a stigma around these vampires, because people would be like, ew, no, I don't want your gross vampire dick sucking.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
no, really though. I think there would be, you know.
There would be.
There would be.
But it might be a bit. I mean, if they can pass you some kind of, you know, genetic curse to suck. I mean, maybe a bit warranted, right? I guess there were people saying that you were bigoted if you weren't sleeping with folks with AIDS back in the 1980s, 90s and stuff. But that was always a huge minority. There would be like a cringy vampire civil rights movement if this was real, though.
If you don't want to become
cringy,
well, there are you know cringy ones and non-cringy ones, right?
Do you think that we should inspire everyone to have a terminal dick sucking thirst? I just want to know.
It's not terminal. It's not terminal if you just suck a dick.
Question: can we suck each other's dicks? Like vampires, can they suck other vampires' dicks?
Yes, I think so.
Well, they can't with blood. Vampires never target other vampires for blood sucking.
See, but this is the thing.
It depends on the vampire.
But semen is not a zero-sum game, right? You constantly produce. So like you guys could just like exchange back and forth each other's samples. I need to know more of the rules of this game.
I didn't think that far ahead, to be honest with you. But I think we.
I'm an intellectual of the semen demon game, you see.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Write a book on this.
I think we've come to a natural stopping point with this one, unless you guys want to continue.
No, I just think that I would like. I would like everyone to go away and think about the actual law and make like a proper presentation about what this new society would look like, because I think it could be one where we all thrive at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I think we really broadened our understanding.
I'm posting a link. Vote for who you think did the best or made the best points or said the coolest stuff. Yeah, don't worry. There will be plenty of opportunities for people to, you know, come out ahead of each other.
Please don't vote for me. I'm just scared to not be depressed.
Guys, just remember who came out with those controversial points. Free market dick sucking right here. I'm like the Karl Marx of the dick sucking free market, okay?
Look, I am totally okay with the free market being unleashed on issue. That's actually one of the very few industries where capitalism has not been allowed to thrive to its full extent.
Thank God.
Okay.
We need to
topic
form
number.
dick sucking unions.
Yeah, we could do that.
You started on the topic of dicks, and you expect us to not continue?
No, I expected it. I wanted to come up with. I tried to merge a fucked up topic with Halloween, and this is what happened.
I think you did a really great job.
Thank you. I appreciate
Innovative. Innovation. Breaking
you
boundaries.
come here for it. You come here for it. You know. Definitely. Okay, next topic is more of a normal question. Do you guys think that parents should treat siblings of different sexes like differently? They should like raise them differently?
No, because that's cringe and degenerate.
It's a strong opener.
That's very cringe.
Very cringe.
Well, I mean,
Can I get base gender neutrals in the chat?
Okay, but here's the thing. Like there are some more inherent risks, right, to being born a certain way, right?
Like
yeah.
being cringe?
Like being cringe. No, I think because I was thinking that I was like, oh, but you know, you do need to teach. You know, if you have like a femme-presenting child, you might have to teach them about, you know, creepy people who like to creep on little girls, or like, hey, some guys might pressure you into things. But I was like, actually, you should also be teaching like mask kids that does happen too, so that they don't feel pressured by their peers to maybe become like that. Like, you can teach them the same stuff, I think. And I think it's important to teach them that, like, maybe someone else who looks different might be experiencing these same things, or like these different things. Like, I think I stopped making sense. Do you know what I mean?
I do, but it's also contextual on like society, like gender roles and stuff as well. Like, it has to be specific to the person that is growing up. So, I mean, it is kind of different depending on what perspective you're teaching these things from. So it's hard because you can't. It's not like we can just go, yay, abolish gender roles, because they're so entrenched historically that you kind of still have to teach these things from at least some kind of perspective. Like, we can attempt to make it more neutral, which is a good thing, but it's contextual. But I agree with you.
I agree. I think you teach them all the same things. It's just a matter of, where the active age in the sentence is, It would either be, I mean, either way you'd say, like, sometimes, like, girls get, like, unfair expectations for this, or, like, people might be weird, like, here, like this, and it's whether it's happening to you or others. I think the same lessons are still important,
All right.
Like, I feel like a lot of these, it's the same as race stuff, right? Like, do you raise white and black kids different? Well, no, but maybe black kids might need the talk, right? It's like, hey, police probably aren't going to treat you great some of the time, But you'd want to tell white kids that too. They wouldn't be the active agents there. You'd just say, like, hey, did you see it? No, did not notice it. You'd explain some of that stuff to them. But same basic ideas.
Yeah.
Right?
That is what I mean.
We can teach empathy, right? We can teach them, like, how to empathize with the other cultures and understand the struggles of other cultures, and we can all have the same general understandings of how history works and things like that.
I think your mic changed.
Did your mic get, like, unplugged?
Yeah, one sec. Let me check my settings.
I agree.
What about like extreme challenges for your kids? Like, leave them alone in the mall and walk away while they're not looking, and just kind of keep an eye on them. See how they do. Really?
I screamed and cried.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Terrify them once in a while.
Yeah, and then my mom just kept on walking, because apparently I did that all the time, and eventually I got over myself and ran after it. So.
Am I better, guys?
Interesting.
Yeah,
my parents taught me to stand still, and they were like, we will always come find you. If you get lost, just stand still, and we will always come and find you, and don't listen to strangers.
Oh my god, you have nice parents. I'm jealous.
It was pretty privileged, actually. So.
That's wonderful.
I don't know if that's like the solid way of parenting that situation, though. I have no idea.
No, I think it is good. Like, isn't it good if you, like, get lost to, like, stay in the same spot? Like, you shouldn't, especially like little kids, you shouldn't.
Yeah.
They shouldn't wander off because it's harder.
Don't go
like,
with a random adult.
That's how you get more lost.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but your parents sound way better than my dad. He made me break into the hardware store and steal 6 bags of topsoil for him the other day.
Jeez.
The other day. Sir. That's a felony, I think. I don't know what a felony is. I'm from.
Nah, shoplifting's just because you read on Twitter.
If the guy lives above his store, could be breaking and entering, which could be very dangerous.
No, he didn't live above his store. It was a retail chain. Hashtag steal from Walmart, guys.
I was never put in a fucking gauntlet by my parents. I remember one time, when I was a little kid.
Well, lucky for you.
Right, yeah. I went home, I walked home from school for the first time when I don't know how little I was little, but my mom tailed me in a car. Just, because it's cars, and it's, one of those, like, I mean, grew up in the city, so. Anyway, she tailed me with the car, and I knew she was there. I was, like, waving at her. And I was crossing the final street to get back to my place, the last intersection that I had to get across. And a day of days, that's the one time somebody went ahead and did a left turn, like, into me. Like, the car that was to my right went forward, and then, like, into me, and screeched to a halt before hitting me. And my mom just screamed at this guy from our car. I mean, lost his shit. My tiny kid brain thought I had made a mistake. So I got really upset and ran the rest of the way home. And my mom got, like, inside, like, fuming because the car, the other person's car had actually been the fuck up there. I did nothing wrong. And I was like, I'm sorry. And it took a while for my mom to figure out the error in communication there, but that's the closest I ever got to have gone.
Bosch known traffic accident causer.
Yeah, well.
What was the question?
We were asking me for my childhood
The question. Oh yeah, the question that we began with was if you think that parents should be treating their siblings of different sexes
That's right.
differently. Yeah.
Sorry, I just got distracted with my childhood trauma. I just needed to be reminded.
Okay.
What we're supposed to talk about.
Are there any other parents on the panel? I'm a fucking parent, okay? So guess what? I'm putting the
You're a
fucking
parent?
card.
Let's slam it down, Child Logic. Let's hear it from you. Let's go.
Okay, here's the reality of it, okay? People have got a lot of fucking takes. No, not anyone on this panel. Everyone on this panel's chill. But people have got a lot of fucking takes about parenting without having any fucking kids, okay? I was on the Zerka Royale the other day, and fucking Haas and Zerka were talking about basically, you know, emotionally abusing their children, and that would be based actually, which is funny to hear from Haas, who's supposedly a materialist. But anyway, I won't start drama over that. The reality is, children, you know, will give you an idea of kind of what they need, generally speaking. You know, it's not like they're just a blank slate for you to put your will upon them. They will, you know, exhibit certain behaviors and you kind of go along with it, you know? So it's not just like a blank slate for you to put your will on them. They will give you a bit of an insight into like what they like and what they want to do and stuff like that.
Now I need to build
and it is interesting to see because, you know, my two boys definitely behave in a certain way very differently to my girl, and it's like how much of that is genetic, how much of that is like inherent, how much of that is societal. It's difficult to say because they get influenced from such an early age by so many different things. One quick example to finish off is like we go by the police station and they're like, oh, police car, like happy to see like a police car, you know, and it's like, how the fuck do they like the police? That's crazy. But then you think about the media that they watch and it's all like police are based, police are great, and they don't really question. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Paw Patrol, fucking Paw Patrol, propaganda bullshit. Anyway, that's just the point I wanted to make.
Well, I can actually add to that because while I might not be a parent, I nannied my way through university, so I can like compare, I guess, parenting styles, and all I can say is that the range of parenting styles is so incredibly broad. Like, people come up with their own kind of styles that work, and they are very, very different. And they all kind of work and slash inflict like generational trauma of some sort on you. But it's interesting to see because it changes widely, even among like rich people who can afford a nanny. So it's like you see two doctors parenting their kids one way, and then you see two doctors parenting their kids an opposite way. It's very interesting to watch.
The one thing that I like worry is that like I feel like a lot of people kind of have this ideal of parenting, right? Like what it should be, right?
Yes.
But like we live in a society that we live in a society.
Guys,
we live in a world.
society.
Yeah, we live in a world where things are going to be different for depending on somebody's like sex, right? That is just the reality that we're in right now. So I feel
my
like
game lagged.
maybe
I built this.
Maybe we should be raising certain people with, you know, more precaution around certain things, right?
Well, I think that if you said, if your lesson was, you know, girls are more likely to be targeted in public settings, I think that sentence, you could say that to a son and to a daughter, and they would change their behavior in different ways accordingly because of who's implicated, but you could still give them the same basic
Are like little girls mowing lawns now and doing like boy chores? I'm kind of curious. I'm not around anybody who has kids, but I'm curious, like, do parents try to really push for all of that stuff? Like everything?
One thing that's still pervasive, right, is that like whether we want to acknowledge it or not, women
is unacceptable.
still
It doesn't
from
go
an
all the way to the
earlier
ground.
age pick up domestic work, right? They start helping around the house earlier than boys do. Or they, you know,
babysitting jobs,
yeah, they feel, you know, they feel or they have been socialized to like feel some sense of duty or whatever to help out around. I mean, I don't know about like mowing the lawn though. I would say it's probably more like in the house chores, right? More likely.
That's a good one. You can get a tan though.
Yeah.
That and taking the garbage out. We have to distribute. It's honestly for women's benefit if the chores are distributed a little bit better, because so many women are so disappointed when they get boyfriends and realize that none of them know how to cook, or clean dishes, or maintain a house in any way whatsoever. You know?
Yeah, no, yeah. Once I had a boyfriend, and he, terrible experience, don't recommend it. But I had to teach him how to use his own washing machine because he was like, I don't have any like clean underwear for tomorrow. And I was like, what do you mean you don't have any clean underwear for tomorrow? He's like, my dad didn't do the washing. And I was like, what do you mean your dad didn't do the washing?
Dude, come on.
You're in your 20s.
No, sorry, that's Sigma. That's Sigma. Sorry, that's just Sigma.
Fuck! I'm so blue balled right now. My nut rag hasn't been replaced.
What I think is really interesting about this, right, is that as a female, if you're lucky, like the male sibling in your house will eventually pick up chores, maybe at a later age, right? But from what I hear from other people is that like they've been dating guys that didn't ever pick that up, like didn't ever pick up doing chores at all. So I don't know.
Yeah, I left this, so I don't know, but
yeah.
This is something I really noticed. Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say, I left the nest without knowing all that stuff. I had to learn on my own. My parents didn't even try.
Well, I'm proud of you for learning. Okay, who here knows how to clean a bathroom?
Yeah, easy.
Correctly?
Everybody.
Correctly.
Oh, we're getting into the grout here. Are we talking about like grout with a toothbrush?
Oh, hell
yeah.
no.
I am a janitor.
It's grout with a toothbrush. That's all it is. It's literally that simple. You can clean a toilet, you can clean a shower, you can clean a sink, and you can mop a floor.
Really?
Yes.
No, that's I can. Oh my god, I'm a clean freak.
Yeah.
I can do it. I just don't want to brag about it. It's some weirdo.
It's basic. I've never I feel like I've never met a straight man who can clean a bathroom.
Okay, now I'm off the table.
What's with the straight phobia? Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Straight guys.
I was gonna
Sorry,
say.
I hate the straights. What can I say?
Oh, there's something just so sexy about being capable, though. Like, and oh my god, when things are clean, it's just so hot. Like, oh god, you took the things out. Oh god.
You telling me some fella with his head in the toilet, you're gonna be like, that's fucking hot. I'm all about that.
Well, I mean,
it's a
I'm
basic,
not gonna like.
it's a basic competence thing, right? If I was fucking some girl and I went over to her apartment and it was like, you know, discarded tissues everywhere, fucking period splotches on the bedspread, like everything's fucking. I wouldn't look at all that and think like. My first thought would be, this is like a baby brain. Like, this is a woman child. I am immediately turned off by this person's basic lack of competence and self-care.
Really?
I would think there's something else going on there.
I feel like it is female privilege, that maybe not like period stains and like dirty tissues, but I think that it is like women privilege that like okay, I have brought home guys when my place was just a fucking pigsty. Like, absolutely, like, boxes everywhere, just, like, random shit all over, like, hardly any, like, room to move into my room. And I have never thought, he's not gonna fuck me because my house is messy. Because they always do. But I feel like...
Can you stop abusing men for their fucking low standards? Holy shit.
Wouldn't cleaning your room be, like, the bare minimum?
No, yeah. Okay, look, it was a university phase. Like it was like a bad point in my life. But I was never like, oh god, they're gonna be turned off by this. I was never like embarrassed of it. But I do know that I would have judged a guy if their house was.
Yeah, this is outrageous. Do you know why? This is fucking absurd gender standards. When a guy has got a girl coming over, that motherfucker is spending hours cleaning that place.
Yeah, I'm like frantically running around and shit.
Oh, they have one pillow on a fucking queen bed, so
as he fucking should. And guess what? The bathroom's never clean though, is it? The bathroom's never fucking clean.
As the like femme kind of presenting person.
I notice a pattern here, Fawn. And you are talking about I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be mean. you're talking about you've never dated a guy who knows how to clean things properly, right? But you also mentioned that you also brought a guy back and he didn't care that your place was a mess, right?
I'm talking about casual sex versus like being in a long-term relationship.
Does it matter though? Is there really a difference?
Yes, because if I was like bringing home like my boyfriend or girlfriend like all the time and the house is always messy, I would be embarrassed because I'd be like, oh, I don't want you to think that I live like this all the time.
If you live with somebody, if you date somebody intimately, they're going to see that side of you. Whereas if you're hooking up with somebody, you would probably actually that would be more important for them to see your place not messy because that's their only impression of you, right?
See, I wouldn't feel
don't care
hot
about
though.
them.
Like, if I was worried about like them judging my space, I would not feel hot. Therefore, sex would be bad. Therefore, being clean is the optimal option in this case.
Okay. Now, I've ghosted girls for having dirty apartments before. If it's like, I went to a girl's place. No, we should all have standards. If we all try a little harder, she had like sex toys like on the like bed. Like I don't know if they were like clean or whatever. It just looked like yeah. Like imagine if you went to a guy's flat and there were like used condoms on the floor, or some shit like that. Like
okay, I don't mean like dirty. I mean like messy.
Okay. Oh, but there's a big difference between those things, right? I don't mind boxes stacked, but like I'll take.
But if someone's got like their fucking Uber Eats bag under their bed for like a month, like I
right,
don't know, I'd be down with that.
Okay, question. Are we fucking in this room?
I could get naked in that room, sure.
Hold on.
Well, I'm looking at an inch-by-inch thumbnail from where I am, but that looks fine. Wait, it could be that I'm only
cool
seeing
guitars.
What's on the floor? Wait, there's like
What's
a
on the
pile.
ceiling?
Is that clothes?
You gotta stare at.
Yeah, that's my laundry I haven't folded yet, and that's my
It's
Thunder
clean
Jaguar
laundry on the floor?
that I haven't folded. No.
So it's clean.
Clean, and you put it on the
The floor can be clean.
Yes. Yeah, I vacuum my floor. I vacuum my floor. Not today. I vacuumed them. Yes.
I can't deal with this hate on the Sigmas. Come on, like, have some respect for the Sigma
You just
lifestyle,
hate it.
please.
It's a fucking grind set, bro. What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm just saying,
Wait,
Vaughn,
do you not have a-
again, just
do you
a
not have a
reminder,
bed frame?
you were saying
I feel
that you
like
brought a
this
guy
is-
over that.
Okay, well this room is wait. This room is looking much worse, and I've gotten very good
I
pussy
tell
on
you
that
what,
bed,
yeah,
okay?
like, and I would say the guitars get you across the line, which is like probably problematic,
no.
but like the musical talent probably gets you across the line.
No, guitars are really triggering for me, so personal.
Same.
I dated a guitarist for like way too long, so I'd go nah.
Oh no, my sexuality is piano player, just in general. Like,
Oh,
that's
go
it.
on. Why not?
Yeah, that's it. Like,
I'll take a saxophone.
When's the last time you changed those bed sheets?
Me?
that's a good question.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like a month ago.
Oh!
Okay, hold on. That, to be fair,
Oh my
that
God,
could have been a
just
lot worse.
Ruined it for everyone.
It could have been a lot worse, but
it could have been a lot worse.
After the pause, I was expecting like
Mr.
6 months.
Standards over
Single
here.
for the last. Well, have they been single for the last? I don't know.
It
We're not
really
gonna
depends
talk
on how
about that.
crusty you are, though, right? Because some people, they fucking drop, they plop. But some people, like, you know, you got like sweat, you're like
Do
coming
you
in
wear
bed.
pajamas?
Yes, I wear pajamas.
Do you change your pillowcase at least?
Yes, I wash the pillowcases
How often?
Okay, no, wait.
That's good
More
for your
than once a
skin.
month?
weekly.
Oh, that's,
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
that's good for your skin. I mean, it's gonna help you out.
It's gonna help your face.
Do you have a
Look at this.
yellow pillow? Like the yellow pillow?
No.
What is a yellow pillow?
The yellow pillow.
Dylan,
talking
you
about
poor
the
guy.
pillow, aren't you? You're
Dylan
like,
is getting interrogated tonight. Damn.
it's
We
kind
want
of
to know
fun
about
though.
his room.
Yeah, this
Is he
is
going to
horror.
get Angelo?
Oh god, oh wait,
Oh,
I'm
no,
sure
wait.
this is, I'm terrified. Wait, no.
Then you have to
pull the
tie
pillow
your
out.
pillowcase off.
Oh no, oh no, oh no. This is a risk. Oh no, it's white.
Oh,
okay.
clean.
Oh,
Oh, do you like what?
Wow.
is she
Holy,
done?
that's pretty damn white.
That's
Yeah,
Looking
probably.
good, King.
Like me, let's go.
Oh yeah.
Oh, God.
I think you're supposed to replace your pillows more often than people do.
Yes.
Like,
How often?
yeah. Like at least once every like year, 6 months at least. I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
I hate pillow
Noted.
I same, because you never know what you're gonna get, right? Is it flat? Is it fluffy? You don't know. Like, is it gonna suit your neck? Maybe not.
I've got a really like sensitive. I don't know if it's sensitive neck. I get headaches really, really easily if it's
No, me too.
a bad pillow. So I've tried out like a dozen and then just had nothing. They were just all shoved in my closet, and then I finally find one that's fine. You know.
I have the Bambilla, like that. Like, I have that like quite tough, like foamy kind of pillow, and I find that it's like the least damaging. It's not like good, but it's the least damaging for my neck. That's about it.
I swap pillows throughout the night depending on how I'm sleeping. Like, my pillows just end up in a fucking pile. Like, if I'm on my side, it's a firm one, and then if I like want to roll onto my tummy, then it's like a flat one.
How many pillows does everyone sleep with?
Like there are 4.
2.
4, I think. Yeah, 4.
I have like way too many, and I like surround myself with them.
But that's how we all cope now. This is what we get for lack of human interaction. We all have just multiple pillows to bring us oxytocin and joy. Like,
I've just
it's
got
fine.
one.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
I mean, I have 2 on the bed. I only use 1.
I mean, you only use 1 at a time.
Oh no, I use all 4 at once.
No, like some people stack them up.
What about
I line myself up. I line
Yeah, some
myself
people
up
do.
like
Wait, for the femmes on this channel, do you sometimes put a pillow between your legs? Like, between your knees?
Wait, why
Like,
just
is
for the
that
femmes?
really?
Wait, do I count as
Wait,
femme?
do you?
Because I've
I
been
didn't
femme-
know if it has to do with like hip physiology.
Yeah, I've got wide ass
I've done
hips.
it like
With
once
this fat
when
my
I
fucking
put
balls.
muscle in my hip.
Yeah, I do it because I get I have like scoliosis in my lower back, so it helps that.
I just have a fat bunda, and carrying all the weight makes me need to take a pillow and shove it down
Shove
there.
it in.
True.
Exactly.
True.
Yeah, I had a.
I didn't know this was gender neutral. I didn't know.
Yeah, I had a
Keeping the
body
cake
pillow
off the
back
ground.
in college, not with like an anime or whatever, but just like a body length pillow. They
No,
used
it
to
was
be
with the
super
werewolf
comfy.
guys. It was with the werewolf guys.
Yeah.
It had like fur attached to it.
Yeah, it's like
I've
like
never
a.
used a body pillow. Is it worth it?
Yeah, they can be pretty comfy. It's mostly about if you're sleeping solo, which I was back in college. It's mostly that when you lay on your side, it's just a comfy place to like rest your left or right knee and like one arm. You know.
I'm waiting for
True.
that Hassan body pillow.
True.
I'll get one.
Streets need that.
I can't stand it.
I'm
I'm
gonna
sorry.
have-
I can't stand his voice. I can't. I just can't stand his voice.
Dude.
Like,
What a fucking liar, dude.
no, I'm serious.
Dude,
Like, he
I
looks
want
good, but he opens his mouth and I can't stand his voice. I really can't. I don't know what it
Just
is.
watch him on mute.
I don't
just
know,
what everyone
brother,
else
but-
does. I want a Hassan body pillow on one side and my Will Neff body pillow on the other side. Thank you. That's all I want.
Wow.
I need that Zendaya body.
I love
pillow
that for you.
ASAP.
I'm very happy. Like, honestly, live your best life. That sounds like a good
Yeah, live your best
time.
life.
I
Definitely.
need,
Yeah.
I need Zendaya. I need Rihanna. I need Beyonce. I need.
Sounds like you may have a type here.
Yeah, I'm sensing.
Hey, I don't mind it. You know, it's nice to see it every once in a while.
Look, I didn't get
growing
into-
up
I didn't-
with like different beauty standards, but
I didn't talk about
No,
the.
I agree.
I didn't talk about the goth thing yet, but we'll save that for another time.
The goth thing?
The
Yeah.
goth thing?
Yes, my fetish for goth women.
That's
Is
just
that a
normal.
fetish? That's
Yeah,
the
that's
preference. It's not a fetish, is it?
preference.
It's totally.
Yeah.
I feel like that's also
Really
just
depends on how severe it is, right? I mean,
It's severe, my friends. It's severe.
Go on. Why not?
But you don't
Who
dress
doesn't
goth. Like
love-
if you needed to have goth women in your life, I feel like you'd be rocking goth gear right now to attract said goth women.
I play a guitar with a Joy Division sticker on it. Shut the fuck up.
don't goth women
Oh, is that Blur?
don't
Go
goth
on.
women
Yeah.
fuck jocks? Look, I've seen a
Oh,
lot of
go
porn,
on.
okay, and I'm pretty sure that goth women go after jocks. This is the
My type
contrast,
is
right?
women with only one name. I'm sorry.
That's what I meant. I wasn't saying anything about anything else. I was just like, it was just these one name people, like
Yeah.
famous people.
Famous
Yeah,
people
Street's
with one
waiting for
name.
Cher to hop on my job.
Who isn't attracted to shit? Like, come
Oh, okay.
I gotta piss so bad, dude. Oh my god. I'll be
Go
back
ahead.
in
Go
a second.
ahead. Yeah.
What is
Please,
this,
please.
like, class?
You know,
Like
if you need a
racist?
break, please go right ahead. I think third question.
That should output.
We can have. You guys are really not blood sportsy tonight, huh? It's fine. That's fine.
Wait, what's there to fight about? We agreed about the dick sucking vampires. You know, the other topic was fine. Like, give us a topic to get.
I actually
spicy about.
disagree on that topic. I think we should raise different people like differently. Like emphasize on different. Yeah, I think we should. I think we should emphasize if somebody is more at risk, right? If you are a smaller stature, you're going to be more at risk. Like if you go and do things. And I'm not victim blaming, right? But if you will be more at risk. You will be, right? You should be aware of that. Like if you were smaller, you should look around. If you're a certain, if you're presenting as a certain gender, then yes, you should be more aware of your surroundings. I think it's incredibly important in this day and age that we prepare people to be successful and we prepare them to not be in situations where they're going to get hurt. That's my opinion.
We could tell everyone that, couldn't we? Like smaller people
Yeah.
or like women are more at risk for being yoinked.
Yeah, I do think that it's very important. I think, like Bosch said, it is the idea of who has the who becomes the subject.
Yeah, what you guys are saying, right?
I think
but
it's
there should be more
basis, not like a gender thing.
I mean, yeah, maybe, but there should be more emphasis anyways, right? There is going to be. Like, if you have children of a different ethnic background, you may, like you were saying before, Bosch, right, about having the talk about police with them, right? You are going to put more emphasis on that with them than you would if you had children that were not like that, right? Whereas, like, the same thing with women, right? If you have women around, right, you're probably going to put more emphasis on, hey, don't leave your drink alone, you know, or like, hey, you know, be very aware of your surroundings because people will try to take advantage of you, right? And that is raising somebody different. That is raising somebody different. If you're putting more emphasis on these
But it's contextually
things.
not entirely based on gender, right? Like it's so much broader than just being like, blah, blah,
Yeah, your
right?
first example was like if
entirely-
you're small.
Well, yes, but like again, like if you are of a certain sex, you are more likely to be of a like a smaller stature, right?
I mean, but like men of smaller stature are probably still gonna be like okay in a lot of the context that you need to like educate people about, right? A small man walking down the street in the middle of the night is gonna fare much better than a small woman walking down the street in the middle of the night.
Yeah, but I still think like I would have. If I had like a
presenting,
boy,
Well,
I would
I
still
should-
like be wary.
I want to Google how many kidnapping attempts there have been on Peter Dinklage for research purposes.
I honestly do think that we should, like, I get what you guys are saying, and yes, we should teach everybody these things, but you, like, at the end of the day, when I think about it, and I think about somebody younger than me, and like a woman younger than me, I would still put so much more emphasis on certain things than I would if I were talking to a man who is
Speaking
younger
of
than me,
power,
right?
I
Like,
should go check the power system to
Yeah,
make sure it's not about to go out.
I would 100% I would 100% treat them differently just in the things that I teach them, right? We live in this reality. We don't live in a world where things are equal yet, where people are walking down the street and face the same amount of risk, right? We just don't. So, yeah, that's my opinion. Yeah.
Can I ask, like, obviously we only have one actual parent here, so I want to know how, like, were you raised like different, like if you had a sibling of like a different gender, were you raised differently, or do you think your parents tried to put emphasis on like certain things that you should be doing because of your gender? Like, did you feel that growing up? Just
yeah, sure. I mean, I think that definitely there was a difference in upbringing in terms of, I think, the kind of stuff we're talking about, right?
I feel
I think
about
that
50%.
as a dude, it was not as much onus was put on me as probably my sister in terms of like safety and that sort of thing, you know. So yeah, I think there definitely was a difference there. I think it's true as well. I think you're kind of right, Stardust. Like, it's very nice to think that you can just raise kids in a totally gender-neutral manner and treat them the same, but there are material realities that exist in the world that you have to contend with. And yeah, I think
as a woman, people are going to try and take advantage of you, like more than they would as a man. That's just how it is, and how people are socialized as well plays into this, right? Where men are socialized differently, and depending on how they're socialized, they might not view you as an equal, and that will probably increase the risk of them trying to take advantage of you, trying to strong arm you into something, right?
I don't think I'm gonna change your mind.
So I don't think it's a realistic. I don't think it's realistic to say that we should be like, oh, I would totally raise my kids gender neutral, you know, and not treat them differently. I would not. Not in a million years. I wouldn't.
Well, like
in an ideal society, you would, just the way it is now, absolutely not.
Because of the reality of the world, you can't really.
Yeah, I think that sort of mentality is born out of, let's be honest, it does come more from like the left, so to speak. And I think that it speaks to the fact that there is a blind spot when it comes to kids on the left. Often, if you listen to discourse, you know, 100%. There's not even a conception of kids. You know, like for example, some of the discourse around like money and stuff like that. It's like, oh, you know, someone would be absolutely fine on X amount of money, and it's like, yeah, if you're single, but if you got kids, even like 100k or 70k or whatever it is, whatever figure you want to come to, isn't necessarily going to go very far if you've got 2, 3, 4 kids, and that's just one example of many.
I think sometimes it's very hard for young people to like step out of their own perception of like the world, and especially if you've spent a lot of time online, the way things seem online is entirely different to how they function IRL, because
boomers.
One of the things that I do find really irritating, that Chud Logic you brought up, is that there is this blind spot with like whether that's liberals or left-leaning liberals or like the left, right? Where like these things surrounding, it seems like this perspective of like raising a family or of like having kids, right, is not really focused on as much, right? And it's like it's almost, like you said, there's like a blindness to it. It's a little bit like it just feels irritating to me.
I think it comes from a good place, but it is just not grounded in reality.
Wait, what are we talking about right now?
It comes from an ideological place, right? Where in a world where we wish it was already the way that we think it should be.
I feel like 6 people just made a point, and I never heard what point they were arguing against. What are we talking about? What position?
I don't know that we're really arguing against something so much that we are just like observing what we've seen on certain like in the left or in the left-leaning space, right?
But what
we're talking about progressive parenting, right? Progressive parenting, where it is less focused on like gender societal norms or whatever, where a lot of leftist parents are raising in gender neutral. You can't ignore the fact that you still have to teach people who present a certain way from a certain perspective, right? Because if you don't, then you're not seeing the historical reality or like society as it is even right now.
Yeah, I recognize that. I just don't know if anyone was arguing it. We weren't talking about raising kids to be gender neutral, just should we raise them like the same way?
Oh no, I don't think anyone's arguing here. I think we all kind of agree, but I'm just you know, complaining about so many online Twitter leftoids. It's one of my favorite hobbies.
Oh, they're all the leftoids here are like 14. I think like the number of kids that are being raised gender neutral and like are not being taught anything about the expectations and associations of their, I guess, birth sex, have got to be an overwhelming minority. I mean, we're probably talking about like maybe 1 in every 100,000 children raised in this country, and even that might honestly be an overstatement. So,
would you argue that kid?
I mean, I still think the language around it is still important, though, right? Like the fact is, like when we look at like we all interact with this space, right? And the majority of this space, has this narrative about it, has this narrative about raising kids that's so detached from reality. yeah, I don't know. That's
I would just say it's a lot harder than anybody thinks it is, right? Raising kids is so much harder. Like, it was a blessing and a curse that I got to
and
see.
let's say you raise these kids with the same expectations. They still have the surrounding society on them that will impart, right? Whatever social, you know, that,
But if a kid was getting raised gender neutral, would they be at like a detriment, do you think? Like entirely?
I don't know. I never really thought about it. Well, when you say when a kid is being raised gender neutral, do you mean like with gender neutral expectations, or they themselves are gender neutral?
I'm more asking because I don't know the answer. I'm more asking in terms of like what Vosh was saying. So like in terms of like Twitter lefties, maybe 1 in 100 kids or something.
Yes, because they're not being socialized to understand how the real world functions, and as a result, their parents are basically parenting them to live in this crazy candy land of idealism, and everyone.
Your parents are raising them to live on Twitter.
Are we sure we're not getting?
It's not real.
Like angry at a few Twitter posts here. I don't know if I've seen.
Listen, Vosh. Listen, listen. I am getting angry at Twitter posts, okay? Because I fucking enjoy it. So I just want to get me mad at leftoids, okay?
I'm just wondering. Look, okay. How about let's try to bring this back to reality with my opinion, okay? Which is very real. What about this? Okay. Here's how I imagine. Like I'm not a parent, but like I imagine that if I had a kid, I'd probably be like, let's say it's a male, right? Like the kid's born, they're male. I'd be like, when they're old enough to talk about anything, you know, I'd be like, yeah, you know, we've been saying he and we've been saying you're a boy, because that's just kind of the group people expect you to be in, but it's not really that big of a deal, you know. Like, whatever. I don't care. I'll just go and buy this because a lot of other people will assume it. I feel like the goal would be to establish the social expectation while also indicating the arbitrariety of that position. I probably wouldn't give it to them in a 30-second spiel, but something like that, right? And then if like later on, if they have any like sort of problems or gender concerns, I think you've laid a pretty good groundwork for their feelings on that, you know?
Mm-hmm. Hey, can you even raise a kid gender neutral? Like, can you even? Is that even possible?
Yeah.
You can try.
We used to do white clothes or something. Like,
nah,
they
it's
get
not so
plain
much
sheets and
clothes.
stuff.
I feel like it would be like what they gravitate towards. Like if I had a boy and they're like, you know what, I want a Barbie instead of like a fucking, I don't know, like a car toy or something. I'd be like, yeah, sure, whatever, get whatever you want.
Super common. It is so common.
That was the norm for hundreds of years in European society and in America too. Do you know that?
I didn't know.
Yeah, you can go back just 100 years ago.
Okay.
Young children, like 4 or younger, were all called girls. That's what the term for them was.
Yeah.
Didn't matter what bits they had or anything. They were all called girls. And when they got older and more differentiated sexually, they were referred to as boys or ladies. The term girl was an ubiquitous term, gender neutral for kids. You can go back and find pictures of Roosevelt as a little baby. He was in a dress. They put all of them in dresses. Why not? They're just babies.
Cute little white things.
It's also very common to for even older generations that are still like alive today, they would just refer to babies as like it, because they didn't have like defining, you know, gender characteristics. They'd just be like it, and it wasn't like a rude thing.
I guess
like also pink was the masculine color, like pink and blue as like gender colors, like pink for girls, blue for boys, or whatever. They were like opposite way back when. It was pink for boys. Pink was the color that they were all dressed in, which is kind of like wild how that has shifted over time as well.
No, I'm gonna make all of my kids dress in tunics. Okay? There's gonna be no gender clothes.
Yeah, that does sound a little bit culty.
So I don't really have like an issue with like raising people gender neutral, like in that sense that you guys are talking about. I just mean like if we're not living and we're not raising them gender neutral, right? They are presenting as like, I guess, the gender, you know, that they're typically born or present as. It's just there is, I mean, even if they're not, right? Like if they are of a certain sex, they are going to be preyed upon. That's like my only thing, you know? They're just going to be socialized by society differently.
I can see for this, it just absolutely comes from a place of wanting to protect femme-presenting people, right? Because like.
I mean, even boys, right? They have
we
their
deal with a
own.
lot of shit.
Yeah, I mean, boys have their own thing too, right? They have their own things that we like need to teach them exclusively, right? So whether that's like interacting with like again law enforcement, right? Because men are way more likely to be incarcerated than a woman, right? Or whether that's you know, how they interact with women, right? So yeah. Anyways, that's topic 2, guys. I'm gonna link the poll in the chat.
Sorry, that's my dad bringing me a coffee.
Oh, that's so nice.
I
know. My dad can't even show up.
I'm double parked.
I wish I had a dad.
I'm not drinking because it'll make me too depressed.
Virtual high fives.
I love getting drunk, but it's so
Oh
many
wait,
calories.
my dog got locked in.
But it's what, Bosh?
So many calories.
That's why you do marijuana.
Well, I don't like getting high. I like getting drunk.
Yeah, I don't like getting high.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. I used to like it more.
I just smoke.
Bosh, can you stop skewing the votes, please?
I'm literally not linking it or pushing it or referring to it. I cannot help my chat. I can't help my chat spreading it.
You guys are all simps, and stop it. And I say that as a Bosch stan.
Milestone reached. Improved versions of conveyor belts and conveyor lifts are now accessible. To encourage additional...
Whatever.
Yes, exactly.
Shut up.
You made some really clever puns, and for that you should have
rotor production to...
Exactly. You should have heard me the other day. I was out in public the other day, and I just went up to some guy and I said, "Can I practice doing stand-up comedy on you? Can I just like practice a brief stand-up set with you?" And I just proceeded to hash out Norm Macdonald bits because I was upset that he died recently, and I just did the Norm Macdonald thing to this random guy out in public, and he was like, "You're the funniest guy I've ever met," and I'm like, "That was Norm Macdonald in all of his glory," and that I just felt like sharing that.
Is this wait? Is this a bit, or did this actually happen?
Yeah,
yes, no, this actually happened.
And then everybody
that
clapped.
slaps.
Everybody.
No, that slaps. Stand-up's really difficult to do.
No.
Yeah, sharing Norm's jokes with somebody else. It's pretty cool.
I've always wanted to do stand-up, and I love Norm. He was great.
Okay.
I love Rob too.
Nick, you've been relatively quiet. Is there a topic that you would like to talk about?
Oh god, I have no idea. Were we supposed to bring some?
No, I was just asking because you're quiet, so that's.
Oh yeah, I didn't really have much to add to that last one, but
okay.
I'm good for whatever. Yeah.
Okay. So are you guys feeling controversial or like spicy or do you guys want like not
get inside?
I'm Bosch.
Is this the greatest book of all time?
Bosch bad.
Can make me bad.
Actually.
Bring it out.
Okay. Should police be able to use deadly force?
Yeah. Shit.
Yes.
Yep.
What? No.
They have to have the ability to, especially here in the
Yes.
States. I mean, got a lot of guns
Oh
around.
yeah.
Don't want a gun in private hands to be an anti-cop button. But we should definitely, have much stricter expectations for use of force than that now.
If they couldn't use deadly force, why would they wouldn't have guns then, right?
The fuck are we gonna do if someone shoots up a school?
Yeah.
Like, what are we gonna just do?
Yeah.
Shoot the guy in the shin
I
and
guess
hope
that
for the
wasn't as
best?
good of a question as I thought it would be.
No,
Maybe I should choose a
oh,
different
I'm
question.
sure.
Let's
Oh,
talk
I'm
about the
sure if
death
we talk
penalty.
long
We're
enough, we'll
talking.
find something we disagree on.
Let's talk about the death penalty.
Wait, no, Pixel. I want to know. Do cops have guns in Australia?
I'm pretty sure some of them do, but most of them only have tasers because we don't have guns here, so it's not so much as like we need guns to be able to defend against people with guns. Whereas in America, it's entirely different because half their national identity is based around fucking guns. And,
we have a lot of
freedom
guns
and
in
being
this
able to
country.
protect yourselves against tyrannical government, not like
our-
us over here in
when our
Australia
homeless
without tyrannical
people-
government.
When our homeless
When
people
do
take
we
the trash, they have to
deploy?
get in the shootout with the raccoons already outside.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Chad Logic, do they have guns? Do cops carry guns in the UK?
I think
Good
some
chat.
do. Wait, hold on. I think I've
He's
asked this
muted.
question. Yeah, I'm pretty sure some of them do. I've seen some photos of them with it, but it's not every one of them, right?
I mean,
Yeah, probably, like,
all cops have guns here.
Chad, we
Bobbies,
can't hear you if you're trying to talk.
you're muted.
Oh shit, sorry. Yeah, you've got, sorry about that. You've got specialised firearms units. So you've got your beat cops, they don't carry guns, they carry a big old fuck-off truncheon, and some of them maybe have got a taser or some shit like that. But if there's like a shooting or something like that, or if there's a black guy walking around that needs to be killed, going about his business, they call the specialised, they're like, listen, there's a black guy here, looks a bit suspicious, get some fucking cops with guns down here, now we need to take him out at once. That's kind of how it goes.
Damn.
Sounds like
I just want to say, I don't know if this means anything, but every once in a while, I feel like there's a Twitter post from one of the UK's police agencies saying like, we've taken this gun off the street today, lads. Yes, we did. And it's some like 17th century flintlock pistol. Is that? I feel like the cops who do carry guns, like that's what they're waiting for, right? They're waiting for somebody to pull out like a fucking musket. Or a blunderbuss, and start like pointing out the window of the Big Ben and start firing like duck shot.
Yeah.
The U.S. cops just post weed and go, "We got this drug off the streets."
Basically,
he's got a musket.
Teenager.
The tiers over here. You got number 1, butter knife. Yeah.
Yeah.
Number 2 is like sharp wit, because obviously we're very witty over here. Number 3 is like blunderbuss or musket. You know, that's the kind of order of weapons you tend to go with.
That fucking slaps though. It's like rock paper scissors kind of.
Yeah, sure.
I like to get onto panels where they're talking about like cops and stuff, and like unironically argue that like all cops should be armed with like Kraft sliced Kraft sliced cheese singles, right? Have you ever seen people cheesing people where they throw the sliced cheese on somebody's face and like they're so?
Oh yeah, we do that a lot in Australia. We do it at politicians too, except with eggs.
Really? Once in New Zealand, there was like someone threw a dildo at a politician doing like a speech. It was so big.
That's what happens when you decriminalize sex work, okay? That's what happens. You get dildos thrown at your politicians.
I'm pretty sure Sargon of Akkad got horse shit thrown at him.
We had a milkshake thrown at him, right? You got yeah.
Wait, sorry. Back to the cheese slices. What was the point since we spiraled from cheese slices to dildos?
This mineral
Right,
shows
so I was
purity
just saying,
levels
like,
akin to synthetic
I like
quartz
to
manufactured
jump
on
onto
Earth and can be
panels where
used to
they're
improve
talking about cops and
communication
stuff, and just
exploration
unironically
technologies.
start arguing
A
for
new
why we
research
should
tree can now
have
be accessed
cheese
in the MAM.
slices as their choice of weapon. I also like will jump onto panels and advocate for abolishing schools and putting children directly into the workforce. So I think that's always funny. Yeah.
Is the second one unironic too?
Obviously these are like jokes that I'm doing, right? But I argue for them seriously. So
You just have a very like serious tone of voice when you speak, so I can imagine this going down really well.
Oh, people get really mad sometimes. They get really mad.
It's so funny.
There is a refutation of the whole an armed society is a polite society thing, right? Because the gun culture in the United States is fucking ridiculous. We're not doing it to resist government power at all. We're really doing it to to hand off Uzis to 13-year-olds so they can blow their own faces off at the gun shows we irresponsibly bring them to, or we just have an available glut of firearms so that people with psychiatric issues who want to shoot up their school always have a friend they know they can buy it off of. There's some weird shit with the gun culture in this country, you know?
But it's so entrenched in your national identity, like hunting. Yeah. It's like it's hunting. It is freedom or whatever your fucking conceptualization of freedom is, right? Like that's why it's never going anywhere, and I have no idea how you even begin to navigate it. Because when half your country think that any sort of regulation is like, you're taking away my freedom.
Yeah, like, back to the original question though. If we have this many guns in the country, and like if they tried to remove weapons from police officers right now, that would not go well.
Yeah, it would not.
I agree.
Would not. Yeah.
I honestly think that it is so entrenched in our culture. I don't see it as a worthwhile thing for us to be, for us to the whole outlawing guns thing, right? I don't think that's like a really worthwhile thing. We're wasting a lot of time with that. I think we need to innovate. We need to innovate somehow with that, so I don't know.
Not to pretend like I'm like Tim Pool or something, but like
Chat,
if
we just got
if guns were banned
potentially a
tomorrow and
very
they started
good
knocking
drop.
on your door, actually taking your guns, I don't think that would go over very well, especially in certain southern states.
Like that.
Yeah, I don't think
We're gonna say
IRI.
IRI. Sorry.
Oh, I think we have to accept that gun culture is here and we have to weaponize it. So, for example, pass a law that every single homeless person gets a free gun. You would solve homelessness not through them killing each other. People are like, I'm not gonna let homeless people get guns, and we got to get them off the street right now. So, weaponize the gun culture.
I just don't know if that's how it would play out, though, right? Like, I feel like a lot of people would just be like, fine, give the homeless people guns, and when they come to rob me, I'll shoot them because we have equal force. Like,
what about give
about
children
you.
guns?
I don't know about you.
What about
For a child, and when you're born, you're
poor people thing.
when you're
every
born, you get
children
a
a gun.
gun.
Yeah, every child a gun. Every homeless child, at least.
I would like a gun. No, that's why I was asking about other countries' cops with guns, because obviously you cannot take it away from American cops, because what the fuck are they gonna
Chat.
do then? Like,
It's
there's just
Harlequin
it's
pressed
gonna be
Shaco. It's one of the most
it's gonna
like
be terrible. Like,
ubiquitous,
it's just
high
no,
quality.
yeah, I don't know. It doesn't make sense in America.
Hats.
Who's gonna
but
kill all the minorities?
Sick.
Oh, I'm sure someone will pick up that mantle.
I don't know if the cops won't do it. It seems like we'd solve a lot of problems.
I mean, true, but also there's I don't know.
maybe it's gun usage in specific situations, right? Like,
yeah, it seems
depending
like,
on the kind of call.
It seems
is
like
whether
in
or
other
not guns
countries that is what we do, like New Zealand, Australia, and England. That seems to be what the cops do. Is like not every cop just walking around carries a gun. I don't know about like that's fucking terrifying to me. Like I don't know this guy. I don't know if this guy's in a costume and not a real cop. Like I don't know if he just shot and killed a cop and took his stuff and it is just like a crazy person walking around with a gun. I don't know anything about him. I don't know if he's gonna racially profile me or like be weird or whatever. Like why is he like at a ball
Chat.
with a gun? No,
Should
thank
I
you. No, I don't
socket
like
it
that. Cops
and put a
scare me.
topaz in?
Like anyways, but that's also
For-
because I live in a country where our
For
cops
best
have never
magic
done
line?
that. So it's like obviously very normal for Americans, but it scares the shit out of
I'm
me.
gonna do it.
So
Oh no, it's okay.
Oh no, I was just gonna say when I was walking around in Texas and then there were people open carrying in like supermarkets, I was fucking freaked out as shit. Like it was so weird and I was like, am I about to die? Like I was literally shopping for like lettuce and it was like, am I about to die? Because this person has like guns, like just open carry, just
yeah, and you
wild.
don't know who they are.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm probably gonna have like a unpopular opinion here, but like I would rather have cops like around me having guns. It just
Data
I think
shows
that they
this
need
is
to
a
have
mix of
the quickest
sulfide
way
and sulfate minerals.
to like if something
It
is
could be
really
an
going
indication
down,
of
if they show
recent
up to like a
volcanic
domestic
activity.
disturbance
The new research
I'll
and
be
like
off the top.
somebody's like
volcanic
beating
defense
up their kid and the
applications
kid's
can
about to
now be
die,
accessed
like
in
You
like
shouldn't send a social
singing.
worker?
No, they should not send a social worker. I fucking hate that. I'm sorry. You can send a social worker along with the cop, but hell no. Absolutely not. You're gonna tell me that a social worker
But
can...
that's a straw man. Nobody's advocating for that. Like we're talking about if you get an offended veteran on
I
the
don't
side
know.
of
I've
the
got.
street.
I
Like,
think
why do
there
we
are
need to send
some
a cop?
people
I've
on the
gotten
left
into some
that argue for
arguments
that.
where people have unironically argued that we should just have social workers showing up at people's doors for domestic violence issues. And
Those are
just,
trolls like you on pan.
Well, wait.
I don't know.
Wait, hold on. So, I think this is something we should really defer to data on. The vast majority of stuff cops respond to doesn't lead to violence, and if you look at numbers based on like neighborhood and type of call, it skews much more heavily. I think like 8% of police responses involve some like meaningful threat of violence, but if like a lot of those you could see coming, right? I mean, if people are saying like, oh, there's a shooter, or like, oh, here's DV, like that seems fairly obvious. But a lot of what cops do is so unlikely that violence is going to happen, you know? Like checking up on folks on parole, like traffic stuff. There's a bunch of stuff they do that is just, it's incredibly unlikely that violence gets involved. You know, cops die at like, what, 1/8 the rate of pizza delivery drivers? I feel like we overstate sometimes the dangers associated with police work because we repeat propaganda talking points they disseminate in order to justify always maintaining a constant high level of potential threat. I think one of the best things we could do for this as well is normalizing some cultural stuff that would decrease the likelihood of police being necessary in the future. People are on edge around police. Nobody likes being around the police, or at least very few people do. It's always
true.
Yeah. So I think if you mitigate stuff like that, you turn down the aggression dial, maybe that percentage point of risk starts to decrease a little bit. I don't think people would like prey on the social workers necessarily, because of course, if a social worker gets hurt, the cops will show up. So it's not like
but
you're
why do we have to have that social
we
worker
don't
get
need
hurt when we could send a cop with a social
Just send
worker?
a cop.
Should we send a
And
cop with every
8%,
pizza delivery driver?
I'm sorry, the 8% number doesn't mean shit to me, because that's 8% of like threat of violence. It doesn't matter if that's 1%.
No, do we just compare a domestic dispute to a pizza delivery?
The pizza delivery guys die way more often than cops do. Should we send a cop to escort every pizza delivery?
Well, a pizza delivery man can have a gun in his car if he's like got like a certification, right?
I don't think they bring it to the door with them. The point that I'm getting at here is that that 8%, the 1% number, these skew elsewhere. The fact is, any job where you move around the city is going to be dangerous in some way or another. But we can't constantly overstate the dangers associated with police work as a way of maintaining their incredibly bloated budgets.
About the danger. It's not about the danger to the police. That's not what I'm arguing about. What I'm talking about is the danger to the person who is the victim in that situation. I don't give a fuck,
most
right?
Cop calls don't have a victim.
If you're
even
yeah,
if
most don't, but there's still 8%, like you said,
Then
where there's
send the
threat of
police
violence,
to the
right?
ones where you think there's a likelihood of police being needed. It's not
Doesn't
about
matter.
replacing
We
police
don't.
for
You can't
everything.
determine that. You can't determine that in every case.
Yeah, you
can't
can.
determine that in
Wait,
majority
hold
of
on.
these
Wait.
cases.
Your argument's logical extension is that every single civic function should be done by the police because you never know if there's a chance of violence. Every delivery,
No,
every
if somebody
clerk
is
position,
calling
everything.
the police for if somebody is calling the police for it, like a reason where they feel like they're threatened, then we need to send the police.
If they feel like they're threatened, yes. Wait, yes. If they feel like they're threatened, then yes. But that's not the majority of what cops do. We should find
But a
ways
police
of...
officer doesn't like
That's what
know
she
their...
said the whole time.
Yeah, a police officer doesn't know their whole schedule when they wake up in the morning. So
No, but
even like a traffic cop could be in a situation where he needs a weapon at some point in the day.
Yeah, every person could conceivably be in a situation where they need a weapon.
Yeah, but
at some
every
point.
person isn't dealing with like crime.
Every person is
Wait,
not being called on to protect them, right?
Wait,
like to
cops
be
aren't
protected.
No, wait, hold on. Cops aren't always being called to protect things. Cops do a ton of different types of work.
They
and
do.
Dispatchers.
I'm not
can-
talking about the other types of work. We're talking explicitly about the type where it is violent or there's a threat of being
Nobody
being
would
violent.
advocate sending a social worker in those situations. You talk about the rote managerial work that cops do, admin stuff, some traffic stuff. There are lots of things that cops can potentially facilitate that, that social workers could facilitate with like virtually no risk of violence. And if you think that any risk of violence warrants sending a cop, then cops should be sent for all civic functions because there's always going to be some risk.
I think you should just
Wait,
have
can I-
specific teams with like social workers and cops in almost every situation, and you should be trained to not inflict violence if the situation doesn't call for violence. So like you have to get rid of the systemic racism. You have to get rid of the shoot first mentality, right? But you should be sending a social worker into a cop into a lot of these situations, if not almost all of them.
Wait, I've got a question for Vosh. I have to ask this, okay?
Yeah.
So, basically, when we think about a violent case, right, where a police officer would need to be dispatched, are we keeping cops? Because for the most part, cops patrol. This is just like a general fact of policing. Usually they're in their patrol cars driving around, right? So, for that kind of thing, would we need to send, because that's a non-violent thing, would we need to send them back to the station before they get dispatched out to the whatever violent crime scene, pick up a weapon for a specific task, and then delay what could potentially be a dangerous thing, and then send them out there?
No, if there are cops out on patrol. There are guns that have firearms in it. Cops always are armed in the States.
So, yeah, I know this to be true, but the thing is we're talking about like de-arming police officers and all of this
No,
stuff.
we're not.
We're not talking about that. We're not talking about that.
We're talking about
We're-
delegating some functions the police fill to social workers, something which has been
By the
done
way, the
both in this
pizza
country
delivery
and out.
statistic, the pizza
Wait, but
delivery statistic is incorrect.
Hold on. No.
This is the
We're
thing.
cracking
though,
the
with
stats out. Let's fucking go.
Okay, but this is the thing with like the pizza delivery guy then too. Like, I feel like if that's a dangerous thing and we're still arming police officers even though it's supposed to be less dangerous, like, shouldn't we already arm social workers off the cuff?
Well, I suppose we could, but it's not so much about whether or not they're armed. It's about the responsibilities that they're trained to handle. And ideally, you would want these guys to be de-escalatory. One of the problems with cops is that their presence often increases the likelihood of violence, depending on the neighborhood and a bunch of other conditions, because cops are, in America at least, you know, machismo-fueled, like, monster can chugging, like,
right, so I completely agree with you. I completely agree with you. But when we talk about the risk of safety to the... It sounds like, in that case, it would logically follow that we could just send out social workers with guns and everything gets handled bada bing, bada
Well, because no, then the social workers will be treated as police, basically, and turn out the minds of everybody if they're armed.
But then they still have the de-escalatory training. They still have the de-escalatory
So then we should just make
training.
police officers have de-escalatory training.
Yeah, just how about we just how about we just
This is what I'm trying to get at, though.
How about we just so I agree with Nick here. I agree with Nick here because we should just be we should be training. Sure, there's room for improvement in the way that we train police, right? But I still will not advocate. I am not going to advocate for a social worker to show up to a call where somebody has called for police. I'm just not going to. If you want to hire somebody else to do paperwork, right? That's fine.
But but for what call? Like what are they calling for?
For like for domestic violence situation or something like that.
For violence, then yeah, a cop should probably.
Yeah, nobody's.
This is the thing.
Hold on.
Wait.
But Stardust, how do they, like, there's countries where they don't have guns right now. Like, I just read online, 90% of UK cops don't carry guns. And
Yeah, but these
they're not
people in
like
the
Mad Max right now.
But the people in the domestic disputes might have guns because we're in America.
Well, that's fine, but like, why does it work in the UK but wouldn't
Because
work?
they don't have
we
guns.
we got rid of it before it became part of like a national identity and was written into the Constitution as like literally a part of the amount of people who argue for the Second Amendment as literally like their entire personality is ridiculous in America.
Wait, so hold on.
That being said, it does exist, so we have to like realize it's there.
Right.
Wait,
Can we just back up for 1 second, please, for the love of God, okay? So it sounds like arguing for this whole social workers things versus cops when we should just have police that are trained to de-escalate. Like, it sounds like you guys are all arguing for the same thing, essentially in a circle, trying to put different names on it.
I think that's probably too much, though. I don't think you can expect that of police officers. Sorry.
Well, I think we should have less police officers and we should increase the budget for training and then decrease the budget in other areas. That way we can get the more intensive training.
Hold on, wait.
And
You need specialization.
A lot of votes for that one, bro.
Wait, hold on.
You need specialization.
Specialization is a good thing. We can't have cops doing all jobs. Social workers already
That's
get
what I
sent
mean.
out to do. Right. Also, I just want to point out that delivery drivers do die more often than police officers per capita. I don't know what I said, like 2 times, 3 times, 5 times or something. That was.
You said 8.
I said 8. Okay, yeah, that was. I hope that I was hyperbolizing. It's about 1.6 times, 1.7 times as often for delivery drivers.
Okay.
So here's the thing: within the drivers/sales workers and truck drivers group, there were a total 966 fatal injuries in 2018, but just 5% of these were driver/sales workers, which includes restaurant delivery drivers, not just pizza. Vast majority are heavy truck drivers. Of these 966 deaths, 78% were transportation related, which makes sense for truck drivers. Only 2% were homicides, 20 deaths, including heavy truck drivers. By contrast, of the 108 police officers killed in 2018, 49 were homicides.
Oh, could you link
It
that?
sounds-
Wow, so that was just completely the fuck wrong.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, can
It
you link
sounds
that?
like to me
Stat BTFO.
that America is fucked. And I think we just leave you guys to it. You guys can do whatever you want with your guns, and the rest of the world should just completely ignore America.
Oh
Thank
god,
you
wouldn't
for-
it be nice? But you literally can't because they export
No, I think
so
we
much
should.
of their fucking ideology. Like even
No,
to
let's
Australia.
Thank you so much.
It's the
Thank you so much for creating a normalized sentiment of just if these guys are over here, let them kill each other, Lord of the Flies style.
I like
Totally.
whatever. Like, yeah, if you're gonna be crazy
We're gonna
kids
have
with
a
guns on a
God,
weird
I'm starting
island,
to
like,
rave.
go for it. Like,
I
that's
don't
Too
know.
hard because they control
think-
most of our Western media, right? There's
No. We ban everything from America.
Like,
Everywhere else in the world.
off the,
So,
like,
like,
bullshit
sorry, I can't come on your panels anymore because actually, this doesn't exist. No communication. Just cut them off.
No cheeseburger.
I don't know. The internet.
Enforce that. You don't have any
only
guns.
exists.
You said,
You know
wait,
what-
Fawn,
but
hold on,
that's the
Fawn,
thing, you
hold on,
can't-
Fawn.
you can't
We've
reach-
got cheese though, guys.
I
We've
know,
got cheese.
I know,
You can't
Fawn.
reach me with your
Fawn
gun.
is a
I'm on an
huge
island.
fan. You're a huge fan of Burger King, so you're fucked.
No, I'm not that big.
Wait, what was
Alright, but we get to keep all the American media. So
Wait, is this even true?
Yeah.
That's so true. I would have nothing to watch. Like Australian TV is alright, but
Oh
like,
no, Australian TV is terrible. No, but you can have British
Hold on.
TV. Okay, like there's some stuff out of British. You know, like other. I don't know. Get into anime. Like there's options.
This sounds terrible. What the hell are you talking
No,
about?
it doesn't matter for you. I don't care about you. You're American. I don't care about
You're
you.
responsible. You are
So-
responsible
so-
for deteriorating society. What you have
So
done
I'm
is
good.
destroyed the world.
Good.
So I'm not disputing that there is this, kind of cultural domination that America has, right? And I would say, like I myself have even seen like the kind of Eurocentric standards that we've had for like as far as beauty goes, right? So yeah, I definitely see like what you guys are saying, and I think that is though something that has to come like internally, right? I don't know that America can do anything to stop that, right? But like other countries could do what they wanted as far as encouraging their own media to be consumed, right? So
I've got a book for you, my friend. This right here is called Imperialism.
Read.
Yes, Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism by Vladimir Lenin.
Reading.
No,
Go-
keep reading.
Just go read theory, bro.
I don't
bro,
read
go
it. I
read
don't.
theory.
You don't need
the
to
only
read
theory I read is keeping up with the Kim Kardashians, and that's not even reading, okay? That's fucking watching something. You
can
can
someone
learn
make a
everything you need to know.
About the book, so I don't have to read it.
Listen, if you want leftist theory like that, just go on Twitter, okay? Have a look around, find some unhinged 50 tweet thread about how the term
Do you have a
is
Discord server I can use
and
to
read
find all
that.
this information out? Yeah.
So what you're gonna do is you're gonna hop on Reddit and you're gonna go r/Marxism-Leninism, and then what you're gonna then what you're gonna want to do is you're going to want to basically go to your nearest arms dealer, buy a Glock, read for a while, and then Roblox yourself.
Wait. No, wait. I think I'm still
Down,
right.
bro. What are you talking about?
Look, but listen, Vosh is desperate to.
Vosh is still on the
to
numbers,
us,
bro.
okay? He's got to be right, okay? He's got to be right.
Wait, hold on.
I just said
must
we should
find.
Wait, okay, wait. I didn't realize we're being
And
obstinate about
Vosh
the
is
idea
like-
of learning more about this subject. So there are a good number of cops that die per year to traffic incidents themselves. It's not, I mean, right? Like for instance, the biggest killer of cops right now is COVID. But if you take a look at specifically pizza delivery drivers, which is significant, you want to isolate that group. Most delivery drivers never make contact with the person in the house. If you're dropping off Amazon shit or whatever, then you're not. You just leave it at the porch. But pizza delivery drivers make eye contact. And in that case, from what I can tell, pizza delivery, let's see, Okay, if we take felonious cop deaths, which means they're being killed by a crime, we take a look.
So what I linked to you has nothing about pizza delivery drivers on it. I don't know where you're getting this.
They're the one. Well, I'm just wondering if cops should be escorting them, right? So for the felonious.
Right, but okay, you're missing the point. You're missing the point
right here.
Drivers / sales workers include. Okay, so this is majority of the people who have these deaths are heavy truck drivers, right? Of these we're talking about, right?
Is pizza by you not no contact right now?
Wait. Hold on. Wait. Either I'm missing the point or we're all missing the point. The point that I was making.
For more variables.
The point that it's not. Wait. Hold on. I'm not sure if any of you understand the point that was made. The point that I was trying to make is that there are many social functions which are dangerous, and that you wouldn't argue that cops should escort like all of them, right?
Well, not if they're transportation related. A lot of people die in car accidents, right? Maybe we should just, not drive cars. I don't know.
Okay, but when you take away the transportation related deaths and only look at murders or robberies, pizza delivery drivers are still victimized at very high. Didn't you say even 1% was too high earlier?
Well, right. If we're talking about when somebody calls the police, right, and they are under threat of violence, then yes, if that's 1% of the calls, then we should send the police to them. That's a preventable thing.
Do we need to get into utilitarianism?
Wait, so
No!
Are we just ignoring the fact that pizza delivery drivers can conceal carry if they want to protect themselves?
They don't bring the guns with them. Wait, that's not the same as having a cop. Every citizen can conceal carry if they want to in most circumstances. Also, company cars might not let you have guns with them. Also, no pizza delivery service would allow their drivers to have a visible holster on them.
I don't know why you're caught on the pizza delivery.
No,
because
I have to say this.
Because the logical route is the best kind.
Wait, what point do you think I was trying to make earlier?
With the pizza delivery drivers?
What point do you think I was trying to make?
I guess we thought you were trying to say something to the effect of, if the pizza drivers are killed at a higher rate. I think she was just trying to point out the flaw.
I was pointing out that was wrong. That was wrong. The stat that you're saying that pizza delivery drivers are murdered at a higher rate than cops are, or that they die or whatever at a higher rate than cops do, and that their job is more dangerous. I was pretty much saying that was wrong.
Their job is more dangerous. That is a fact.
Well, no.
So if we can replace pizza delivery drivers with a different job, and his comment logically follows still.
So, but we're not talking about how dangerous it is. We're talking about
we're not talking about like the rate of homicides that pizza delivery drivers encounter, right? Because it's 2% of all transportation or drivers / sales workers, right? That's 2%. That's not even specifically pizza delivery people, right? I don't know where you're getting pizza delivery, but if it's 2% of drivers / sales workers that are homicides, right? That's like it's the pizza delivery, right? That's but again, this is not people calling for help, right?
Okay, so if we take a look right now, wait, no, I still don't think you understand the point. If we're talking about which responsibilities can be delegated to non-police entities, right? There's always going to be a risk, no matter what the job is, that the job you do might meet with violence. Whether you're being a pizza delivery driver, or you're checking up on people on parole, or you're checking up on traffic violations. There's always the possibility that what you do might meet with violence. So you made an argument that any chance of violence was sufficient to warrant sending a police officer. And my rebuttal to that was, if that was the case, police officers should be fulfilling basically every civic function in this country, because every job carries with it some potential risk of violence. I mean, certainly pizza delivery drivers. So
what you're saying is everyone should be armed. Literally everybody should be armed, no matter what they do. Teachers should be armed, pizza drivers should be armed, everybody who has any chance of coming into contact with violence should be armed.
Here's the thing, right? Okay, so again, this is if you're looking at just deaths, we don't, I don't know that we would send police you know, just because of that, right? We look at like homicides, what's dangerous, right? Again, 2% of driver/sales workers are homicides. They die from homicides, right? The rest of that is like the vast majority of it is transportation
But that's not a relevant
related
statistic
deaths.
when we're
Talking about it is relevant, right? Because you're talking about homicides of pizza delivery drivers,
Yes.
right?
And
They are
robberies, which
under
we're not
that
including
category.
here, but that's pretty common as well.
They're under that category.
Can we just talk about the utility that comes from sending fucking pizza or police officers with pizza delivery drivers? How expensive that would be?
Wait, you're right.
That would be.
I completely
Yes, of
agree.
course I'm right.
Sending
I'm
police
right.
officers to assist delivery drivers or to be the delivery driver would be a tremendous waste of money. So
Yes,
maybe
it is
there are
incredibly
other things
inefficient,
we
which
send
is why I
police-
don't know why we're getting hung up on this fucking point. It's
So
such a
maybe
bad point.
I agree. So maybe there are other things that cops get sent to which have very proportionally low risks of violence that we could delegate to social workers.
So can you give an example of something
We're
where,
talking
like,
about people calling. Yeah, we're talking about explicitly violent situations. I'm not talking
Nobody
about
has
pizza
argued
delivery.
against that. But
Then
what about
what are we talking about?
what about
Delivery drivers aren't calling for the police.
what about
Wait, you guys are talking
non-explicitly what about non-explicitly violent situations? Like, for example, when the cops get called because a homeless person is being rowdy, or because of a mental health checkup, or because somebody wants somebody to supervise as they move stuff out of another person's house, or because
But
they're
what kind
concerned
of
about
mental health checkup?
What about wait? What about when people have noise complaints on neighbors? Are these all things we need to send military gear equipped cops over to deal with?
Are they coming with M16s?
I mean, you can make an argument for it because the possibility in America is that everyone could be armed, right? Like that's the problem you have here.
Then every civic function should be done by cops. We should just have cop jobs, and everyone all the time is just wearing Kevlar and has a gun on them, right?
Well, I mean, that's your logical conclusion. But
No,
like,
my
what's the
logical
problem?
conclusion is
Because everybody
no,
owns a
for the-
military geared.
For the homeless people, right? I don't know how often you've like interacted.
I
but
grew up in
that
LA.
can
You
turn
don't need to
into-
patronize.
Okay. All right. I'm not trying to patronize you. I'm just for anybody, really.
How often do you think cops
it
died
can
on
be-
homeless people?
I'm not talking about them dying, right? But it
I mean,
can
homeless
be any
people probably
violent.
die to cops more
If
than
you
the
let
other
me
way around.
finish,
Oh, yeah.
right? Okay.
Wait, if there's a disturbance with a homeless person, it's not just the police officer that's in danger. It
Oh
could be
my
the person
God, guys,
with the
come
disturbance.
on.
The
Okay.
vast majority
So
of
what I'm
situations
saying-
like that are not like a homeless person running around with a knife. It's usually just
No, of course not. I'm not saying
loitering.
that. I didn't even get to finish what I was saying before you guys had like 3 people jumped in. Okay, so what I'm saying, right, in a lot of these situations, there's still the risk for it to turn violent.
There's
Maybe not
always
against the
the
police officer, but against whoever is calling, right?
But that risk
That's why we
exists all the
spend.
time.
Yes,
Always.
but pizza delivery drivers, if they call the police, then the police will probably show up to help them too,
By
right?
then it's too late. They already appeared at the
Exactly.
person's
That's why we
doorstep.
can't send a social worker for everything.
No, that's my point. Wait, okay, hold on. Why shouldn't we just have police officers fulfill every civic function? Because we acknowledge that any time the state needs to send anyone anywhere, it does involve violence. Maybe they should go with EMTs every time. Maybe when you the meter maids that take coins out of the parking things, maybe cops should be sent there. That is a potentially dangerous job. You never know. Maybe anytime health inspectors show up to restaurants, they should be cops too, because that is also something that could potentially lead to violence. Every job carries a risk, but we have to decide. Maybe, and by the way, Americans are the ones with this problem. Other countries have this figured out better. Maybe we don't need to send cops to everything. Cops are overworked. They're not trained for the huge range of jobs they're asked to do. We're so paranoid in this country. We don't.
Can we get some
consider the
solid
possibility.
examples?
I don't-
What kind of mental health disturbance would you just want to send a social worker to?
Someone's gonna kill themselves. We
Yeah,
need to
someone's
send
gonna jump
just
off a
social
bridge.
worker. Yeah.
Now, is the person who's going to kill themselves armed?
No.
Or is it just like
Because
someone's
they're
going to jump
jumping
off
off
a
a
bridge?
If there's ever an alert that the person in trouble is armed, then they would send a cop. But oftentimes mental health checks are literally like, a call is received. Hey, I think my friend's like feeling depressed. Can you check in on them?
So we have things
then
like
you wouldn't
this.
have
They're
the
called
accurate
welfare
information
checks,
to know they're
right?
not armed.
You can call people and get a welfare check on them, right?
Who does it?
Well, they don't kick down your
sometimes
door when you get a welfare check.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
we
just
should-
like
wait,
a social
wait.
worker
Yeah,
or
so-
yeah.
So we should be prescribing that we should be prescribing that it should be social workers because cops are armed and
For
this tends
elderly
to lead
people,
to
it's social
escalate.
workers.
Good, but see, a lot of the time, people who have depression or things of that nature, or like there was that case of the guy who was going to kill themselves and the cops straight up shot him. Okay, so there's cases where cops get sent to deal with mental health checks, and that leads to just more and more escalation, and eventually antagonism of the person who's going to do something potentially
Imagine
harmful to
having a
themselves
mental
or
health
others.
crisis and a fucking cop shows up. Holy shit, I'm mentally well, and if a fucking cop knocks at my door like, "This police, you okay there?" Like, holy shit. Yeah, but they're probably not the best people to send. They're like the opposite of mental health trained. They're like.
Do they do that in America?
Yes, welfare checks. They send
Okay, they
cops,
do that
and they
here
do
too.
kick
I was
down
just
doors,
checking.
and they will pull guns
Not
on
necessarily,
you sometimes.
but
No, they. Wait,
Yeah.
what?
Yes.
Are you
Not
conflating like a
necessarily.
swatting with like a mental health check?
No, in mental health checks, at least where I grew up, and in basically every experience I've ever heard, they send cops, and those cops treat every single mental welfare check like they're busting in a fucking booby-trapped jam
Every
jungle.
single one?
Not
Wait,
every single one, but
cop or
a
every
lot
single
of.
welfare check?
You just said
Wait, okay, the broader point is that cops are not equipped to deal with these kind of things because they're not trained in de-escalation. They're trained to be like militarized civilian commandos coming out here and taking people down. They're trained to deal with criminals. They have the mentality to be trained to deal with criminals,
part of the
not
reason
mentally
it's-
unwell people. That's the
part of the
broader
reason
point.
it sounds so unhinged to send a police officer anywhere is because kind of people like you think that cops are just military geared out fucking, I don't know, black ops agents who kick down doors and shoot fucking suicidal people.
Do you think?
I mean,
wait,
we
do you
have
think that
stats on their
cops? Wait,
behavior.
wait.
People
do you
like
think, wait, no.
you?
I am talking right now. Okay. Do not put
Oh,
words in
okay.
my mouth.
So when
Mr.
it's you,
Cortez.
when it's you, it's me.
Yes.
It's different. Three people can interrupt me when I'm talking.
I'm
That's 'cause
maximizing
you're a
my
woman.
utility right now. Okay.
Of course it is.
So the thing is again, like Vosh said, the numbers show that cops are way more likely to do this than social workers. Like, it's not even comparable. The second thing is yes, they're absolutely militarized, ready to go. They carry guns, pepper spray, like mace, like billy clubs with them. They're basically ready to take people down. Like, they are driving around in armored vehicles a lot of the time. There's so many fucking cops.
So should we replace it with Priuses?
We should send
because it would be
social
better for the
workers
environment.
I'm not disagreeing that we can
And Priuses.
I'm not disagreeing that we can certainly train people better, right? Certainly. But this comparison with pizza delivery drivers for whatever reason just doesn't seem very apt to me.
The point that I'm making is that some jobs carry risk, but that doesn't mean we always send cops to do it. Do you think
shit, I'm gonna take a lot
like
of
we've
damage for
arranged
this.
the perfect balance right now? Like right now, everything cops do, it's perfect for them to
Oh
do
my
it.
god.
And everything
I
cops
mean,
don't
no.
do, it's perfect for them to not
I
do.
think.
Oh,
I think
come
that,
on, I only respawned
I
with
think
3
that,
health?
that,
This is bullshit.
Definitely, there are things that we can work on, right?
Just
Like there
straight up murked
certainly like
myself.
paperwork, right? But like, but a lot of this, right? What we're talking about, you're talking about these on the field things. I think we still need cops for.
Nobody here has said we should abolish all cops. We're just saying that there
I'm gonna
are
say that.
roles.
I never said that you said that.
Then then why are you arguing against the consistent position that I have held? Which
That
is
is
that
like a
there are roles the
consistent
police fill
position.
right now that we could have filled by social workers.
I just think there needs to be more of a balance. America's in a really shitty spot because everybody could potentially be armed, which is why, like, cops go into situations heavily armed, which is very problematic. But at the end of the day, we also have to talk about what kind of people go into becoming cops and why they do it, right? Like, the role has to be entirely changed because people go into this job for whatever sort of power trip it creates.
What?
A lot of the time.
Do you think that people only become cops because they want to go for a power trip?
A lot
No,
of them do,
I think some people maybe go in wanting to make the world a safer and a more just place, but at the same time, there are a lot of people who go into it to inflict power on others.
Or it's just like a stable job with some good pay. I don't know.
No.
True, because why?
Capitalism
Capitalism has allowed for very little people to have any sort of social mobility, and becoming a cop is, or joining the military, or is one of those things where you can get a stable income where you can actually survive. So yes, there is lots of reasons, but you can't ignore the power dynamics at play here.
I think it's a quick, just a quick reality check. So a welfare check, the reason why you call somebody to do a welfare check is because you think somebody might be in trouble. Somebody, it could be an elderly person, maybe has fallen down or something, and you don't have the ability to get to the residence. The reason why you do a welfare check is because a cop can go to the residence, they're allowed to knock, and then if they have reason to believe that something bad has happened, they can break in and get into the house to make sure that the person is okay. A cop doing a welfare check isn't a cop walking into the door and screaming like, "This is the fucking police, open the fuck up!" That's not what a welfare check is, and that's not how police conduct themselves during a welfare check. Just a quick heads up for that.
Thank you.
I forgot
When did
to.
Destiny jump in here? What the hell?
Oh, Jesus! I thought somebody sounded like
This
Destiny.
fucking show on the road.
I was like,
Let's fucking
who's
go.
It is Destiny.
No, well, I was confused. No, I think it's like if we
I
want
gave
to
you the
defer
link
to like
to the
if we
video
want to
chat
defer
Destiny, if you want
to
it.
broader research on this, there are plenty of criticisms of the way that police are used in this country, the ubiquity with which they're used, the ways in which they're trained, and the fact that we overload them with basically every civic function that we send people out to do that we can get away with. So the argument that no, not literally every welfare check is them storming down the door, but yes, there have been plenty of arguments made, even from people in the police departments, that a heavier focus on de-escalation could be achieved with non-police officers, because police officers' first priority, in accordance with their training, is always going to be, well, not very de-escalatory.
So a cop's goal is always to de-escalate, but I mean, if a cop is called to an area, then obviously that might not be what's happening. If you've called a police officer, you're already in an exceptional circumstance, of course. The reason why cops are sent out to places is because of liability. And this is why even with social welfare checks, or when a social worker is called, oftentimes you want a police officer there for liability reasons. If you're getting to an area where something has escalated so much that you feel like you need to call external parties to help with some sort of mental health crisis, there's a much higher likelihood that you're going to enter an area where somebody needs the authority to apply force, which is by the state, that's going to be there in order to have that person on hand to do it. This is why even if we do these things where social workers show up to place or whatever, if you're calling like somebody to do this, you're probably gonna have to send a cop along anyway.
Yeah, but aren't we at a point now where people are like, some people are scared of the cops, and there needs to be a way to call somebody that's not a cop to deal with your situation too?
What the fuck?
Yeah, but so like here's the problem, okay? Is that if you're a social worker and and I super recommend if anybody ever wants to drag an actual social worker onto this to talk about it, when you're a social worker and you're calling this, people seem to think that like social workers are called in because, oh, you know, like Johnny's feeling really depressed and maybe he's a little suicidal and we want to call a social worker over to the house to chat with him. This isn't like what social workers are typically called to homes for. They're usually called to homes in the event of like a mental health crisis. So it might be somebody's like literally locked in a bathroom with a knife saying they're gonna kill themselves. It might be somebody that's taken their child out and they could be at risk. It could be somebody locked up with a gun. Like these are the types of things you call a mental health like professional for. Even inside institutions, there will be people that will make calls to police officers when they're dealing with certain types of patients. These situations are they're really difficult, and oftentimes you need somebody that's ready to assume the violent liability there in order to handle the situation, which is why cops are involved in these sorts of things so often. I don't really see a way around that, unfortunately.
So you think that every role that cops fill right now is the one which needs to be filled by cops? And all the roles which are not filled by cops, it's acceptable for the risks to be taken by a person who isn't capable of exercising that violence.
Yeah. Well, it depends on what roles you're talking about. If we're going back to the pizza driver thing, I don't think calling a cop is going to help you avoid like a drunk driving accident or something. So if we're talking about these types of things, then no. Also, individuals can carry firearms with them if they want. They can call the cops if they want. There's other things there. But secondly, the problem is that when people talk about like, oh well, we need to do these things, or we need to not have cops go here, we need to have some other person. When you start to ask questions about, well, what other kind of person is, you're just going to be building a different type of cop. So I'll say, okay, well, so in a mental health crisis, you don't want cops? You'll be like, well, no, of course. I was like, okay, so who should go? Well, a social worker. Okay, well, the social worker needs to have training to subdue somebody. You agree with that, right? Well, yeah, be a social worker with that training. Okay, we also probably need to vest some authority in them to, like, apply force, right? Well, yeah, of course. They probably need a weapon, right? Yeah, at least like a taser or something. Okay, you're basically just building a cop again, right?
And that's
it's easier
every
to take
role
a cop
that a cop fills right right now.
Wait. But don't you think that there are situations which we send cops to do things like they monitor fucking public high schools and shit like that, where we could have someone who's way more well equipped to do this take over this job? Because this is the position that I think.
Wait, have you ever gone to a high school with metal detectors?
Have I ever gone to a high school with metal detectors? Do you think people bring guns to every high school or something?
Wait, hold on. So a lot of high schools have metal detectors now, right? Yeah.
Have you been to a school where like violent fights break out every day? Like that's like the type of place where we're talking about, right?
And usually teachers get in the middle of those fights and break them up. Like
we need
no cops.
Wait, hold on. Wait, stop. This is wait, hold on. This is complete anecdote jerking. Okay. Hold on. This isn't some radical lefty concern. Police are dramatically overworked in this country because they do get sent out for so much, and this is something that is different in other countries. It's a problem that we have in particular. Now, obviously, America has a higher rate of gun ownership, but the percentage of like cop time that's spent on violent calls or like in direct, immediate threats of violence is quite a small portion of what they do altogether. Oftentimes they show up to take notes after a potential property crime. They respond to non-criminal calls. There are traffic issues. Mental welfare checks are not all somebody's at such a point that they're probably going to kill themselves. You can just call the cops and say, hey, I'm worried about my friend. And with no other information, and they'll send police officers. The idea that all of these roles need to be... Because Americans like calling cops.
Okay, but that's American.
Wait, who else?
Police officers say you're worried about your friend. What is it? I don't know. My friend just lost his holographic Charizard. Can you go check? So what are you saying when you call the police?
The information you give them will dictate the response they decide to send. If you tell them there's a hostage situation, they send a SWAT team. If you tell them something less important than that, they send a police officer. And maybe, in a better world, if you told them something that seems not immediately threatening, they could send somebody who's not even a police officer. Somebody whose job deals more with interpersonal interactions and de-escalation than what cops do. The ideal cop would be able to do all of these roles, but we know they can't. We know for a fact they can't. There are severe criticisms of the way that our police spend their time in this country.
Yeah, this is why we're talking about specialization earlier, okay? This is why it's important to, like, send people who are more equipped to handle these things out. I don't know why we couldn't, why we beat around the bush with that all so much.
Can I share an anecdote? Please. Yeah.
Sure.
So, once, my friend did something not so good at my house and called the ambulance. Actually, she called the ambulance on herself. Because, yeah, she was like, I think I'm a danger to myself, so should probably go get some help. And then, even though she called the ambulance and told them what happened, a paramedic showed up, and the police also showed up because there was someone doing something harmful to themselves. And I think that kind of made sense because they didn't know in what kind of headspace she necessarily was, or
that worked out.
What kind of weapons she might have had. Like, I do think that it kind of made sense for the police to show up, but also this is New Zealand, so like the cops didn't come in with guns or anything, and they just had a very calm conversation with us to figure out what had happened, and then the paramedic took us to the hospital. And I feel like that kind of made sense to me. That situation didn't seem bad.
I don't know the specifics of New Zealand police treatment, but I imagine they don't have the same issues that we do. It's also possible, I mean, you could make the argument for sending an EMT and an ambulance after pretty much every police call, right? Like, you never know if there's going to be a problem. Obviously, we all have to learn when to draw the line on expenditures of police or state resources. And I'm only saying that, and again, this isn't some radical lefty opinion. This has been a criticism for decades. We do overtax police by having them fill a ton of roles. Seriously, if we could just get response to non-criminal calls, like not even an implicit threat, done mostly by social workers, we could cut down on the amount of police time responding to calls by nearly a third. And the benefits of that would be enormous with regards to city budgets, with the actual well-being of these cops, because it would probably mean that they're a little bit less strained I think that you can like make really good arguments for some types of work being delegated, and we can try this on a city-by-city basis. Maybe we don't need cops standing guard at these high schools. Maybe having social workers there would work better. I know that I don't know what the data is on like having cop guards at high schools like leading to increased rates of graduation or lower violence are, but I do know that recently there was that dad project. You had like 24 kids who were arrested for scuffling in the school. So a bunch of dads got together and they now they're there, and now kids aren't getting arrested because the dads are there to just sort of, I don't know, dad shame people. Stuff like that, you know? Like, we have to get rid of the idea that everything is dangerous, so everything has to be done by a cop, and like, oh, cops aren't great at everything and they're actually quite bad in America at de-escalation. Well, that's just a risk we have to take. We need to be more exploratory than that, city by city.
Do you think though in most situations it should be both? Like there should be this specialization where there are teams of people where somebody is trained, you know, in firearms, and then there is a social worker involved.
Yeah, but we can come up with different combinations and different practical applications in all types of settings, which I think would be important. But there's lots of practical applications where we don't need to send police at all. That's the important thing.
If we want
there's so many jobs that police don't need to go to.
I'm having a hard time understanding what these like mental health crises are that are so essential. You need to call a third party that you wouldn't want a police officer there for liability reasons. I'm just curious. I'm genuinely asking. Is there like an example?
Or? Are you asking because you don't know? Have you ever had a welfare check
I don't
on you?
know if this is supposed to make the argument stronger. What I'm asking is if you've escalated something to the point where you have to make a phone call, you're saying, hello, there is a situation that is so out of control where I'm at right now, I need to bring in another person to deal with it. But it's fine, I don't need a cop. I'm just curious, what are those types of situations? That's what I'm asking.
Welfare checks oftentimes are done literally just because you're concerned about a person. I know that, and I could dig this up, and I don't know if there's specific data on this, but the idea that every welfare check is being done because an American has waited for the last resort and only now are they willing. A lot of people panic call 911 because that's the only option we have when it comes to asking the state for any kind of interference. Unless you have a friend in the neighborhood of whatever friend you're concerned about, the state has nothing else for you. There's nothing else you can send. There's no other number you can call. It's the cops. So in many cases, we don't even have a normalization of the channels that people can go through to indicate they want someone other than a cop. But I'll say this, I have called welfare checks on somebody because I was worried about them, and I did have to call the cops, but I wouldn't have if there had been an alternative. The cop was undesirable, but preferable to the absence of information entirely. And thankfully, nothing happened. She was fine, the cop didn't do anything bad.
So if we're making a welfare check on somebody, we're implicitly or explicitly saying there's a chance that you're going to go to a house and the house you're going to has a dead person inside. You might even need to break into it. Like, do we just send like a social worker there and then they either break in, or when the social worker gets there, if nobody answers, do they call the cops?
I think that is an extraordinarily small fraction of the total range of, again, this would be like every time.
Wait. Okay, you keep trying to say like, wait, hold on.
I'm sorry, do you have numbers on how often that is the case?
Okay, it's not about how often, it's about the possibility
there is
of it being the case.
There is always a possibility that any state action, anytime you send anyone to fulfill any role in any house, something horrible can happen. Now, if you would ask the majority of people calling for a welfare check, do you want a cop or a social worker sent to the house of that person? I would be willing to bet the majority would ask for a social worker, not all, but I do think that's a decision they should at least be able to make.
Yeah, possibly. I don't know if that's even a situation, because there would have to be further explanation given there. When you're making a call for a welfare check, what you're telling the operator on the other end is there is a chance that you're going to a residence that you might need to break into, and there's a chance that there might be a crime scene because there might be a body. That is the entire point of a welfare check. A welfare check means that there is somebody that you are concerned about in a house and you cannot get a hold of them in any way. So they're not responding to any sort of phone call, cell phone, whatever, and you don't have another friend that you can go check up on them. So when you call an operator, you're saying they could be dead, there might be a crime scene, you might need to break in to check on that person. That's the point of a welfare check.
Right, so when we generally have welfare checks, do you think that it's an initial first move or a good idea to just send some cops there willing to barge down and break down the door? Do you think that that's like the best outcome, when most often we don't need these cops to come out here and, you know, handle these situations when we could have the social worker go knock, check on the door, make sure the person's alive and then leave? especially when cops are more threatening, they are more intimidating, and it definitely is going to make someone having a mental health crisis more on edge and more feel more antagonized or feel more problematic.
So like that's
Wait,
so that is that's the potential
there?
thing. But so here's the question then, right? Since cops are hooked up to EMTs and can get all these people on the line very quick, they usually have training when breaking and entering. Let's say that you think there might be somebody that's suicidal, you do a welfare check, okay? But you don't think they're like a threat to anybody. You're just like a little bit worried. Let's say that a social worker shows up to the house, they knock 3 times, they don't get an answer. At this point, there's 2 counts. One, are these social workers also trained to like break and enter doors or whatever? Are they ready to assume that liability? If yes, then they can. Okay, if no, then now they have to call the police to do a break and entry. Let's say that in the time you call the social worker and they're there, the person's like on the floor, like choking on their own fucking tongue because they're trying to OD on some drug or whatever. I guess like, are you worried about the fact that now you're just causing more and more time between like a breaking and entry, which you would need to do to check in on some people that might be in the process of killing themselves? Like, is there some number of like, well, it'll happen to 1% case?
Wait, so I'm pretty sure social workers can be trained for the necessary. First of all, we're talking again about fringe cases. Second of all, I'm pretty sure you could train social workers in that way and give them legal permission in welfare checks. Wait.
I want to get in here, okay? I need to get involved with this. I have a fucking question.
I'd like to finish my response if that's okay.
Okay, fine.
The biggest rebuttal to this is that the first people you send for a welfare check aren't the cops, it's your friends and family if they're nearby. If we really thought of welfare checks as something like, okay, they could encounter a dead body, you know, there could be a threat, then people would always first call the police. But if they have friends and family in the area, those are always the first people that you call when you want to check up on somebody's well-being. Clearly, in practice, welfare checks aren't like, who are you sending to collect the body? We're talking about overwhelmingly a situation where at least you just check in on the house and see if anyone's there, if anyone's in need of assistance, and at worst, usually involve a situation that I legitimately think a social worker would be better trained for than a cop. Cops in America, I just would not trust dealing with somebody in a mental health crisis. But a social worker could be trusted because their personal training hasn't been corrupted by the kind of machismo-laden, like police, like us versus them training that is a very oft criticized statement.
Wait, no. I need to get in here before you guys move on. Wait, not just that, but wouldn't it be like a better option to send social workers in initially alone to check on this premises, and then they can have police like behind them?
We just went over this.
No.
We just went over this.
Wait, no.
You're wasting time. You are.
Yeah, so we could literally have police like be down the street, or they could wait in the car and come with the social worker, and then the social worker can just go.
I'm sorry, dude. No.
We're missing the entire point, which is who are you calling? Who are you calling if a vampire is trying to suck your dick? We're missing the entire point.
No,
Aren't
we're
we
not
talking
starting
about
with this
stretching the
again.
police too thin, so now we're sending even more fucking people to go handle something that...
You know what? Yes, because I don't want police going in situations where someone might kill themselves.
Okay, but the way you guys are describing social
terrified of
workers, it's just like a cop that you like better that doesn't have a gun.
Yes,
Yeah,
I mean, they don't have to go with...
Also,
I don't think people
That's
think
not
that
the case. That's absolutely not the case.
It is. It's a state worker that has like all the vested
People,
authority or whatever.
hold on, that's
Every time we find an issue with a social worker, you should let's just give them clearance.
Wait, hold on. That's an incredibly stupid take. The idea that because
Hold on,
cops
the incredibly stupid take is that every cop that's going to show up at the door is going to be some macho guy trying to mow you.
They're just chugging a Monster Energy drink and killing black guys.
That's not what cops do.
Wait. The idea that people think of cops the same way they would think of a social worker because they're both agents of the state is laughably dumb. People don't look at a cop and think, oh, that person works for a government. They think, that's a cop.
I'm not talking about optics, I'm talking about what you're describing.
I mean, if we want to allude to the polling data, the majority of Americans have favorable views of cops anyway. Not every cop is like the videos that you see on
cops. We're talking about your statement that in mental health crises, people view social workers about the same way as they view cops because they're both agents of the state.
Okay, I'm just curious. I just want to hear your response to this. Do you think a person experiencing a mental health crisis that sees a state licensed social worker coming views them in a favorable light? I'm really curious what you think
more
about this.
favorably than a cop, I'd be willing to bet that's the case, yes.
Okay, I don't necessarily.
Different uniform.
Wait, no. I want to hear. Wait. I want to hear his rationalization for why someone would.
Yes,
think
they
of a cop
did
more
exactly the
favorably.
same, perfectly.
I want to hear his
See,
rationalization.
cop knocking, you know, got the badge and the guns and shit. Like, oh yeah, that's the same as some dude in a polo shirt who has like a little state ID on there. Yeah, no, I know.
So, I mean, you can joke about how you
it is a joke. Yeah, it's very funny.
Okay, we can go to real
but
right?
actually...
No, hold on, wait. Okay, Jesus
Oh shit, is that
Christ,
too
okay?
short?
So for all of you that none of you have experience with people that have mental health crises, I understand that, that's fine.
Are you talking about
totally
me?
Normal, okay? Yes, all of you, yes. Okay, so people that have
Very
had mental
presumptuous
health
of you.
crises, people that I can tell by the way you talk, so people that have had serious
That
mental health
cops
crises,
and social
especially-
workers would be considered differently by people in crisis.
No, that you have no
Okay,
idea how
let's let each other
absolutely
finish.
frightening somebody can be of a social worker that's representing the state when it comes to a mental health
I'm only
crisis.
saying they would probably be less so them than by a cop. That's my only
but
position.
you don't know
keep
that
jumping to
because-
my argument being, I think social workers would
keep
elicit my
talking.
fear. I've never said that.
No, if you
I
are
can
somebody,
repeat it again.
I don't need you to repeat it.
So
But
just
if
to
you're
make sure,
Respect
I'm not
attention.
saying
I don't
social
like-
workers can't be scary. Only that I think for mental health crises, cops would generally be considered scarier. So just keep that in mind. Give it a go.
It totally depends on the type of mental health crisis and the person you're talking about. So for instance, if you're somebody that's already been like forcibly fucking not interned or condemned, committed like in the state, like you're probably somebody that's going to see a cop as being less scary than a social worker. Like there are people that don't even seek help from mental health professionals because they are so fucking afraid of being committed to an institution. This is why Byron jumped out a fucking window and killed himself instead of trying to figure it out, because he had one bad experience where he was committed to a mental institution and he never wanted to talk to anybody related again. It wouldn't surprise me. I know that they can, but I don't know if most people know that. It wouldn't surprise me if somebody saw. You can laugh all you want, but I don't think that
Cops are the ones who bring you to the hospital for the detainment.
Okay,
They're the ones who do that.
I understand that cops definitely have the ability to do that.
I
but if
feel like you're
talking about
making
it
a
from the
lot of
perspective-
stuff up to justify a position you wouldn't actually
How many
hold
times
if
are
I
you gonna
wasn't
cut
here.
me off because you realize your argument is
Wait, guys,
Yeah,
there's something we're
my
totally
argument's
missing.
falling
You
apart.
just keep cutting me off, I guess, if you want to, right? So I'm just saying that if a person is having a mental health crisis, the idea that they see a social worker show up and they're like, hey, what's up? I'm here on behalf of the state of California to check in on you. That could be an incredibly fucking terrifying experience as well.
So then
I don't know if I
cop
would
on
sit
average,
here
I
and
think
try to
after
figure
that.
out juggling and go, well, who are they going to be more scared of when there are like 50 more reasons to have cops? It seems like it's better to just either always send a cop or at least a cop plus a social worker. But I don't think you're ever sending just a social worker because people are scared of cops. It doesn't make any sense.
Destiny, you haven't considered the fact that maybe people are just as scared or more scared of social workers than police officers.
Isn't that what I just said?
I'm just repeating Vosh's point now.
Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so anyway, no. I'm pretty sure that by any available data we have, most people fear or distrust cops more often than they do social workers, because social workers are like the most innocuous and non-threatening agents of the state. You're probably going to have a direct interaction with in most cases. Cops also have a... Wait, hold on. So, the idea that to a person undergoing a mental health crisis, a cop is a more welcome sight than a social worker is to be something I'd like to see borne out in data.
I don't know if we can find data on it, but I'm just going to tell you.
That was
okay,
smooth.
I
Can you find
understand that-
data on people's fear of
I
social
can't find you
workers
data
versus
on
cops?
how many people prefer a social, how many people have a mental health crisis prefer a social worker than a cop. Here's what I will
What
say
about
broadly
fear of either
speaking.
group? Is there
Here's what
data
I say
on how many
broadly.
people fear
Here's,
social workers?
I can give you all I can provide are my anecdotes, okay? Here's what I
okay.
can say broadly speaking, okay? Because at least I have.
Have you
some.
been? Have you
Apparently
had
nobody
cops
here
and
has ever-
social workers check up on you in a well?
Yes, I've had CPS show up to my house before. I've had police officers show up to my house for domestic violence disputes.
No, I
I've had
said
all
mental
sorts
health
of
check. I did not say
For a
interaction.
mental health check? I don't think I have that.
Oftentimes, mental health.
Hold on, I just want to address one thing real quick, okay? People seem, I know that like when we talk about socialism and left-wing government stuff online, we have these really great views of social workers and the state. Okay,
really
to
a
a lot of
left-leaning
people,
view. It's a pretty
especially
ubiquitous
people that
view.
have, it's absolutely not. When you are a person that has had negative run-ins with the state is incredibly terrifying to deal with. When
Wait,
you've got
what was the negative
child
interaction they
protective-
had?
Hold on, when you've got
What
child
negative
protective
interaction did they have with the
I
state?
can't. I have to finish the sentence.
Is
okay?
it the police?
If you've been somebody that's had
It's the
run-ins
police,
with,
isn't
it could be the police, it could be social workers,
It's
it could
probably
be
the
child
police,
protective
I guess.
services, it could be people related to tax collect. There are all sorts of agents of the state where you might have a really
CPS?
friendly, fuzzy view of them, but if somebody's had negative
Yes.
run-ins with the state, these can be the most terrifying people that you ever deal with in your life.
Yeah,
a lot
I agree.
of the times the mental
There are.
health check also involves sometimes, right, the neglect of family members or the the aggression towards other people, right? Like every mental health case is going to be different.
So yeah,
So.
any case of anything is going to be different. I think that while there isn't going to be specific data on the fear people have of cops, I think it's reasonable to say, given the fact that we do know many Americans distrust the police, or at the very least are anxious around them. That's very common. that a mental health crisis is a time where those fears can be elevated, and you will be more likely to be amicable towards a guy in a polo shirt with like an ID badge than somebody in what cops wear, which is some combo of military and policing. Additionally,
Milestone reached. Coal is an improved alternative power source to biomass and can be fully automated if provided water with the new pipeline buildings and power throughout the initial setup. Coal has been added to the resource scanner. Note, ensure the close proximity of water to the coal production line. Note, pumps will aid in vertical transport of fluids through pipes. Note, throughput and volume indicators are added to each pipe section automatically.
And you just don't know anybody that's had negative runs in the state. You don't understand what that experience is like. You're talking so close right now. Oh, well, the only people that are truly scared of the state are like poor black people that get murdered by cops. Like that's your only experience. Because on Twitter, that's the only connection you have.
You are projecting very hard right now. Would you like to argue with Twitter?
I'm going with exactly what
you're saying. Is Twitter on this panel?
I'm just saying that for you to say, who are you talking to right now?
Who are you talking to? Wait, who are you talking to?
For you to come out and
Where's
say
Twitter?
the only negative interactions you truly with the state, generally they're with police. There are tons of negative social interactions that you can have with the state that aren't police. Now, for
generally, it's the police.
Generally, it's not. It can be, but it could be others as well. If you're the type of person that has mental health crises, it might be a social worker.
I don't. Oh wait, hold on. I don't know why. It's very indicative to me that you don't know what to make when I say it's probably the police, and your counter argument is it could be other things. That's what probably means, not 100%.
Because it's probably when we talk about the broader population, the most common social type, like employee. But if you're somebody that has mental health issues, that might not be the most common type. It might be a social worker. It might be somebody representing commit you somewhere because you're a threat to yourself. This is why some people don't even go to therapy, because they're so scared that if they say something that sounds suicidal, they're going to get deferred or reported to social services.
They'd be okay with like cops.
So it's not about
anyway.
More okay with cops and social workers.
Anyway, this is so we don't really have anything to go off here, but this is a situation in spite of the fact that data on society
you have no data. What are you talking about?
Wait.
Why are you pretending you're making data-driven arguments?
There's no data on whether or not people tend to feel uncomfortable around the police.
That's not what we're asking.
That is what I just said very specifically.
There's no data. Hold on. There's no data on whether or not sending a police officer or a social worker is going to have a better outcome.
Oh my God!
You should listen a little better. I specifically said we have data on whether people feel anxious around the police. And keep in mind, by the way, we are focusing very tangentially on the mental welfare check issue, which was kind of a side issue to the broader point that I made. Police get called to a ton of we're hyper-fixating right now how fearful people would be of which type of... And I think I'm completely right on this line, but there are also things that cops do that they don't need to do. Cops agree on this. They agree they're overworked. They know that a lot of their work is paperwork and doing rotes, bureaucratic stuff very well by anyone else. And all I'm really asking, and this is all I'm asking, is we should be open to the possibility that we should be more specialized with these roles. Because we're never going to have data on any of these things until we're more accepting of social workers being sent out. Let's start with them doing stuff that we know has like a 0% chance of being cited violence, like noise complaints, or there was a robbery at my house, can you come do some paperwork? Stuff like that. To my knowledge, these are not the types of things that lead to violence. We can start with that. Those two on their own, that would probably take away 10 to 15% of the time that cops spend on it there. And that would be, and social workers are much less expensive than cops, let me tell you that, okay? For a number of reasons.
But not if you're talking about endowing them with all the liabilities and all the training. Like, yeah, they're less expensive than cops. They're less expensive than cops because they don't have the training to like break into places or assume the liability to do that or have to go and write and file police reports. Of course they're cheaper. They have less responsibilities.
All I've said so far is two things, both of which require basic literacy and interpersonal skills. They could be done by pretty much anyone competent enough to be a social worker. And I also think there are benefits to doing that because, again, there's something inherently escalatory about cops in this country. We recognize that. They're trained that way, and we know how people tend to perceive police officers with the way they dress and act, that social workers don't really do. So maybe...
So to be clear, the cops aren't supposed to be inherently escalatory. Cops are supposed to be inherently de-escalating.
Yeah, no, they just are,
guys, if I
right?
can,
When you call a police officer, when you call a police officer, the point of calling the police officer is to de-escalate a situation because it's heading in a direction that you don't want it to go. That's the reason why you call a police officer.
And also, I never said
Okay,
they're
guys,
supposed
I
to be
actually need to move on from this topic because this is like.
Well, you brought
we have
Destiny
other
on because you
topics.
wanted to talk with me. I mean, this was kind of inevitable.
Well, no, I came on because I hate hearing people give shitty takes about like
Why
what
were you
social workers
hearing
do.
it?
What? Because I get linked
Because you
political
were,
shit on my stream.
you were listening and you got fuming, didn't you? Well, you did a great job
I didn't get
debunking me.
fuming. I just get upset when people say stupid shit like a welfare
If I checked
check
your
is the
clips,
cops
would I see
banging on
fuming?
their How many times are you gonna keep interrupting me?
I've watched this play out so many times. This is the beginning of every fucking gay porno. It's like you have bros to each other and they're like, no, I'm gonna fuck you. No, I'm gonna fuck you. And then it's like, it's literally, it's like watching the beginning of a gay porn.
Sorry,
When
Destiny,
I
you
hear
had your shot in
misinformation
Nashville.
online that's
It's not
incredibly
happening.
important, I usually like to come on and correct the
Is anyone else
misinformation.
really
You
turned
did a
on
great
by
job.
this?
Yeah, can you guys feel the warmth in here?
Yeah, Jesus
You
Christ.
gotta open up the window. Oh my god.
I appreciate it, but we gotta move on to the very serious MSP round. So.
Hit it up.
I just want to ask Destiny, would you rather fuck a vampire or a werewolf? This is for science.
Ooh, that is a very important question.
It's the right answer.
Probably a vampire.
Okay, so actually the real question for this is, right, we were talking about, like, because it's Halloween, Halloween question. So we were talking about if vampires didn't suck blood and they sucked dicks instead, right? But when they suck your dick, like they've had like thousands of years of experience, so they give you the best like dick sucking ever, right? But as a result of them sucking your dick,
Okay, let's go back to playing
you
DM.
get an insatiable
Looking at numbers
need
pulled me
to
out of
suck
that.
dick, on a frequent basis. So would you let?
I just wanted to be immortal. That was the extent of my analysis. Okay. Being
Immortal
vampire
sucking
sounds pretty
dick.
Cool. Sure.
Yeah, but you will
Yeah.
be immortal
Thanks.
if you're a dick-sucking vampire. You would be immortal.
Well, if
you
you're
just
a
suck dick all
werewolf,
the
you
time.
just
Yeah.
shit everywhere and get mad every full moon and do nothing. I don't know. Werewolves seem like it's gonna suck.
They're hairy. I'm not a fan of that.
I'll debate you on the hippy dippy if that's the topic. I'm a werewolf enjoyer.
Okay, well, I mean,
I
So,
know, that's
you
a
know,
tough one, isn't it?
I can host it. Okay, so anyways.
I think I finally figured out the jump pads.
Well, hello, you're on my fucking panel here, okay? I was the one who brought up the vampires, okay?
bit rude
Maybe
to be
you
like-
might as well debate it on my panel. I'm just saying.
And I won that topic, by the way. Just
Sure.
Yep, totally.
Yeah.
I totally won that topic.
Okay, so MS Paint, guys, can you get out your MS Paints, please?
Can I cheat and use my $2,400 Cintiq with my,
No.
Okay.
No, that's
Why do you
actually
get to
cheating.
cheat?
I'm so bad at drawing. I definitely lose this.
Yeah, I'm terrible.
Let's fucking do it. I'm ready.
Alright,
Okay.
Hold on, wait,
I'm-
okay, hold on, sorry.
I'm
sorry.
having fun.
Matt starts suggesting some words, chat, okay?
hey,
Wait, what
fuck
do we have
you,
to-
Chad Logic. I just want to get that.
Wait,
Whoa.
what are you saying fuck me for? Fuck you, bitch.
You talk shit sometimes. Okay?
Chad's my
I don't
friend.
think I've told you. Fuck you enough.
Shit.
Wait, are we supposed to be showing paint or no?
No, don't show it. Don't show it.
Oh, okay.
Send it to me.
Okay. Just checking.
What are we drawing? What are we supposed to do?
What are we doing?
I'm getting suggestions from chat, and I'm going to give you a word, okay? And then you guys are going to draw on MS Paint what that word is to you.
Wow,
okay?
there's a real problem with how wide.
My shit's fucked, so I gotta fix this.
Just a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Hello, fucking the hyper verse.
Chat, I need more abstract words, okay? We did dignity last time. Maybe you can come up with something like that.
What is wrong with dignity?
Yeah.
We don't know. We're
That's what
Twitch
makes-
streamers. We don't even know what that is.
Wait, dignity?
So, okay.
How we
No,
supposed
that's
to
not the
know
word.
porn?
That's not the word for you guys this time, okay? I'm just saying that was.
That's a tough one.
We're not doing horse cock, guys. We're not doing it. I'm sorry.
Wait,
No,
wait,
that's
hold
a
on.
wizard.
Don't avoid topics you know I'll be good at just to spite me. Jesus Christ.
We
Oh,
had
you know
too
you'd
much
be good
horse
at that
cock
one,
on the
right?
last one. We had too much horse cock on the last one. So I'm sorry. No, not cum
You
sock either.
should totally do this bit as Gartic phone. Have you played Static Phone before?
I have, but I like it when chat can vote on it. So.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Democracy, am I right?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Let's go with democracy. That's the word, guys.
Show our fucking paint job.
Okay. You send it to me after 5 minutes after you finish drawing. Okay. You screenshot it and send it to me.
How do I?
So what is it? Is it democracy?
Are we drawing?
Yes. The word is democracy.
Are we drawing democracy?
Yes.
All of us.
Everybody draws democracy and send it to me, and then.
Do you like that picture?
How the fuck do I use this?
Oh my god, okay. Oh.
I just have to. Wow, wonderful. Really
I'm having
great
too much
one
fun
there,
with the jump
Destiny.
pads. I've never really used
Or
them.
do New Zealand on the map. It's really good.
You took my idea, you bitch! I'm still gonna do it.
Oh, yeah, I probably didn't take your idea, because my idea was just a blank name thing with nothing else.
Zero personality. I don't know.
Yeah, really, just you know, I let you onto my panel, Destiny. You don't even put the minimal effort into using MS Paint. All right.
How long do we have here?
5 minutes.
I'm gonna need to build a production line.
Oh, okay. All right, we're rinsing this one up a little bit, I guess.
Yeah, I wanted to give you guys more time. Last time I gave people like 1 minute, and then it was just some of it I couldn't understand.
Oh, I need to care of that.
Chat, how are you doing? I'll mute myself while I talk to chat, unless you guys want to hear me talking to chat.
I want to hear
What do the pan? Okay, all right, chat, how are you doing? 7 out of 10. Fuck you. All right, I am well. Good. I'm doing great. Chat is 100%. Decab? What? Boo. This panel stink. Fuck you. Supreme, you could have been on here.
I have no idea what to draw.
Oh, Supreme.
I have no idea, Bronies.
I
You
don't
wanna go on
make
movies
the brush bigger.
Tomorrow night we're going, okay?
Is the rest of the panel just non-debate stuff? No, we break it up with a non-debate activity or two.
Fuck you guys, okay? Jesus. Look at my mouse, my hand is Jesus.
I am an artist. How do I screenshot? Control, shift.
Are you done already? Can you not?
Oh my god, you turns in your like test like at the 5 minutes into the class and everyone else is looking around like did she already
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yes, because I have no artistic talent. I can do geography, but I can't do art. No,
Oh, can you really do? Can you do geography?
I can, yes.
What's the latitude of Canada?
Okay, no, latitude and longitude. That's math. Fuck you. That's math.
Jesus.
That's
I live on the
pi
42nd
somewhere in the
parallel.
northern
Oh,
hemisphere.
fuck.
That's bullshit.
What's the country north of South Korea? Do you know the answer to that?
Where?
What's the country north of South Korea? The first country to the north of it.
I mean, how dumb do you think I am?
China.
I'm not like
Detroit.
Hey, that's where I'm from.
Arkansas.
Good question. Man, Jesus. Oh my god. Is Pakistan considered part of the Middle East?
South Asia.
Milestone reached. R&D inflated your pocket dimension, added an additional hand equipment slot, and have provided an improved Xeno Zapper with increased strength and range.
Let's just say 2 minutes.
Am I sending it to Where do I send it? Discord?
There's no way it's been 6 minutes.
Oh,
There's no
I go
way.
use the restroom.
I'm not listening to chat. Okay, chat? 2 more minutes.
Then I'm gonna decide
it's
whether I want to end.
11:38 where I am.
Wait, where do I find it?
Top tier hosting, you know it, bitches. Okay, we talk about sucking dick and police things here.
This entire panel is for the male gaze.
Do we have any male gays here?
There you go. I'm fine.
There's at least 2 of them.
Yeah, puggies. Okay, I can't draw.
I grew up near West Hollywood. I'm very homophobic, but only due to gay men, not to Pan.
Okay.
I'm Pan. Don't discredit us, Bosh, please.
Wait, do you want me to hate you too? Wait, no, we're the good
Do you
ones.
want me to hate you too? Fuck.
Don't hate me, Bosh.
Okay, 1 more minute, guys.
Am I sending it to Discord?
I'll try harder on that.
Yeah, send it, just screen cap it and send it to me.
Yeah.
pictures. If I could turn back time.
I don't think I did this right.
Wow.
I think
I
you
would
did
have
great.
set a better track.
I feel like you'll think that I did great.
Which now
train
I'm
scene it
worried.
is.
Yeah, I did it. It's not getting any better. I don't care.
Alright, I think I'm gonna end.
Democracy.
Democracy.
Let's see.
What the fuck are you doing?
That's
You're
a pretty
supposed to be
good goal
voting
for
on
next
poll
time is
number
to get
3. What the fuck?
coal production going, and I can start getting off these things because it's gonna be a pain to keep all of them going.
I'm
What?
trying where I saved it. Control, window, and then I think S or something.
Oh, are we putting it in the group one, or are we just sending it to you? Stan?
Either one. Actually, just send it to me. Just send it to me.
I thought it was gonna be like a surprise.
There is a poll. You guys are stupid. I linked it to you. You're so dumb. Oh, it's not control. It's shift window. Found it. Sorry.
I think that on topic 3 we should disqualify both Bosch and Destiny.
For what? What would we
Yeah.
get disqualified for? The male voices have dominated this panel.
Because
It's true.
I said so.
It's
The
true.
American voices dominate the panel. Let
As
the
you
Brit
said
bloggers
so.
speak.
I've
That's
heard
what I
that
say.
argument before.
Why don't we let the convicts like overtake this, like Kiwi, Australian?
Wait, why are you guys?
And
Wait,
I'm
hold
not
on.
a convict. New Zealanders are not convicts. Don't lump us in with you guys.
Well, some of you might have like just like swum over. I don't know. There was canoes, right?
Wow. This is exciting. So many.
You know, I learned recently by looking at a map for the first time that New Zealand is like nowhere near Australia. Like they're
It's like a
close to each
4-hour
other on
flight.
a global scene. Yeah, but I always thought
This is embarrassing. Maybe you
it'd
should
be like Madagascar, like right off the coast, you know. But no, it's like way
No.
out there. It must be so
Wait, how far is Madagascar off the coast of like?
closer
Nice.
than
It's like one
closer
too.
than New Zealand.
Wow, I'm really impressed.
I think he thought that it was like Tasmania, you know?
I thought I think
Like, I
I thought
feel
it was
like
like
you thought it was
Papua New
that.
Guinea distance, you know? Like it was about the same distance as Papua New Guinea.
No, we're not near anything.
That's wild.
We're vibing.
I guess like being Hawaiian, right? Because they're out in the middle of nowhere.
Okay. We're gonna show these now, okay? Alright. No, it's okay, don't worry. There's a lot of people
Be nice,
that are not.
I'm really
I just want to say
fragile.
that before I was very unconcerned with large streams chats influencing the results of these polls, but I've changed my mind. I'm now very concerned about the risk of large streams
Have you won
chats.
everyone? Did you win everyone so far?
I haven't looked at I haven't looked at the
This is
results.
fucking bullshit.
I understand the argument.
Don't vote for me, but just don't
think
vote
it's this
for
one?
Bosch. That's all I want.
It's misogyny.
Hey,
It's
hey,
It's
stop the
misogyny.
steal.
It's misogyny.
Alright. The first one we have is not that, okay? It is this one. How beautiful. How cute. I like it. Very nice.
Wow, that's gorgeous.
Can you see? Oh, wait,
I'm
so
between a white square. Is that?
Wait.
I
Wait,
see
why
the
it's
artist vision.
symbolic.
I
Yeah,
can
it's
feel the
symbolic.
emotion. Yeah, I can feel
Oh
the
no.
emotion.
I shared the wrong window. I'm sorry.
Stardust. Weird.
I mean, it's probably not that far off.
Here it is. Okay. All right. Here it is, guys. This is the first one. How cute. How nice, right?
Wow.
Yeah, that's
Wow, quite a good drawing.
That's
It is.
really incredible.
Remember,
Whoever did that was really talented.
very cute, very nice.
There's a
Chat was
save.
the fill tool and
Alright.
Democracy
Now,
is the word.
That I'm
time
fragile and you
to
have
end
to be nice to
stream
me.
because
Okay,
I'm
don't give